What up, guys? I know it's a little early for me. It's on Monday afternoon. Woohoo! All right, so let's go. What up, future people watching this? People watching right now? Anybody streaming in? UFO conference.
The first comprehensive whole of government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national established approach. And we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities. The law enforcement, military do not have authorities to actually engage, and we need to. Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military, so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these issues going forward. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today. But Mr. Schellenberger, I wanted to ask you.
What she said is true.
I think I understand from this hearing that you would agree that classifying information like this is not in the best interest of the people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, with the caveat that, of course, I would support classification necessary to protect secrets essential to national security, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's overclassification.
Overclassification, yes. And so in most instances, if they can't tell us what, do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency, both on the UAP issue, on JFK files, on COVID origins, and many other things. So I think that we need to make sure that the next administration is held accountable for that.
Agreed. And this is for all four of you. Yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities, hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
Yes, they're lying. They are fucking lying. So anytime you see Bigfoot and Mothman, that's some shit that the government made.
Schellenberg.
Getting us ready for Project Bluebeam. They're going to fill the streets up with those things. Let's hear her talk.
Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena.
Yeah, the Immaculate constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
I think it's about 5% of our ocean that's actually been studied in detail by man, and we've studied more of space than we had of our own oceans. And so are there any accounts of UAPs emerging from or submerging into our water, which could indicate a base or presence beneath the ocean's surface?
I don't know about a base, but as I mentioned, I had a different source entirely describe this pretty extraordinary footage that exists of orbs, of an orb coming out of the ocean and being met by another orb.
Some would say that there's multiple hotspots where we see frequent activity. So in your investigations, have you come across any data or visual evidence like sonar readings or underwater footage of these UAPs?
I have not beyond what's in the report.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans? Particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence or eyewitness accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our underwater surveillance systems?
Nothing beyond what's in the report and then the specific case that I mentioned with the orbs.
So this report says it all. There's no other information that we are aware of regarding the activity within our waters.
I have other sources that have told me that have shared a significant amount of information, but they're not comfortable with me.
Guys, all this is a bunch of bullshit. Space, aliens, smoke and mirrors. It's Project Bluebeam. They're planning a fake alien invasion.
UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities?
It seems like they all do.
Yes, I would agree with that. My time is up, but I do appreciate your bravery, your courage for coming here and speaking today. And seems like there's still some questions that we need answers to, and we will not relent until we get those to the American people. Thank you all.
Thank you. I move to allow myself and the ranking member 5 additional minutes for questions without objection, so ordered. Mr. Elizondo, were you read into the Immaculate constellation program?
I would not be authorized to confirm nor deny the existence of any ongoing or past program, especially as it relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay. And then does the U.S. government or private contractors, do they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. The discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So, for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different levels of expertise.
What's Lockheed's expertise?
Aerospace, ma'am.
In the UAP space, that's all that they would do submerged.
No, I didn't say that, ma'am.
Okay.
Lockheed Martin and others do quite a bit of work both in our atmosphere.
Who's to say they won't use the UAPs along with the holograms simultaneously? And they will also release the genetic fucking rejects onto the streets at the same time, y'all.
No, they are involved in a lot. I would rather let Lockheed Martin explain the different domains that they are involved with. Probably I'm not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
They're extensive, and the one exercise I referred to where I received the email that was then deleted was the pilots, and this is worth bringing out. There are debunkers out there who have said the Go Fast video was just a balloon. That was only one video that was released. There were dozens of these encounters that pilots and friends of Ryan Graves, who's in this room right here, witnessed and caused significant safety concerns. And to almost call out and exercise it and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on a carrier, it's extreme, to say the least.
All right, I have two last questions. Real quickly, Mr. Schellenberger, how do we get more whistleblowers to come forward?
Well, this hearing is very important, and obviously, I can't encourage whistleblowers to obtain information, but I can guarantee that I will protect them and go to prison to protect their identities if they come to me.
Yes, sir. Okay, my last question. The first hearing we had on this, I'd never been briefed on UAPs or what they were, biologics, non-human, et cetera. How would you define, each of you, my last question, how would you define non-human biologics, non-human intelligence? What are we actually talking about? Admiral, and we'll go down the line.
I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of this universe to think that there would be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligences throughout the universe. And that's probably what's visiting us.
I would take the scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process.
I just don't know.
I think we must be modest in our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence. That could be biological. It might not.
Non-biological, but what non-biological intelligence, what does that mean though?
Artificial intelligence, ML, machines. We assume that all intelligence would be like us. And every time we look out in the universe, we are humbled relative to what we don't know in terms of the forms of intelligence and what it may take. I can assure you, I probably can't ask you your question, but I think the ultimate answer is going to surprise us all.
And then Mr. Garcia, you had a few closing remarks.
And I know we're about to hit votes here, so I'll be brief. Just I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Chairwoman
created by us
for holding this important bipartisan hearing, and I want to thank all the committee members that are interested in this topic. I think our commitment to all of you and all the folks that have contacted us, and certainly to the advocates and the pilots, is that we need to continue investigating UAPs. I think the country owes explanations and ensured the safety of national security is always protected. This is a conversation and questioning that must continue. So I'm very grateful to all of you. And I also just want to add just personally, I think it's really important for me. Two things guide my questioning and my observations on UAPs. Is one is we should always be guided by facts, science, and data, and stay serious on those issues. And the second thing is I think that we should not limit our imagination and our thoughts and our curiosity on what UAPs could actually be. And I think those two things for me are really important, and I'm grateful for all of you to be here. So with that, I yield back.
Okay, and we have Mr. Ogles who is on the way. He's going to be here any second. Is that correct?
It's not galaxies, it's realms. They're not spacemen, brother.
Or with questions that we have today, and then we have votes. So we want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Mr. Garcia and folks on both sides of the aisle for being here today and being patient. We have a lot more questions, and I hope that this will open the door to more hearings in the future. I obviously would like to know how much taxpayers are spending on this. You have the right to know, but also if we're spending money on something that doesn't exist, why are we spending the money? And if it does exist, why are we hiding it from the public? And of course, our national security is a huge issue, because if there's technology that could harm us or our allies that are in the hands of our adversaries, we obviously want to stay ahead of that to the best of our ability to ensure that that technology is not in the hands of someone who could use it against us or our allies anywhere in the world. So, Mr. Ogles, you're just in time, babe. I will recognize you for 5 minutes of questioning before we head on out today.
Well, thank you all for being here. And Madam Chairwoman, I'm out of breath because I sprinted to get here.
Yes, sir.
But this is an important hearing. I think we all know that there's something going on. Mr. Elizondo, based on your knowledge of UAP sightings, do you believe it's fair to say that they are especially common near nuclear sites?
Yes, sir. Mr. Congressman, I absolutely am convinced of that, as are my colleagues inside the government.
And the reason why I pose that question, and this has been one of my talking points from the beginning, is, Oak Ridge is in Tennessee. The so-called weather balloon that drifted, that we now know was controlled, it passed near Oak Ridge. It obviously is a sensitive site, both of interest to our adversaries and to whatever else this is. Because we know that at military installations, at sensitive locations, such as nuclear facilities, that we're seeing this take place. So the question is what is it? Do you believe they've caused an irregular activity, and why might they be interested in those sites?
Sir, in some cases, it's actually regular activity. You'd be surprised. There's actually documentation right now that's been submitted. It's not just Oak Ridge. It's Savannah River Site, SRS. It's also Los Alamos. A lot of our sensitive R&D locations appear to be under some sort of surveillance and monitoring. Why? Well, because a lot of innovation comes out of those areas, a lot of new technologies, a lot of, if you will, disruptive technologies that we use for our national defense originates out of those locations, and advanced concepts in physics as well. So if I was doing any type of reconnaissance, even on a foreign adversary, that's a great target to start with.
Sure. And again, this has been one of my talking points. I do have questions. What role might the Department of Energy or its subsidiaries or affiliates have in this type of technology, or possessing this type of technology, whether it's ours or others? Mr. Gallaudet, I think your testimony has been pretty clear, but would you please reiterate that, do you believe UAPs pose a threat to pilots? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They were threatening Navy pilots during the exercise that I was, my people were involved with in 2015. And it's my understanding they're risking pilot safety, commercial and military today.
Well, considering, and I understand that there's a need in some cases to keep certain technologies secret, but you believe that it is posing a threat to our personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think it's reasonable to conclude that if there's a threat to our personnel who are serving our country faithfully, that there be oversight.
100%, Congressman. And in fact, that's the one thing that we've not talked about enough during this hearing is the fact that the government executive branch not sharing with Congress what it knows about UAP infringes on your legislative and oversight responsibilities to such an extent that's very concerning. I mean, what else are we, if you look at national security or intelligence or foreign affairs or appropriations, you all have oversight and legislative responsibility regarding those. This UAP issue may be the greatest issue of our time, and it's being hid from you.
Well, I mean, and to your point, I think we've seen over the decades that we have certain adversaries like China, like Russia, that technologically speaking are not as advanced as us, that they lack some of the lethality that we have, and that we've seen that they've gone after our technologies and in some cases succeeded, in particular with missile technology. And so again, my concern, whether this technology emanates from us or otherworldly, that we know that we possess it. And where's the accountability? Where are the stopgaps? What are the guarantees that if this were to fall in enemy hands, that it isn't immediately weaponized against us? And I'll say this, it is clear from my experience and what I've seen that there is something out there. The question is it ours? Is it someone else's? Or is it otherworldly? And Madam Chairman, I would posit that as the legislative body, as the regulatory body, we must know. And anyone who prevents us from gaining access to that information, I would consider that criminality. Because we have U.S. personnel who may very well be in harm's way. We have technology that ultimately may threaten our very existence. With that, Madam Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms.
On national defense.
Liar.
The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military sites underscores the need for innovative defensive strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, none of this is going to be possible without transparency. For far too long, critical information about UAPs has been either classified or ignored, leaving the American public and key congressmen without clarity needed to make informed decisions. Declassifying reports and fostering a more open dialogue about UAPs will not only increase the public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called, private information. A transparent approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust.
In Genesis, whenever Cain was cast out, they mentioned others. That could be up for speculation, but definitely not aliens. I agree with you. I'm there with you, Trumpula.
Come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually, the idea is just to say, in my mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic and again having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust through transparency. But first, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Comer has allowed me to be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our dear friend Jerry Connolly is not here. As Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, on the bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can't talk about what happens in the classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings with the questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee, but I want to particularly thank Congressman Burchett, Mace, Luna, and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. In 2022, in the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to investigate unidentified flying objects. Following Arrow, along with ODNI, released an unclassified report on UAP sightings. Of the 366 sightings included in the report, 171 remain uncharacterized, with some of these appearing to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. That's a nice way of saying we don't want to tell you what they are. In March, Arrow revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs, which covered investigatory efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the declassification of all documents related to UAPs with many other members of this committee. In fiscal year 2024, the NDAA required the National Archives and Records Administration to establish the Unidentified Anonymous Phenomena Records Collection. This collection will include digital copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed. This commitment in transparency is vitally important, and unnecessary overclassification has led to a void of information, which has allowed theories over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs credible, we're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of, I can't tell you. And in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us were told not to ask some of you certain questions on certain topics. In a time of heightened distrust of our government institutions, I believe more transparency is not only needed, but is possible. And obviously we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded, right? And now we've seen, this has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now, these are pilots, these are military, these are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have video. People will have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs. Almost 15 years ago, one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about whistleblowers who have come forward to talk about retribution. And so I want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation. And the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list, maybe a FISA warrant. So come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right. So next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schellenberger, founder of the newsletter Public and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access programs, including one widely identified as Immaculate Constellation. I swear the staff wants me on a list. Okay. And our last witness today is Mr. Michael Gold, a former NASA official who was also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S.
Just watching the Project Bluebeam unfold in real time. Then I'm about to show a Trump documentary that might scare a few people.
To the effect, if any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise. Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-A-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal. The implication of the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects.
What Project Bluebeam is, for those who don't know, is a fake alien invasion where I believe that they're probably going to pull it off while World War III and Civil War is going on. All of a sudden, the aliens are going to invade. We're going to have to put aside our differences. What up, Anthony? We're going to have to unite as a human race. Somehow we'll defeat the aliens after billions of people have died. And then boom, bada bing, bada bang, we're one world government. So much money and so much investments have been put into Israel by this time already by the Trump government. Israel will become the seat of the Antichrist. And that is what the whole alien shit is. That is what the alien is. Yeah.
The safety risk posed by UAPs.
What up, hillbilly?
Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats on their own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency. That is a compartmented program that even senior officials, including myself, were not read into. Last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week, I learned from former DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the government are engaged in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I've become an advocate for greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs, a more comprehensive approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. Two, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And three, strengthen the UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations with provisions that mandate a whole-of-government approach to addressing UAP. In closing, I will share my personal reasons for speaking out on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye, but instead boldly face this new reality and learn from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel obligated to show moral leadership on this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My speaking out has encouraged others to do the same, and it's my hope over time that a number of your constituents will want to know the truth and about UAP, and this number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I've just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day, thank you for your leadership on this important matter. Let me be clear, UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House.
I tell you guys, thank you so much as well. Big thank you to Hutch. Big thank you to Red Dawn. Big thank you to all the subscribers. We are getting those fucking watch hours up there, guys. Let's go.
The safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11. Which many of us remember all too well. I believe that America's greatness depends on three elements. A watchful Congress, B, a responsive executive branch, and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created a culture of suppression and intimidation that I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives. This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose three principal actions. First, Congress and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust at a time when the public's trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach, including the academic and scientific communities, the private sector, and our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. As it currently stands, these whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and the other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them, whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon. We don't run from a challenge, we take it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency. And this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we as Americans have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth. And I also believe the world deserves the truth. Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. It is profoundly appreciated by many.
I really believe that he believes this shit he really believes this shit deep down in his heart and his soul. He believes in what he's saying.
For the purpose of asking questions without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize Mr. Schellenberger for his introductory remarks.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Connolly, Ranking Member Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting my testimony. One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular. Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena. and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs.
What they do is that a lot of these guys are liars and full of shit, but some of them, they'll put information out. People that they know are eccentric, they'll put info out in front of them to make them really believe this shit.
Kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are, Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United States. We have a right to know what UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that AARO and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program, or USAP. The source of that document told me that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of long-standing, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs by both tasked and untasked collection platforms. Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblower's report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, disks, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found in the human intelligence databases. One involved orbs surrounding and forcing an F-22 out of its patrol area. In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute long high-definition, full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait. It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video, the person said the orb is joined by another orb that briefly comes into the frame from the left before rapidly moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video on SIPR, the Secure Internet Protocol Router Network, which the DoD uses to transmit classified information. A leading UAP researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his requests for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs, he told me, but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes, it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization AARO has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything AARO does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows AARO to not release it. Greenwald says that the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and ATIP-related records on multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after an appeal was filed. He added that the Naval Air Systems Command in March 2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seems strange that they had 3 and only those 3, but other requests had been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group, to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding. Then in September 2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified and exempt from disclosure. The DoD will deny things on a Monday and then admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it. They fall back on a sensitive platform excuse a lot, he said. However, the on-screen information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction of how many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Gold for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Groffman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify, and would like to begin by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic, and courage in the face of adversity is what I see in front of me, beside me, and behind me. Per my introduction, I am currently the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire Space and have had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I am speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out for science. Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example, members of the NASA UAP independent study team, particularly those in academia, were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage in the study of UAP. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response. Therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma. And this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism, and credibility. If you were to take a walk down the National Mall, you would immediately see the NASA logo on t-shirts, hats, and bumpers.
This guy's an inquiry. Get it? Remove the N and the Y in inquiry, and that's what he is. He it's just, yeah, the NASA is the brand with the fucking,
cost and effort, host symposia on UAP, or even just participate in existing panels examining the topic. NASA personnel stepping forward and participating in such discussions would make a powerful statement to the scientific community that UAP should be taken seriously and researched accordingly. In regard to research, NASA has vast archives, much of which may contain important UAP data. Again, for relatively little cost and effort, NASA could create an AI or ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for anomalous phenomena. I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information that will help us to understand UAP, but could result in data that will assist in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP independent study team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings. The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood. In order to effectively collect UAP data, the independent study team recommended the use of NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS. This system, which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confidential means for the reporting of safety violations in a voluntary and non-punitive manner. Over 47 years, the ASRS has collected nearly 2 million reports. ASRS is the perfect tool to collect UAP data, which could then be collated by NASA and shared with the public at large. Leveraging ASRS could create a treasure trove of UAP data, potentially hundreds of thousands of reports, supporting this hearing's goal of exposing the truth. And I'm grateful to our 2 co-chairs and other members who have already incorporated this idea into proposed legislation. At this hearing, and as others have demonstrated, the UAP issue is justifiably dominated by national security and defense. However, I would urge the subcommittees to keep in mind the numerous ways that NASA and the FAA, as well as commercial activities in the air, in space, and in the water, can generate a massive amount of invaluable data on anomalous phenomena. I cannot help but be excited by the potential for such an endeavor, since scientific discovery is driven by anomalies. It's the existence and study of anomalies that led to the theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, and nearly all of humanity's scientific breakthroughs. This is why the study of UAPs should be embraced, since whatever is occurring, the chance to garner new knowledge should never be ignored. We must be thorough in collecting information, fearless in making conclusions, and open to following the data, no matter how mundane or extraordinary the results may be. I began this testimony by praising the Joint Subcommittee members for their courage, and I will end by echoing that sentiment. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions and I have a lot of witnesses. So I would just ask, if it's yes or no, to please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, be very succinct, because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So for the Admiral this morning first, former DoD official Chris Mellon reached out to you about satellite imagery from 2017 that depicts a UAP. What were the dates in 2017 when this occurred?
I can't share with you the details, ma'am, but I can do it in a closed setting, and I can also tell you the agency that wrote a report on it.
Okay, so who has the imagery?
I can tell you that in a closed setting.
Can you describe what was depicted in the satellite imagery? Just a description.
It was a UAP, ma'am.
That's it? No other description?
The term that the analysts used, they called it the button. It was a disc-shaped object.
Okay, where was it?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Elizondo, you state in your testimony that, quote, advanced technologies not by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe, end quote. If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
Well, ma'am, that's precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective,
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
It may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force Technologies, I would not be able to discuss.
Okay. Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals. I submitted for my book through the DOPSR process, which took a year for it to be reviewed. And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does the U.S. government have any reverse, okay, we already answered that question about retrieval programs. Do any U.S. contractors have the same?
I would prefer to address that in a closed session, ma'am.
Okay. In your book, you mentioned government employees who've been injured by UAPs, placed on leave, and receiving government compensation for their injuries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How can the government deny we have recovered craft if they're paying people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation by the U.S. government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
It's a crazy idea, right? The hypocrisy and a bit logic. Okay, Mr. Schellenberger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
Okay, and do you, for your story and your report, do you have more than one credible source?
I do.
Sourcing, okay.
I do.
And then why do you believe your sources to be credible? How do you judge the veracity of the documentation you've been provided about this program?
I checked the sources, and they are who they say they are. They are current or former government officials.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to also add that I did not specify that they were Defense Department employees. I didn't specify the agency nor the gender.
would they have included non-government employees, people that aren't employed by the government?
I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. What's the key takeaway, just a few seconds, about the Immaculate Constellation document you provided us today?
I think that what the American people need to know is that the U.S. military and intelligence community are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos, other sensor information, and they have for a very long time. And it's not those fuzzy photos and videos that we've been given. There's very clear
high
resolution.
How many visuals, graphics, videos, photos?
I mean, I've been told hundreds, maybe thousands. I mean, I also wanted to say, because there was some conversation around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections, but some of these are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. I have 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA independent study team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever, and I think produced a lot of interest data, including revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness Lou might want to, he did yeoman's work on it, might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, Mr. Gold, you gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard? Right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask, why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it is always difficult for breakthroughs and new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery. And in science, we're supposed to be open, but when you break with the orthodoxy of what's believed, whether it's Galileo saying that the Earth doesn't rotate or the Earth rotates around the sun or the sun doesn't rotate around the Earth, it's always challenging for new beliefs. And the more extraordinary those discoveries, the more extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult where, again, even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries, I was privileged to be part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documentary over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, did I have that correct?
Sure.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I'm going to put my hat on for a second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay. You have a copy of it?
It is stored in a SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes, sir.
So that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on because already I'd been speaking publicly about the topic. And so the document said you can continue saying X, Y, Z, but you cannot discuss the topic.
Give me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself?
I'm in a SCIF with a security officer, sir.
Just one-on-one? Anybody else?
There may have been an assistant as well. It was in a SCIF within a Department of Defense facility.
Give me your background real quick.
My background is I went to school to study microbiology and immunology, entered into the U.S. Army, and after a very short stint in military intelligence, I became a counterintelligence special agent. As a civilian, later on, I became a special agent in charge, running investigations in counterterrorism and counterespionage primarily, with some experience in counterinsurgency and counternarcotics. And then in 2009 timeframe, when I came back to the Pentagon after a tour with the Director of National Intelligence, I quickly became part of a program that was originally called OSAP that evolved into the program now called ATIP, which is where those videos that we now see, the Go Fast, the Gimbal, the FLIR, that was part of our effort, sir.
Right. So you're not some conspiracy theorist. You actually have a legitimate background.
Well, sir, I'm certainly not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fact-based, just say facts.
So when you're in this room, I want to paint the picture for everybody. You're in this room, you're by yourself, you're in a skiff, you're handed a document. How long is the document?
It's about a page front and back. So basically you have some things they call trigraphs, which I cannot, again, talk.
How long were you given to sign the document?
As long as I needed, sir.
And what if you didn't sign it?
Well, I suspect there'd be repercussions. I wouldn't have access to certain information.
Were you allowed to ask a lawyer, or weren't allowed to ask for a lawyer to review the document?
It wasn't an option, but they probably wouldn't have allowed me to, because the document itself was pretty explicit about you have to be, wait, you're putting me in an interest. Let me try to thread the needle here. There are certain documents that we have in the U.S. government that allow people to have access to certain programs, whether it's a special, and I'm going to be very generic here, whether it's a special access program or a controlled access program, SAP, CAP, whatnot.
How many people have to sign that document?
It depends how many people are going to get access to the information, sir.
Okay. Last question. Doctor, real quick, can you tell us about the Omaha incident in greater detail? I've read your background, right? Some people would label you as a member of the deep state, since you worked in government for a long period of time. But can you tell us more about that incident? You've written a lot about that.
I wrote a lot about incidents like it, Congressman, but that specific incident involved the USS Omaha, the littoral combat ship of the U.S. Navy operating off Southern California. I don't remember the exact date. It was within the last decade. And what the watchstanders on the bridge observed was a UAP, again, something that was aloft but had no observable exhaust or control surfaces. So it was something that couldn't be explained. And then they saw it enter the water from the atmosphere and going through the air-sea interface. And so thus exhibiting transmedium travel.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes of questioning.
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Gallaudet. During a previous UAP hearing, Navy Commander David Fravor discussed the TikTok object engaged in 2004. You familiar with the incident, the TikTok incident?
Yes, sir.
That's almost 20 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been said there are more videos, documents, and reports related to this incident. Do you believe the information regarding the TikTok incident should be available to all members of Congress? And in your expertise, what reason would the Department of Defense possibly have for not releasing information that's over 20 years old?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't think there's any good reason to withhold information and important data, especially of national security concern from Congress.
Well, what would they say?
I will speculate, sir, that they don't want to share that kind of information because it reveals weaknesses in our ability to monitor and protect our airspace.
Okay. In your written testimony, you claim last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is, well, it's not only being withheld, but that elements of the government are engaging in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Could you elaborate on that statement a little?
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, I met with the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and what I thought would be a 90-minute meeting just to meet with leadership turned out to be an hours-long influence operation on me, where they attempted to convince me of the validity of the very flawed and error-ridden historical records report. In addition, they tried to have me question very valid UAP reports like the Tic Tac incident, and even coming to stating possibly that the Tic Tac was American technology. And then, of course, if you ask David Fravor or Alex Dietrich, the two witnesses, they were convinced it was otherwise. And then, and they also cast discredit on various UAP whistleblowers and witnesses to question their validity and credibility as witnesses.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Elizondo. Hope I got that right, or not at least
Close enough, sir.
You're familiar with the recent drone incursion over Langley Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
The owners of these drones remain unclear. The U.S. military has not been able to give us in Congress an answer. Given your experience with the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, how frequently are UAP sightings over military installations? And secondly, I suppose hypothetically you could have incursions over just say regular airports. Is it obvious these incursions are more likely over military facilities than just a random airport out there?
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have, documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information has been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades, and there's information that will hopefully be entered into the record.
Can you think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community, Department of Defense, is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or on intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable conversation to have.
Okay, we'll switch to Mr. Schellenberger. The primary reason you're here today is because you published an article on the news publication that you own called Public, right? Alleging that a new unnamed government whistleblower has come forward asserting that a highly classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. Can you give us what specific evidence you have? Or that your source provided you to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself. I checked the report and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I hadn't found anybody. So that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
Okay.
I should also say that when I said before it was this database, it is a much broader program than that. It also includes human intelligence, and then as you mentioned, the retrieval and the
any knowledge of what country these things originated in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, I will now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes of questions.
Thanks, Chair Lady. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record documents provided to us regarding legacy UAP programs and psychological operations. Lou Elizondo.
So ordered.
I also want to thank my buddy Jeremy Corbell for providing us documents and access to some whistleblowers. Mr. Elizondo, what is your last position with the federal government?
Sir, I was the Director of National Program Special Management Staff managing a White House Special Access Program on behalf of the National Security Council.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude.
Are there classified Department of Defense materials related to UAPs that you believe could be safely disclosed to the public without compromising national security?
Yes, sir, I do. I would never, ever try to endorse providing some sort of information that could compromise what we call a blue force technology or capability. But I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are you familiar with my friend David Grush?
Absolutely, sir. I had the privilege and honor of working with him myself several years ago at U.S. Space Force.
Little hand signs, all the things they say, all the little hints, because Project Aliens may be fake, but Project Bluebeam probably is not.
Operating without proper congressional oversight.
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that, and a lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against. You also mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as a singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Sure, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a long history here of that individual providing misleading and false information to the public through various news outlets and media outlets in order to discredit this topic. I've personally been victim to it. We have the documentation to substantiate where this information has been absolutely inaccurate, that has been provided time and time again. And it turns out that that individual was also working with former leadership of Arrow at the time as well.
And we punish them by giving them multi-million dollars more than they ask for every year. Admiral Gallaudet, you mentioned in your opening statement on an email you received from the operations officer of the Fleet Forces Command regarding unknown objects almost colliding with U.S. military planes. Did anyone respond with knowledge of what the objects were?
I received no response, sir.
Did the exercise get canceled?
The exercise did not get canceled.
Why do you think the commander of Fleet Forces operations officer never discussed the incident again?
Sir, I'm speculating because I didn't have an exchange with him, but I believed it to be part of a special access program, the information and the video, which we have known now it was. And he realized he couldn't share that openly with the recipients of the email, and therefore the email was pulled from everybody's account.
Again, tell us what happened to the email from the commander of Fleet Forces.
The day after I received it, and all the other recipients received it, which were all the subordinate commanders of U.S. Fleet Forces, so 1- and 2-star admirals, including strike group commanders, the email was wiped or deleted from our accounts.
Okay.
And then no one talked about it.
All right. Have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects?
So I've no personal experience, but I've had witnesses on submarines come to me and say they've seen on sonar data.
Correct. Okay. How would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine, that the object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of and technology-wise could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
It was on the order
Underwater.
of a torpedo. So
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited,
I don't exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater. So I'll take that as a yes.
Yes,
okay. Have you experienced any experience with the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW?
Yes, Congressman, as I mentioned previously, I have met with them.
Okay. You heard Mr. Elizondo describe psychological operations for those contacting the Department of Defense about UAPs. You mentioned a similar influence operation by ARROW. Why are federal agencies invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Yes, sir. But I'll make a statement on ARROW's behalf. They have new leadership. The office has reached out to me to meet again, and I take that as a good faith effort, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins. You're the king of Tennessee. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift you, the author of this report.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not the author
Mr.
of.
Schellenberger, were you the author of this report? There's
No, I was not.
name on it.
No,
Do you know the author?
I do.
You do. And how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would that be with the Department of Defense?
I don't know.
But you do know the author.
I do.
You know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
But you expressed some confidence in the sources
I would.
earlier in
I do.
testimony. You expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the
But you're
reason.
not naming them. It's a big department, but many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So you're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this report, Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of many UAP.
So those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it's also could be in sense a matter of utility. And let me just state for the record, I never read the report that or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells and psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from a study here, a report. Did all of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used?
I'm not sure I understand.
This is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data from individuals having these experiences. So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense, but held at the White House.
Roger
But
that.
that's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at departments such as NASA. During a hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson affirmed the importance of NASA in helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, etc., or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives of data, much of which I believe will likely have information that will help inform UAP. We need only look. And again, in an era with AI and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Groffman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question, where we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, could substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Thank you. I mean, on the data, you know, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But obviously, there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote, "Despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP." Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations of executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you have worked with engineers or scientists. They love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm of transparency, but we must have the ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA into the game and get to that good science that you need.
You know, it was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar and they said, yeah, that's, you know, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there was a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility. To what extent do you think that some of the UAP out there comes from off the books or unauthorized experimental aircraft?
I mean, I think probably the vast majority of UAP are drones, experimental aircraft, weather conditions, which is again why I say if we review the data, I think we're going to discover a lot about things we weren't even thinking about. But there is a percentage that isn't. And looking into those anomalies is how discoveries will be made. And relative to science, Congressman, if I can say, when NASA studies black holes, when NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored to do so. With UAP, we're using cockpit gun cameras or cell phones. We could never do good science with that. And let me tell you, the NASA budget is under pressure. We need to make sure that the Artemis program is funded fully. We need to beat China to the moon and maintain our presence in low Earth orbit. So NASA would need more money to do this, but I think tailored instruments that would look at UAP in the same way that we have tailored instruments to look at astronomical data is important to gathering valuable and uniform information. If we were studying black holes by using fighter cockpit cameras, we probably wouldn't know that much about black holes.
100%. Well, I think it's important that federal leaders take the necessary steps to ensure that UAP does not pose threats to the American public as well, and that we have the necessary budgets to collect this data so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm fully supportive of funding the Artemis mission. I think it's very important. Also, a personal note, the pilot is a frat brother of mine. He is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and so I would love to see my fraternity make it to the moon.
Redwire is building the cameras for Artemis, so we will take some pictures of your frat brother and get them.
There we go. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Luna for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Elizondo, to your knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately, I would not be able to have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that?
I cannot.
None of you? Okay. This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to I came across an email where the word stalked was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is this older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So I guess, would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record, is something alive or not, because even that definition is hard. There was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen. And so also same with photosynthesis. When I was in college, I was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Mm-hmm. Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy when I was at ATIP. I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it seems like just based on our conversations that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for stepping out. My governor is here upstairs, so I'm trying to get in between meetings, so apologize for that. I want to just start by just asking everyone on the panel or witnesses, and I had a chance to read all the testimony before, but just to set the agenda, just if we can go down real briefly, do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I also want to just go down the line. I know many of you have already said this, but I just, for the record again, just briefly, what do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers, gentlemen. I think this is obviously another remarkable hearing with just really important information, so I thank all of you for answering the questions. Admiral, I just want to go back to one thing. Now, last year, our subcommittee heard from 2 retired Navy pilots, Lieutenant Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor, regarding UAPs. Actually, I think Ryan is here in the audience and been a great person to get to know and to have conversations with. He, of course, has been involved in the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Chairman Graves, with Chairwoman Mace for UAP reporting by civilian aviation personnel. Can you discuss briefly why it's important for civilian pilots to be able to report UAPs and why these legal protections are critical for national security?
Yes, Congressman, thank you. And I did invite Ryan Graves as my guest, as I'm on his advisory board for the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and legislation that you supported and introduced, I fully support as well. And I think it's important that more civilian pilots, commercial pilots report so we can better understand and learn and do research on UAP, as well as remove the stigma so more citizens report on what they observe. And also, it'll only contribute to aviation safety when we have a better understanding of where these UAP are, how they operate, and at what frequency and what capability level. So it's important for aviation safety, and it'll be important for moving science and research forward.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to reiterate to my colleagues, I mean, this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation, and we just got to continue to get this through the Congress, and it's incredibly important that civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report the UAPs that they are seeing or encountering in the air. And I can't express how critical this piece of what I believe is a larger collection of evidence and facts actually happen. We've been approached by pilots. I've talked to folks that have been engaged with our office and others, and there is still enormous stigma. And essentially, we don't have a system where folks are feeling free to be able to report what they're seeing. And so I just want to reiterate that advocacy. Mr. Gold, in your testimony, you discussed NASA's aviation safety reporting system, a confidential, non-punitive reporting mechanism. In the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, we explicitly allow for civilian reporting, of course, of UAPs. Can you explain why the NASA task force recommended the use of the aviation safety reporting system?
The aviation safety reporting system is an existing system that is trusted, that has taken hundreds of thousands, now millions of cases. And again, recognizing budgetary constraints, this seemed like the perfect way to be able to gain more data. And when it comes to the stigma, sir, it's something that pilots are used to reporting on, that crew is used to reporting on. So it's a great way to get data, to overcome the the stigma without spending really that much more additional money since the system exists. Thank you so much for your support of that. Thank you for what Ryan Graves does. This is a common sense means to expose the truth of UAP for the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you. And I just want to also add, now earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise with exercise of eminent domain over UAP-related material, modeled actually on the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act, which is widely known. Now, the amendment was blocked, but thankfully the Senate included the amendment by Senator Rounds and Schumer for the UAP Disclosure Act. So I just again want to say that we should be pushing and ensuring the UAP Disclosure Act, which is bipartisan in its support, should move forward. And if I can just briefly, particularly Admiral, can you just briefly, as I close my time, explain why the UAP Disclosure Act would be critical for us and our national security?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I believe the UAP Disclosure Act is important for national security, as well as advancing potential socioeconomic benefits resulting from UAP research, as well as public safety, as we referred to previously regarding aviation. And this act will allow for greater transparency and open research, and that's why I'm also a member of the UAP Disclosure Fund as an advisor, as in the Sol Foundation, as an advisor, senior strategic advisor, which is advocating for the same.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video that is called the Go Fast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted, I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that it could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears. Then you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings, and
did you make inquiries about that?
No, I did not, sir, because I inferred, since I had been read into other special access programs, that this UAP video was part of one that I was not read into, or any of the recipients, or the author of the email, and that an intelligence agency basically pulled it back and instructed the author of the email, hey, this is, you just conducted what they call spillage into a lower classification level. And when that's done, the procedures are basically to remove any of the communication.
You're going to silo it. So, and you, Mr. Elizondo, you said in your report and your testimony today, a government work on the UAP subject still remains classified. Excessive secrecies led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And all of you, and Mr. Schellenberger, by the way, I've read several of your books, Mr. Schellenberger, excellent stuff.
Thank you.
What I would say too is, you were asked about the veracity of the author of this report. You're comfortable with the veracity?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Gold. We'll talk about Kuhnian and Lakatoshian scientific advancement and how we're obviating that through these processes. But we'll get to that in a sec. Because what I want to really get to is the ultimate question it really becomes this. For what purpose is the federal government overclassifying, because that's what they're doing, they're overclassifying, and forbidding the public for getting access to this? And if you know, if you have an explanation, I'm curious, because I know what I've been told. I just want to know from your perspective, why do they overclassify? Mr. Elizondo, you look like you're finger on the button, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I think there's several reasons. I think at the time when this reality became evident to the U.S. government. We were in the middle of a Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we did not want to tip our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. We did not want to broadcast that to
the Cold War's long over.
It is, sir. It is, sir. There's also then the philosophical argument that the Department of Defense and the intelligence community is solution oriented. And when you don't have answers, it's a really tough spot to be in.
It's easier to be quiet, suppressed than if you don't have the answer.
Indeed, sir. In fact, there's a very real example when we built the U-2 spy plane and flew it over then Russia, and we're taking reconnaissance. And when we first started flying the aircraft, it flew so high and so fast, we thought they weren't tracking us. In reality, they were tracking every flight. It wasn't until the Russians could develop the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot it down.
I would suggest to you also, along with Lakatos and Kuhn, you also have a problem with Kenneth Arrow's path dependence or increasing returns. That's one reason why they won't disclose it. It's too painful to admit. But I just want to read a couple things from Mr. Schellenberger's, what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and mass collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left. Well, she's not looking. So let's just get into let's get into part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshian type of scientific development. And the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr. Gould.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical at first, and that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
So there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Right. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Airspace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked, I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
So I wouldn't be able to have that conversation in an open hearing. We'd probably have to have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's a visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
So that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeeper still in the U.S. government.
And who would we, so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? A lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established Aero for that very purpose. And unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there's biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
Was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
And was this part of the Lockheed Martin discussion, or is this the biologics is a completely separate?
Separate yet related.
Okay. Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble two F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace. And they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States government or in our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? So they're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, and please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about. And that was my limit, unfortunately, that I was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will. And, we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over critical military installations. Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
Great question, sir. Let me see if I can answer this for you. Certainly, there seems to be some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're, in some cases, literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increasing? And the response is, it depends. yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now. And there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information and that can record this information. So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually an increase in numbers of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now that to record these things and we have a better ability, if you will, to analyze these things.
And that's my next question. It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installations?
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, Initial Preparations of the Battle Space. And we use equities like ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or other type of equities and technologies to prep the battle space. And certainly, if I was wearing my national security hat, even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus, capabilities versus intent, in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea in the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I think, problematic from a governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
To the rest of the panel, was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base? Were y'all aware of this prior to the Wall Street Journal article? Anybody, show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever increasing in number, and trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So, I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash. And the question that we really have to figure out is it China or is it non-human? And I think that's the biggest question the American people want to know. If it's China, it's scary because they have a lot of technology that we cannot explain. And if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, I really believe that we should use this hearing as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or as you say, sir, China or any other adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the Pentagon or in the national security apparatus that's trying to assess the answer to that question?
At the current moment, sir, no, but this is a great point. From 2020 to 2022, there was a UAP task force in the DoD succeeding where Mr. Elizondo worked, led by Jay Stratton, who had the first comprehensive whole-of-government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national security risks of UAP. This was a really well-established approach, and we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities. The law enforcement, military do not have authorities to actually engage, and Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these issues going forward. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon. And
Yeah. So they was putting that on loop. That was on repeat. Miss Belbert is kind of bad.
Do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
Y'all check this
And
out.
Cush, the son of Ham, the son of Noah, took a wife in those
Check
days
this
in
out.
his old age, and she bare a son, and they called his name Nimrod. At that time, the sons of men again began to rebel and transgress against God. And the child grew up, and his father loved him exceedingly, for he was the son of his old age. And the garments of skin which God made for Adam and his wife, when they went out of the garden, were given to Cush. And when Cush had begotten Nimrod, he gave him those garments through his love for him. And Nimrod grew up. And when he was 20 years old, he put on those garments. And Nimrod became strong when he put on the garments. And God gave him might and strength, and he was a mighty hunter in the earth. Yea, he was a mighty hunter in the field. And he hunted the animals, and he built altars, and he offered upon them the animals before the Lord. And Nimrod strengthened himself, and he rose up from amongst his brethren, and he fought the battles of his brethren against all their enemies round about. And the Lord delivered all the enemies of his brethren in his hands, and God prospered him from time to time in his battles, and he reigned upon earth. And when Nimrod was 40 years old, at that time there was a war between his brethren and the children of Japheth.
This is from the book of Jasher.
So that they were in the power of their enemies. And Nimrod went forth at that time, and he assembled all the sons of Cush and their families, about 460 men. And he hired also from some of his friends and acquaintances about 80 men. And he said to them, Do not fear, neither be alarmed, for all our enemies will be delivered into our hands, and you may do with them as you please. And all the men that went were about 500, and they fought against their enemies, and they destroyed them and subdued them. And when Nimrod had joyfully returned from battle after having conquered his enemies, all his brethren, together with those who knew him before, assembled to make him king over them, and they placed the regal crown upon his head. And all nations and tongues heard of his fame, and they gathered themselves to him, and they bowed down to the earth, and they brought him offerings, and he became their Lord and King, and they all dwelt with him in the city at Shinar. And Nimrod reigned in the earth over all the sons of Noah, and they were all under his power and counsel. And all the earth was of one tongue and words of union. But Nimrod did not go in the ways of the Lord, and he was more wicked than all the men that were before him from the days of the flood until those days. And he made gods of wood and stone, and he bowed down to them, and he rebelled against the Lord, and taught all his subjects and the people of the earth his wicked ways. And
thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video.
We'll get back to that because this is
called
still
the
live.
GoFast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted. I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that it could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears. Then you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings and,
Did you make inquiries about that?
no, I did not, sir, because, I inferred, since I had been
over it and dwelt there, and he built cities in the land of Shinar. And Terah, the son of Nahor, prince of Nimrod's host, was in those days very great in the sight of the king and his subjects. And the king and princes loved him, and they elevated him very high. And Terah took a wife, and her name was Amthello, the daughter of Cornebo. And the wife Terah conceived and bare him a son in those days. Terah was 70 years old when he begat him. And Terah called the name of his son that was born to him Abram. And it was in the night that Abram was born, that all the servants of Terah, and all the wise men of Nimrod, and his conjurers came and ate and drank in the house of Terah, and they rejoiced with him on that night. And when all the wise men and conjurers went out from the house of Terah, they lifted up their eyes toward heaven that night to look at the stars, and they saw, and behold, one very large star came from the east and ran in the heavens, and he swallowed up the 4 stars from the 4 sides of the heavens. And all the wise men of the king and his conjurers were astonished at the sight. And the sages understood this matter, and they knew its import. And they said to each other, "This only betokens the child that has been born to Terah this night, who will grow up and be fruitful and multiply and possess all the earth, he and his children forever. And he and his seed will slay great kings and inherit their lands. And now, our Lord and King, behold, we have truly acquainted thee with what we have seen concerning this child. If it seemeth good to the king to give his father value for this child, we will slay him before he shall grow up and increase in the land, and his evil increase against us, that we and our children perish through his evil." And the king said to Terah, "I have been told that a son was yesternight born to thee, and after this manner was observed in the heavens at his birth. And now therefore give me this child, that we may slay him before his evil springs up against us. And I will give thee for his value thy house full of silver and gold." And Terah answered the king and said to him, "My lord and king, I have heard thy words, and thy servant shall do all that his king desireth." And Terah hastened, and he took a child from one of his servants, which his handmaid had borne to him that day. And Terah brought the child to the king and received value for him. And the Lord was with Terah in this matter, that Nimrod might not cause Abram's death. And the king took the child from Terah, and with all his might dashed his head to the ground, for he thought it had been Abram. And this was concealed from him from that day, and it was forgotten by the king, as it was the will of providence not to suffer Abram's death. And Terah took Abram his son secretly, together with his mother and nurse, and he concealed them in a cave, and he brought them their provisions monthly. And the Lord was with Abram in the cave.
This revolutionary new superheater can warm up any room in minutes without giant electricity bills. Tired of wasting
Cave, and he grew up. And the king and his princes, soothsayers and sages, thought that the king had killed Abram. And King Nimrod reigned securely, and all the earth was under his control, and all the earth was of one tongue and words of union. Held to the king and received value. Thy servant shall of silver, and now therefore give me this child, that we may slay him before his evil springs up against us. And I will give thee for his value thy house full of desireth. And Terah hastened, and he took a child from one of his servants, which his handmaid had borne to him that day. And Terah brought the child to the king and received value for him. And the Lord was with Terah in this matter, that Nimrod might not cause Abram's death. And the king took the child from Terah, and with all his might dashed his head to the ground, for he thought it had been Abram. And this was concealed from him from that day, and it was forgotten by the king, as it was the will of providence not to suffer Abram's death. And Terah took Abram his son secretly, together with his mother and nurse, and he concealed them in a cave, and he brought them their provisions monthly. And the Lord was with Abram in the cave, and he grew up. And the king and his princes, soothsayers and sages, thought that the king had killed Abram. And King Nimrod reigned securely, and all the earth was under his control, and all the earth was of one tongue and words of union. And all the princes of Nimrod and his great men took counsel together, Phut, Mitzrayim, Cush, and Canaan with their families. And they said to each other, "Come, let us build ourselves a city, and in it a strong tower, and its top reaching heaven. And we will make ourselves famed, so that we may reign upon the whole world, in order that the evil of our enemies may cease from us, that we may reign mightily over them, and that we may not become scattered over the earth on account of their wars." And they all went before the king, and they told the king these words. And the king agreed with them in this affair, and he did so. And they began to make bricks and burn fires to build the city and the tower that they had imagined to complete. And the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin. And they began to build it, and whilst they were building against the Lord God of heaven, they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into heaven. And God knew all their works and all their evil thoughts. And he saw the city and the tower which they were building. And when they were building, they built themselves a great city and a very high and strong tower. And it came to pass, when they were building, they cast the arrows towards the heavens, and all the arrows fell upon them, filled with blood. And when they saw them, they said to each other, "Surely we have slain all those that are in heaven." For this was from the Lord, in order to cause them to err, and in order to destroy them from off the face of the ground. And they built the tower and the city, and they did this thing daily until many days and years were elapsed. And God said to the 70 angels who stood foremost before him, to those who were near to him, saying, "Come, let us descend and confuse their tongues, that one man shall not understand the language of his neighbor." And they did so unto them. And from that day following, they forgot each man his neighbor's tongue, and they could not understand to speak in one tongue. And when the builder took from the hands of his neighbor lime or stone which he did not order, the builder would cast it away and throw it upon his neighbor, that he would die. And those who were left amongst them, when they knew and understood the evil which was coming upon them, they forsook the building. And they also became scattered upon the face of the whole earth. And they ceased building the city and the tower. Therefore he called that place Babel, for there the Lord confounded the language of the whole earth. And behold, King Nimrod sat in Babel upon the throne, and the king fell asleep, and dreamed that he was standing with his troops and hosts in a valley opposite the king's furnace. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw a man in the likeness of Abram coming forth from the furnace, and that he came and stood before the king with his drawn sword, and then sprang to the king with his sword, when the king fled from the man, for he was afraid. And while he was running, the man threw an egg upon the king's head, and the egg became a great river. And the king dreamed that all his troops sank in that river and died. And the king took flight with 3 men who were before him, and he escaped. And the king looked at these men, and they were clothed in princely dresses as the garments of kings, and had the appearance and majesty of kings. And while they were running, the river again turned to an egg before the king, and there came forth from the egg a young bird, which came before the king and flew at his head and plucked out the king's eye. And the king was grieved at the sight, and he awoke out of his sleep, and his spirit was agitated, and he felt a great terror. And in the morning the king rose from his couch in fear, and he ordered all the wise men and magicians to come before him, when the king related his dream to them. And a wise servant of the king, whose name was Anukai, answered the king, saying, "This is nothing else but the evil of Abram and his seed, which will spring up against my lord and king in the latter days. And as to what thou hast said concerning 3 men which thou didst see like unto thyself, and which did escape, this means that only thou wilt escape with 3 kings from the kings of the earth, who will be with thee in battle. And that which thou sawest of the river, which turned to an egg as at first, and the young bird plucking out thine eye, this means nothing else but the seed of Abram, which will slay the king in latter days. This is my king's dream, and this is its interpretation. And the dream is true, and the interpretation which thy servant has given thee is right." And Nimrod hearkened to the voice of Anukai, and he sent some of his servants in secret to go and seize Abram, and bring him before the king to suffer death. And Eleazar, Abram's servant, whom the king had given him, was at
Let's do it. Let's do an X run. We're gonna do an X run. So basically, Nimrod and his mom/wife created false religions, or Shamus. Like Elon's in on that Project Fake Alien shit too.
Welcome.
Rosie.
Oh my God, totally Julie Andrews. That is 100% Julie Andrews. She has the scar right there on the back. Oh my God, this is the best moment of the last freaking 14 days or whatever number we're on. Please, everyone, believe. You know what? Julie Andrews lives. TikTok, you don't stop. Totally Julie Andrews.
Oh, shut up, bitch.
We are today. We have never been closer to World War III than we are today under Joe Biden. A global conflict between nuclear-armed powers would mean death and destruction on a scale unmatched in human history. It would be nuclear Armageddon. Nothing is more important than avoiding that nightmare. We will avoid it, but we need new leadership. Every day this proxy battle in Ukraine continues, we risk global war. We must be absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace without delay. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad, while they turn us into a third world country and a third world dictatorship right here at home. The State Department, the defense bureaucracy, the intelligence services, and all of the rest need to be completely overhauled and reconstituted to fire the deep staters and put America first. We have to put America first. Finally, we have to finish the process we began under my administration of fundamentally reevaluating NATO's purpose and NATO's mission. Our foreign policy establishment keeps trying to pull the world into conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia based on the lie that Russia represents our greatest threat. But the greatest threat to Western civilization today is not Russia. It's probably, more than anything else, ourselves and some of the horrible USA-hating people that represent us. It's the abolition of our national borders. It's the failure to police our own cities. It's the destruction of the rule of law from within. It's the collapse of the nuclear family and fertility rates like nobody can believe is happening. It's the Marxists who would have us become a godless nation worshiping at the altar of race and gender and environment. And it's the globalist class that has made us totally dependent on China and other foreign countries that basically hate us. These globalists want to squander all of America's strength, blood, and treasure, chasing monsters and phantoms overseas while keeping us distracted from the havoc they're creating right here at home. These forces are doing more damage to America than Russia and China could ever have dreamed. Evicting this sick and corrupt establishment is the monumental task for the next president. And I'm the only one who can do it. I'm the only one that can get the job done. I know exactly what has to be done.
Two p.m., 2.5 globalists.
Yeah, you see Joe Biden there in the Amazon. It's kind of weird. Every crazy shit's going on in the world. Ukraine is using United States missiles to a limited capacity. We're gonna stream Alex. Supposedly, InfoWars, the sale was stopped by Elon. I don't know. That's just a thumbnail I saw. Let's see what's going on here.
Globalist establishment. Joe Biden yesterday authorized heavy, long-range, precision, nuclear-capable missiles to begin raining down inside Russia, which Putin has said will be an act of war, and that Russia will be officially at war with the United States when Biden first floated it 2.5 months ago. Biden made the authorization at 2 p.m. Central yesterday, and then he went out and gave a speech in the rainforest and wandered off into the forest. He couldn't even talk at the podium. Mitch McConnell now gave a press conference and could not talk. That's who's in charge, trying to start World War III. And on the set doctrines of Russia and the United States, we both have the exact same doctrines when it comes to this. If you bring long-range hypersonic missiles and supersonic missiles up to someone's borders that can carry nuclear weapons, and you fire those at the country, they have to respond as if it's a nuclear attack, because if they have hydrogen bombs on board as their payload, they can take out your missile fields or defense fields in a sneak attack, which under Obama, and it's still the policy, the United States changed from a non-strike first capability or policy to a first strike policy. These policies are important for people like the Hollywood set that have come out. Sean Penn a few years ago and said, let's have nuclear weapons on the table. Let's go ahead and use them. Well, you can't do that, dumbass, because it's all been war gamed by everybody, and it always ends the same. It's called MAD, mutually assured destruction. Or MAD, because you'd have to be mad to do it. Of course, we're showing you footage here of atomic bombs in the 50s. Those are tinker toys compared to bombs that are thousands of times more powerful than what was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. So I've been following this very closely. You're gonna get the best coverage here. I don't know when and if these are gonna start raining down on Russia. Today, tomorrow, next week, but it's clearly to destabilize things with 62 days left until President Trump gets into office and stops all this madness. Now, Trump has come out and said we need to have an immediate ceasefire. Zelensky and Putin immediately need to go to the table, and this needs to stop now. We'll play that coming up. But this is absolute, total insanity. Don Jr. came out last night and said the exact same thing I was saying last night. This is clearly the deep state trying to destabilize things. Alexander Soros says this is great news, that heavy missiles are going to start raining down on top of Russian military targets and cities. Absolute, total lunatic land. But what have I been saying? Their main move, not just civil unrest, not just cyber attacks they blame on Russia, not just false flags that they, quote, Trump supporters attack minorities. So they pre-programmed all that. It's attack Russia, and then when Russia attacks back, at least escalate the war. They've got the drafts ready. They've got civil emergencies are ready. That's the lesser of two evils, or just total nuclear war, which is all the mainline experts agree with me. We're the closest to nuclear war ever. I'll show you all the articles, the statements. This is bonker town. This is the craziest thing in my 50 years on Earth, by far, I've ever seen. And everybody else agrees. I mean, and Russia says this, just the authorization, they are now at war with the United States and NATO. And I can show you that from CNN. So it's all coming up. You can't make this stuff up. You think the deep state was just going to go away? Nope, they're going to start World War III unless we stop them. We'll talk about how we do that. Yesterday at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern, the New York Times published an article that the White House has since confirmed, saying that Biden has officially told the Pentagon and NATO to green light what's already been delivered, ATACMS family of missiles, not just the Storm Shadows built between the United States and England. The components here, they're assembled in France, but the British own the company with the United States company. It's a NATO consortium. That heavy cruise missiles, giant missiles that are designed to carry hydrogen bomb payloads, that's their main mission, to be high speed, up close to the border, that you'd use to knock out Russian nuke sites in a preemptive attack. They are a sneak attack weapon when deployed the way they are. And the Russians have said, and Putin has said, we played the videos last night, months ago, when Biden said he'd authorized it, but didn't want it to be known officially. The Russians said, you better stop. If you deploy those, we are, quote, at war with the United States and NATO. And if you fire them into our country, we reserve the right to use nuclear weapons on you. And I'll show you the articles and show you the videos again, but this is not a secret. This is everywhere. It didn't trend as important as the NFL last night and today, but close. You know, World War III was number 8 on X. Should have been number 1. You're seeing videos of some of these missiles with cluster bomb packages, but their main mission is hydrogen bombs. So the Russians have said, if you move them to our border and aim them at us, we consider we are at full war with NATO, which we already are at war with Russia, but it's official. And if you fire them into our country, we reserve the right to use nuclear weapons on NATO countries. And Zelensky was celebrating it yesterday. Alexander Soros was celebrating it. The Democrats were, yay, let's bomb Russia. That'll show them. It's a nuclear superpower. They have more nukes reportedly than the United States. Nuclear submarines off of the Pacific, Atlantic, and Gulf Coast of Mexico. So let's go over it. Biden authorizes Ukraine to use U.S. long-range missiles to strike inside Russia. Fox News. Biden approves Ukraine's use of long-range U.S. weapons. It's not Ukraine running it. Inside Russia, reversing policy. And the Washington Post says, most of his advisors told him don't do it. It'll probably cause nuclear war, but somehow he doesn't know who he is now. He just did it. Deep state financier Alex Soros openly celebrating the potential of U.S. long-range weapons being fired into Russia. They aren't even hiding anymore. They are openly pushing World War III. This is great news, said Alexander Soros. Biden has, for the first time, authorized Ukraine forces to use Western-made long-range weapons to strike inside Russia. You know, Vietnam was a proxy war between the United States and the Chinese and the Russians, but imagine if LBJ said, we're going to start bombing inside Russia in this proxy war. Korea was a proxy war between the United States and China. Imagine if the authorization was to start bombing inside China or vice versa. So that's what this is. Oh, we'll just bomb the country we're in a proxy war with. What's that do? Take you into full direct war. The same people that told you they were winning in Vietnam, that Saddam Hussein was about to attack you, that Afghanistan was a win, that Biden has sharp as a tack, have told you Russia is the aggressor and that Ukraine is a democracy. Sweden tells citizens to prepare for war. 5 million households get pamphlets on how to get ready their home for nuclear Armageddon, as Biden is accused of trying to start World War III. This is a very big step towards the start of World War III, says furious Putin official, as Biden lets Ukraine strike inside Russia before Trump becomes president. It's not Ukraine, it's NATO. They direct it, they satellite direct the weapons. German Chancellor Scholz is refusing approving long-range missiles and saying this needs to stop. Yeah, I guess the Germans lost 24 million people in World War II. They might have learned their lesson. That Hitler and Napoleon had a bad idea attacking Russia. Joe Biden trying to start World War III before Donald Trump takes office after controversial move, says President Trump's son. Yeah. And it goes on and on. I'm going to go over all of that in more detail and explain doctrine in a moment, but here is President Trump explaining this needs to end right now. There needs to be a ceasefire and Putin and Zelensky to come to the table. But instead, the State Department admits they're putting all their resources, their entire budget that wasn't even earmarked for Ukraine, into Ukraine, and a bunch of them have bought houses in the CIA and State Department in Ukraine, and they're in the New York Times talking about leaving the country to Ukraine and moving there. And a bunch of these officials are former Ukrainians. Their parents, grandparents, literally fought on the Nazi side in World War II. Also, the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, her dad was one of the top Nazis in Ukraine. Can't make this up. And grandfather. And so this is like home to them. You're like, why would they move to Ukraine? That's like, because they're from there. So they've been using the money and laundering it over there, and they've got all that billions and billions for themselves. And so they're just putting all the money they can there right now, while also escalating into pure World War III to create such a global crisis. Somehow Trump doesn't get into office, or he's handed a giant war. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Here is President Trump. Remember, we're going to get World War III with Trump. No, he had no major wars with Trump. Here's President Trump.
We have never been closer to World War III than we are today under Joe Biden. A global conflict between nuclear armed powers would mean death and destruction on a scale unmatched in human history. It would be nuclear Armageddon. Nothing is more important than avoiding that nightmare. We will avoid it, but we need new leadership. Every day this proxy battle in Ukraine continues, we risk global war. We must be absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace without delay. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad, while they turn us into a third world country and a third world dictatorship right here at home. The State Department, the defense bureaucracy, the intelligence services, and all of the rest need to be completely overhauled and reconstituted to fire the deep staters and put America first. We have to put America first. Finally, we have to finish the process we began under my administration of fundamentally reevaluating NATO's purpose and NATO's mission. Our foreign policy establishment keeps trying to pull the world into conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia based on the lie that Russia represents our greatest threat. But the greatest threat to Western civilization today is not Russia. It's probably, more than anything else, ourselves and some of the horrible USA-hating people that represent us. It's the abolition of our national borders. It's the failure to police our own cities. It's the destruction of the rule of law from within. It's the collapse of the nuclear family and fertility rates like nobody can believe is happening. It's the Marxists who would have us become a godless nation worshiping at the altar of race and gender and environment. And it's the globalist class that has made us totally dependent on China and other foreign countries that basically hate us. These globalists want to squander all of America's strength, blood, and treasure, chasing monsters and phantoms overseas while keeping us distracted from the havoc they're creating right here at home. These forces are doing more damage to America than Russia and China could ever have dreamed. Evicting this sick and corrupt establishment is the monumental task for the next president. And I'm the only one who can do it. I'm the only one that can get the job done. I know exactly what has to be done.
Now, that's Trump over a year ago. And boy, isn't he proven right. And we are reportedly waiting on a statement that's updated from the president, but that's just as pertinent and evergreen, ultra green, even more important today than when he said it over a year ago. His son has come out and obviously pointed out they're trying to start World War III ahead of him getting into office with 62 days left. There are analysts everywhere. I showed you some of the headlines saying this is the greatest threat ever. We are so close. And then you've got people like Alexander Soros, who couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag and knows nothing about military doctrine or history for that matter, even though he's got a degree in it, philosophy and all this crap. And his philosophy is being a mentally ill dirtbag who hates America and hates freedom. So these people are completely out of their minds. And if they start bombing inside Russia, military bases, the doctrine of Russia is to be officially at war. And I'll show you some of those CNN headlines where Russia has said, if you authorize the use, which has been done, we will be officially at war with you. That was last night. Now they say, you're the closest to World War III you've ever been. And we are looking at hitting with a tactical nuclear weapon some of the main military complex areas in Poland. So they've already floated that as a target, as major staging areas on the border with Ukraine, in eastern Poland, where this stuff's being stockpiled. So the missiles get fired into Russia. They don't know they're nuclear tipped. They try to shoot them down. And then Russia has said in a bunch of statements the last few months, Medvedev said, we'll just blow Paris up. And Putin said, no. And then he had the general staff come out and talk about potential targets. And they talked about some in Ukraine or in Poland. So what you do is you get on the phone with the White House, but they admit for years the White House hasn't talked to Putin. Remember, that's détente. Kennedy and Reagan and Nixon on the phone with the Russians and the Chinese when this stuff would happen. Cuban Missile Crisis, many other examples. Now there's just no communication going on, basically. And the Russians said, well, if you do this, we'll probably just not go to full nuclear war. We'll just get on the phone and say, okay, we're about to hit a city. We're about to hit a major military complex. And if we see any of your missiles fired to respond to this, we're going to go to full nuclear war. And then they blow up a large area and say, okay, you ready? Because that's the shot across the bow. And that's the only move they say they have ahead of total war, because they've ruled out using their weapons, their conventional weapons, to try to take out all these missile sites so they can just move them around. So that's how the threat escalation doctrine that's been adopted by the world, that the RAND Corporation developed in the 50s, that's updated. And it's a threat ladder that goes from 0 up to the low 40s. The low 40s is total global nuclear war, total commitment within 30 minutes of this starting. The surface of the earth is unlivable for thousands of years. So that's where we are. And once the order goes out, the Russian submarines pop up, and one submarine can vaporize all the cities on the East Coast. One submarine can vaporize all the cities on the West Coast, and they've got dozens and dozens of them in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Atlantic Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean. And then it's only a hop, skip, and a jump to fire ICBMs and other weapons over the North Pole and vaporize Chicago, New York. And if you don't think the Russians haven't smuggled nuclear weapons in the United States, think again. They're buried, jacketed in lead, so satellites can't pick them up. The West has smuggled nukes into Russia. You can bet your bottom dollar that's going on. Some of those programs going on until the 90s have leaked. So, and then immediately Pakistan and India are going to start nuking each other. China will join in, and Israel will start vaporizing the Middle East. Iran's got nukes, Saudi Arabia's got nukes, secret programs, Israel's got nukes, secret program. I mean, this is a Mexican standoff where everybody shoots each other. Everybody's pointing at everybody with guns. So Russia flaunts its many doomsday weapons to keep the West from ramping up support for Ukraine. Well, Russia's flexing their weapons. The West is authorized, as of yesterday at 2 p.m. Central, the bombardment inside Russia. Now, I don't know if they're going to make good on that. The German chancellor says it's insane. It is insane. This needs to stop right now. But we're the bad guys. We're the crazy people, remember? Please remember, we cannot operate without your support. We try to make it really easy for you with incredible supplements, incredible Patriot apparel to spread the word and meet like-minded people and get the broadcast on air, and a lot of limited edition fundraiser posters with Trump back-to-back-to-back win, and the InfoWars Star Wars-esque Alex Jones poster that's very popular. That really helps us raise funds. It's limited edition at the AlexJonesStore.com. And believe me, folks, people see how much weight I've lost, how healthy I am. A lot of it is the sea moss. It's Irish sea moss, concentrated, 40 grams of sea moss, equivalent in just one serving of 2 pills. Sea moss has the best organic iodine, the best vitamins and minerals, the way it's all produced naturally by the plant in the ocean. It is the superfood, rivaling even hemp for its different benefits. But you got to say sea moss and hemp are like king daddies. And, you know, hemp has all its amazing effects. Sea moss has its amazing effects. Sea moss has been all the rage for many years. We just private label it from a top producer, so it's the best out there at an incredibly low price, up to 55% off. I can tell you that deal's about to end. You get 3 bottles, 40% for one. You want the sea moss. It is incredible for your stamina, libido, immune system, energy. Everybody, men, women, children need sea moss. You'll feel it immediately, and if you're on a few weeks, it gets even better. Ultimate sea moss. And by the way, you get $40 to spend in the store every month when you're a VIP member. So be sure to check out the VIP system. That's great at the AlexJonesStore.com. I respectfully ask you to pay attention to what I'm about to say, because it is critical in 3 important ways. It'll keep my broadcast on the air. It will get you the highest quality, amazing CBD that's so good for your whole body, inflammation, joints, you name it. And you're getting the best deal you're going to find anywhere. I've been promoting and selling CBD for more than 20 years. Everybody knows how amazing it is, but not all CBD is equal. This is a high quality, made in Texas, very strong CBD, 1,000 milligram tincture that is been put in nanoparticles, so it's 8 to 9 times stronger than regular CBD that already gives you great effects. On top of that, we private label it from a top company that sells it to a bunch of other companies that sell it from between $140 to $90 to $76. This is the lowest price you're going to find on CBD of this quality anywhere in the market. The industry just massively marks it up. There's still some good margin in here for our sponsor to support their operation and support us, and then that savings is passed on to you. So if you want to get great CBD and keep the broadcast on air, visit jonescbd.com. jonescbd.com. Let me tell you the names of these products. Ultra Green, because it's amazing, and Dreamwave. You want to get both of these, and it supports the broadcast. You will not be disappointed, particularly if you're already into CBD and you take this that costs a third or half of what you're paying and you get a great response. I know you're going to love it. That's what I'm looking for, is repeat customers for our sponsor, JonesCBD.com. Thanks for your support. This is the best deal out there, and it funds the fight against tyranny, a total 360 win. Visit JonesCBD.com today, and I thank you for your support.
Let's see what Tate said. What Tate's saying in this little video.
Jake Paul, it's clear to me you are desperate for a reality check. You know what? If I made my money impressing 4-year-olds on YouTube and managed to somehow become a multimillionaire from it, I'd probably live in a dream world too. But let me explain something to you about combat sports. There are a whole bunch of men out here who will never be as famous as you, will never make the money you've made, who would kick the living fuck out of you. This is the hardest sport in the world, and people dedicate their lives to this, and most of them never get a payday. It never pays off for the majority of fighters, who would fuck you up. I'm one of the lucky ones. I made a little bit of money. I don't have 50 million to bet with you, but I do have 3 million to bet with you. So this is your offer. $3 million. You put 3, I put 3. Winner takes all. I'm 5 years out the ring. I'm a kickboxer. You're 2-0 in boxing. I'm 0-0 in boxing. I've never even fought boxing. I'm a retired old man. 5 years I've been sitting around smoking cigars and fucking bitches, which are better looking than the fucking girl you're advertising anyway. I will fight you any day of the fucking week. Don't worry about Conor McGregor fucking you up. Don't worry about Floyd Mayweather fucking you up. You only want to lose to them so you can say, well, I lost to Conor McGregor. Why don't you lose to an old man who's retired? I live in the real fucking world, Jake. There's a whole bunch of fighters out here who live in the real fucking world. Men who are dangerous and dedicated their lives to this sport and don't have a fucking fraction of the money you have because you managed to become a fucking clown. The biggest clown on the fucking internet. If you want to fight and you want to send a contract, send one to me. I will take a few weeks break from living my retired life to kick the living fuck out of a fucking goofy, fucking entitled dickhead like you. You know my name, Andrew Tate. Fucking Google it if you want to know more. Any day, anytime, let's fucking go.
I like how he's using the Dragon Heart theme song. Huh.
Damn! My boy, 30 years.
That money that you said.
Hey, what the Shit got real. Oh, my stars. He didn't know. Oh, he did not do that. Oh.
This ain't a fight. What the fuck is this?
Oh, that's.
I'm getting a little distracted by my neighbors.
Come on.
What is this? Women can do. Why can women do it? Absolutely no.
I can't do it.
Wait, what about this?
Shut up. To World War III.
I'm the overly aggressive dude.
He said that's Howard Stern.
All right, headline is, can you get deer with a dead deer?
They have to make the puns. They have to.
Wisconsin motion argues sex with animal carcass not a crime.
It probably isn't a crime, technically, on the books, because what sicko would even have to write it as a crime?
And we're looking at the sicko right now.
Yeah, this guy is...
His hair's still sweaty.
Yeah.
From doing his business with the deer.
With a dead deer. Oh, this is a creepy looking blockhead.
Yeah. Well,
what is he?
What is going through your head at that point as they're taking the mugshot, and you know it's going out to all the papers?
Yeah.
That you humped a dead deer.
Yep. Dead deer.
Dead deer.
Where can I move? Where can I move? El Salvador,
Yeah.
Colombia.
Back
Where can I
to
go?
El Salvador or Colombia.
Well, here's the story. Meet Brian James Hathaway.
His name is Brian James Hathaway?
Yeah. Doesn't sound
Sounds like a rich white person's son.
Yeah.
He looks like
Esquire.
Yeah, Esquire. He looks like he just crossed the border.
He looks like he just had sex with a dead deer.
Oh, that too.
Meet Brian James Hathaway, alleged venison lover. The Wisconsin man, 20, is facing charges that he had sex last month with a dead deer. Hathaway, who previously has served time for killing a horse he intended to sexually assault.
You know, why do you gotta kill the animals? They're not gonna rat you out, you idiot.
Do you realize that this guy, he's at that level right before you become a serial killer?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they always say. They get into porn, then they start torturing animals, and this guy is now actually having sex with them. This is basically the next Night Stalker.
Yeah,
And
that's
they
him
got-
right there. This guy needs to be killed.
They just saved a dozen Asian boys.
Yeah. Having their heads drilled open,
I'm sure he already has a
brains
meat
sucked
freezer.
out.
He's got a meat freezer in his apartment. He has
Right.
everything
On
all
order.
set up.
He was all
Yeah.
set, right? Like, yeah, there's a big UPS truck pulling in front of his house, but he's not there.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I
like
got
the
this freezer.
the entertainment system for a serial
Yeah.
killer. Instead of the flat screen, you got the meat freezer, a drill.
Yeah. Various hatchets and cutlery. Oh, what a creep. Yeah, this guy's killing animals and then having sex with them.
Yeah, he served time for killing a horse he intended to sexually assault, allegedly found the deer in a ditch alongside a roadway.
So he didn't even kill it, it was roadkill?
Ugh.
It's a little roadkill.
Most people drive by and go, oh, he goes by and goes, it's asking for it.
Yeah, look at it just laying there.
With his
You're a whore.
huh? You like your little white tail in the air? Huh?
Yeah.
Pulling on the antlers. You like that? Huh?
Depending on how it's sitting there on the side of the road. Maybe the white tail was up in the air a little higher than the antlers. Looking, going, yeah, all right, this one's just asking for it.
I like how they said he killed a horse, and he with the intention to sexually assault it. It's like, was he standing over it with like an erection?
Yeah, what happened? How could he possibly kill the horse and have the intent to have sex with it and then not? They caught him after it happened, like you said, and then
Pants down around the ankles.
ready to rock.
Want to get away?
So allegedly he found the deer in a ditch alongside a roadway. Now Hathaway's lawyer has filed a court motion arguing that since the animal was already dead, Hathaway should not face a misdemeanor rap of sexual gratification with an animal.
Mm-hmm.
The statute does not prohibit one from having sex with a carcass. Lawyer, you have to get a lawyer to defend you on this one.
That there's no law against having sex with a carcass.
Yeah, that lawyer Frederick Anderson wrote in the motion filed in blah, 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 as reported in today's blah, blah, blah. In response to Anderson's motion, prosecutor blah, blah, blah noted that state criminal statutes did not seem to draw a line between the living and the dead. Judge blah, 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 who heard motions
fair
blah,
judge.
blah, 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 said he will issue a decision by December 1st.
How do you make eye contact with this guy if you're his lawyer? So he was.
You just don't,
stare
right.
at the file, just going. So it was dead, right? It was definitely dead.
So it was dead. Yeah, it was dead. Okay, because they're going to come back at us now. If it was alive and you had sex with it,
and
there's a problem.
Did you ejaculate at any moment? Was there any? Okay.
All right, but if it was dead, then we got a case.
I just think there was a lot of muttering just looking down at the table.
Oh, you're going with the muttering lawyer?
Yeah. Just rubbing your forehead, just going
real hard at the brow.
Is it a full-grown deer? At least so it's.
Yeah, it was an underage deer.
Kind of had better if maybe he had sex with a wolf, because the jury would be afraid of the wolf and maybe could sympathize with you as opposed to.
Yeah, any angle, just trying any angle.
Brown-eyed deer.
How long do you figure it was dead? Was it like freshly?
Had you been drinking?
Yeah, please say you were drinking.
Is there any drugs involved?
You could say that, I'm not here to push you to say anything, but you could say that.
Gotta give me something here, man.
Could you dry your hair before you go into the court?
For the mugshot, because you look like you're still excited about the whole thing.
Could you mop up the sex sweat?
I'm not saying you are, but it's my job to look out for you, and these people are going to think that you...
You think it's going to rain today?
Yeah. Just kinda...
Change the subject.
We didn't mention antlers, did we?
Yeah, I was saying pulling on the antlers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because that would make it a gay experience as well.
Oh, yeah. You can't use the antlers.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, that makes it twisted. I mean, let's draw the line somewhere.
Unless, of course, you got to realize what he was doing. Was he doing normal? Or, was it what was he using? Was he using like...
I don't know.
He's got
there are a couple of choices on a deer. A
in
dead
defense
deer.
of him, he has big brown deer eyes himself. Maybe
very doe-eyed.
Very doe-eyed. Maybe they I don't know. He looked into that dead doe eye. It looked like it.
Could you see if he was grabbing the antlers and doing it that way?
Oh God!
Like that's even for some reason that's even sicker.
What about the people driving by down the highway?
Yeah. Yeah, there's something you don't see every day.
Did he just kill it? He's trying to tie it to his front bumper. He seemed to be struggling with it.
Because the last thing I could possibly think is that he's trying to have sex with it.
There's no way.
No, you would think, he's struggling with it. He shot it. He hit it with his car.
I would think that the deer attacked him. You know, when they do that front hoof thing and
very
knocked
dangerous.
off his belt, and maybe his pants came down.
Pants fell down because of the deer hooves hitting his pants.
Yeah.
He's struggling with it.
Yeah.
He just taken some Cialis.
Right.
He was a little aroused.
He's on his way home.
Yes.
Has some problems, but he's on his way home to his loving wife. And as the car pulled up to see him, he had just snapped the deer's neck. And that's why the deer was dead. In a battle for his own life.
This is how the lawyer's going to present it. And he's going to be looking down at the courtroom floor, muttering the whole time, rubbing his forehead.
Just knowing they're not buying this.
You know, some dope drove by, too, and said, that's such a weird way to put a deer on a roof of a car. He's pushing and pulling at the same time. That's not going to work.
Pushing.
Hello, physics class.
Right. I wonder if I should stop and help.
Yeah, you need a hand there, buddy.
Right.
What about his family?
No, I'm fine.
His family's got to come down and bail him out, just like, I'm arrested. What'd you do? Drunken ballroom fight? Sexual assault. Oh, no, don't worry. It wasn't human.
Yeah, it wasn't a person, and it wasn't even alive. So don't get on me.
In a deer.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
In a ditch.
I don't know. I guess, deers can have, some sexy lines about them,
Yeah. Alive. Kind of cute.
It might have been...
big eyes.
Do Don't they call deer male deers, and then they're all deers, I guess.
They're all deer,
And then
but
you
then
got
there's
the
a
does.
buck and a doe.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm trying to make this
Hope
story
it was
gay.
a doe.
I'm just trying to make this story
If it was a buck, oh boy.
All right, that's how we
The
end.
headline would have been different.
Yeah.
Bill Burr, thank you
Yeah,
so
they
much.
used a different pun.
Yeah, that's not, you know they all did that one.
Of course they did, but it didn't pass the censors.
Really fast, we talked about this when it happened. Remember the guy that had sex with the dead deer on the side of the road?
What?
Who could forget? What?
It's not rape, it's dead.
How do you end on that?
A 20-year-old man received probation. That's all I got for that. There's something going on in this guy's head.
She gave it to me.
Oh.
Newark Bears.
Oh,
Mary,
Newark,
I'm wearing your
the
jacket.
Newark Bears jacket. Nice.
Newark Bears.
Yeah. This is what she thinks is being dressed up for Paul McCartney. She's going to meet Paul McCartney.
What? Really?
Yep.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Please,
I
I'm
would
going
love
to
to
picture
meet
that.
him.
Yep.
Of course, you'd love to meet him. He's one of the great Beatles.
Yeah. And
I
Marion,
met him once.
and Marion's not jealous.
Marion, you're not jealous. You're happy for her.
You gotta get Bon Jovi in the studio.
Bon.
How do you
Yeah,
take
Bon
the
Jovi,
Beatles
right.
and go, we got to get Bon Jovi in studio?
Who does that?
McCartney is no Bon Jovi.
Right.
She's a true Jersey girl.
Yeah, she really is.
Marion, how fast were you going when you hit the curb, you think?
I was going about 20, but I didn't.
My God.
Marion.
That's not an accident when you're going 20.
Exactly.
She's got a need for speed.
She lost control
Just
of
a
the
line of
car.
angry
That's
people behind her all laughing when she went straight.
They're all bearing left. Old fucking hippo plowed straight ahead with her Simpsons wig.
Who loses control of a car going 20 miles an hour?
An ox, that's who.
I didn't see the curve that was in front of me.
Oh,
Which was a
no.
cliff.
Sun.
Yeah.
Oh, the sun, right.
Like you guys never got into a car accident.
Good point, Marion.
Good, yeah, good. I wish it was like a Thelma and Louise moment.
I got into car accidents.
All right, it's
Oh,
not
she
about
did.
you.
It's all about her. I bet you did.
I'm only saying, I really.
What kind of car accident, man?
What happened?
Make sure your story's better than Marion's.
Now,
Go
were
ahead.
you driving or were you in the trailer
Go
with your
ahead,
head out the
selfish.
back?
I was driving.
What? Well, give us the details.
Usually would happen on a highway. When I,
Again, why wouldn't you blather on?
Why would you wait? What, Marion?
What are you guys going on vacation? You guys
Hold on with the pertinent questions.
Well, that's an amazing question.
Yeah, can you
We're 2
hold
days
on?
from Christmas. Why don't you try to figure it out?
Yeah. Churchill was going to tell his car accident story.
Right.
Go on a cruise, guys.
What?
she's going on
Go on a
another
cruise.
cruise.
All right, she did already. She had an accident.
That's the one.
Great.
All right. Look,
And I'm going again.
that's great. Lady Di, tell us about your car accident.
Usually
Where's
they
your
happen.
cruise?
Usually they happen on highways.
Usually.
I have gotten into 2 car accidents.
9 out of 10 times.
on a highway.
But I was in the middle of a gymnasium after I crashed through the wall.
90% of the time, you're on highways.
Why are you counting?
I'm counting the accidents that I had.
Oh, boy. She's up to
Yeah,
4.
I'm right here.
She's up to 4.
No. 3. I had 3 accidents.
Right.
No,
What was your best accident?
my best one. But when I wrecked my Pontiac Firebird and it was totaled.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
What are the details?
Oh, God.
Why can't these people give
I
details?
saw that one. It was called fucking
What kind of
Smokey and the
details? I
Bandit
ran into
2.
another car.
Old Deloise.
I ran into an SUV.
Why? Why did you run into the SUV?
The PIG hit the SUV.
SUV coming.
What?
Do you want me to explain the detail?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The Pontiac Firebird, my car, okay?
Hmm.
I was going down the street called South Avenue, and all of a sudden the SUV was,
Bum,
came
bum,
right in front of me, and I
eastbound
hit
and
it head on.
down. Loaded
Oh, you
up and
T-boned
trucking.
him.
We're
Did you go
gonna
through a
do-
light?
No, there was no light there.
So whose fault was it?
Actually, it was both our faults.
Oh.
I'm serious. It was both our faults.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, because this lady, she just came out of nowhere from a driveway, and
Right.
boom, I hit her. So it was both
How
our
many
faults.
beers did you have that day? You can tell us.
Oh, I don't remember.
She doesn't know whose fault it was, but
Yeah.
can't remember how many beers she had, but it was both our fault.
Yeah, it's both our faults as you drunkenly. Go ahead,
What?
it's your turn already. Why would you wait while someone's talking?
What'd you say?
And then when you ask her what,
That was.
You're like a
was long
fucking
time ago.
cannonball in a Hummel store.
This was a while ago.
all right, but Marion, what?
That was a very long time ago that she did that.
Thank you.
Oh, well, thank God.
And
Well,
I
obviously,
miss my-
she's changed her life since then.
I miss my
It's
Firebird.
so obvious to all of
I do
us.
miss that car.
I'm sure. I'm sure
Yes, I
it's
do.
in a better place. Believe me.
Yeah, I do miss that car.
You missed it?
So did you get hurt in the accident?
So go visit it at the
no,
junkyard.
no one got hurt in the accident. Nobody got hurt.
Are you glad the car got totaled?
No.
Did your airbag go off, or did you use your big
I
belly?
didn't have, it's a 1984 Firebird. It didn't have any airbags in it.
No airbags.
No. So the
belly.
The belly helped you. Probably saved you.
Yeah, maybe. Could be.
What did you
Did the cops show up?
No.
Why? That sounds like an accident the cops should have
You
been.
probably had the insurance covered and everything, right?
Yeah.
Were you
Oh,
happy or
of course,
sad?
sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was sad that I lost my car.
You were.
Yeah.
Do you miss it?
Yes.
Oh.
What about the beer in your hand? Were you able to save
I
that?
don't drink and drive like that. I don't.
Like that.
Like that.
She takes it literally. Like I don't tip my head back.
Right.
What's that?
Save me. Save me.
Oh, Lady Di, you're doing great. What are you talking
We're trying to save you. That Blackfish, that documentary.
Hi, Marion said, "How are you?"
You missed the Firebird.
Yeah.
Colin Marion's trying. All right.
Hi, Marion.
It was a red Firebird, and I missed that car.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
A lot.
Christmas, Happy New Year, too. I love you. Miss you.
You too, honey. I can't believe you're not in here, but I understand.
Yeah.
Work has to take
Well,
priority.
Hey, listen, I hope you're around there around February 9th. I'm going to be there for my 50th birthday.
We're gonna.
Yes,
be
you're
around
only
February 9th?
50? When's the
I'm gonna
birthday
be
bash?
50. February 11th. I'm going to be 50.
You're only
Wow.
50?
That is a rough 50.
What day is February 9th?
Who cares? It's after February 8th.
It's February.
Dude, was she in her 30s when we met her?
Probably.
That
Yeah.
Friday is the 7th. The 9th is when I'm going on a cruise.
Oh,
That's it.
well,
They got the
maybe.
Achille Loro suite.
Am I out of
Wait a minute.
Am I out of line to think that Sam should put together some kind of
Good, thank you.
birthday
That's good.
party on the show for
Maybe
you?
a big 50th.
You guys want to go on a cruise with me and my husband?
No, but I think we should have a party here at the studio for you.
Oh.
These guys would be glad to pay for it.
Hold
I can put that together.
on 1 minute there, Marion. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
Sounds
Hold
like
on.
a bash.
Sooner be
Hold
me
on a
Andrea
second.
Doria
What do
than
you
a
want me to
cruise with
say?
her.
Hi, who's this?
Hello.
Who's this?
That's Sandy Kane.
What?
Sandy Kane.
Yes.
Why did you sue us a million fucking times?
Yeah, because I'm a bitter bitch. That's why.
Well,
All right.
What'd she say?
I'm a bitter bitch.
All right, that's a good answer, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good.
Yeah, so I'm trying to deal with it.
What?
I'm in therapy now, so I'm trying to deal with my anger.
All
Hi,
right.
Sandy. How you doing?
All right.
Are you doing okay, Sandy?
We kind of.
I'm doing all right, but I wanted to come to this party today.
oh boy.
It's going to be about the Christmas party.
You know,
It's hard to say no to on Christmas time of year, time of forgiveness.
we're gonna have to pat you down for weapons, though.
Well, Opie on the radio said somebody was left out, and I felt that was me.
More people that think we're talking to them directly. Great.
Do you
Tin
miss?
foil on her head?
Do you miss us?
I definitely miss you guys.
Oh.
I gotta admit, I had to chuckle the third time you made us go down in the courts.
Yeah, well,
She wouldn't show for this ridiculous lawsuit she brought against us, and she made us go down there 3 times
had to keep
before
going.
the judge finally said, "All right, this is over." All right, come. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, come on in.
All right.
It's the
How you
season
doing,
for
Sandy?
forgiving.
Marion and I say happy holidays.
All right, hold on, Sandy Kane. You can come in today. We have to pat you down for weapons.
Wow.
That's huge. Come on in.
All right, come on in.
What do you have for this party you're putting on?
What?
A monster.
Obviously, yeah.
This is it.
We're gonna have a pig roast.
Oh.
Guess who the pig is?
Hello?
it
Marion.
ain't gonna be me. I lost weight.
You lost weight, did you?
Ain't
I
gonna be
lost
me.
more
I
weight.
lost more weight.
How much weight have you lost?
About 15, 20 pounds almost.
Wow.
Am I connected?
Yes, you're connected.
I don't think so.
No, I don't either.
Diana, you guys
Never
are
have
good.
wiser words been spoken.
What'd you say? I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear what you said.
I gotta flex to the gym.
Talk into the thing.
Microphone.
Talk into the microphone.
What is she doing? She's like
What?
flailing up the
Microphone. Is it
cord.
connected?
What are you doing?
What'd you say?
What?
The microphone, is it connected?
She's insane. Anybody
You're
hear her?
talking into it, and you have headphones
Okay.
on.
All right. What?
Jesus Christ.
What'd you say?
Start walking more and get your butt to the gym. Exercise.
Yeah. Okay.
She can't. She's
I
drunk.
got it.
She falls down.
When you get older, that fat is going to turn to flab.
She is
right.
older.
That fat is going to turn to flab.
Got to be careful.
So, fat's okay. You just don't want it to be flab.
Yeah.
It's true.
When you
As
get
you
older,
get
that could
older,
happen.
Get old.
everything turns to, that's why it's better to exercise and work out when you can.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Lady Di, is that just Coca-Cola or a little something in
Nobody
it?
can deny that.
Coca-Cola.
A
That's
little
it.
something?
Hey, you want a donut, Lady Di? We got donuts, Carl.
No.
Some
I know,
Dunkin',
I heard.
Dunkin' Donut unopened. That's good. Keep
That's
coffee in
from
your hand.
Bobo's caught in the
Bobo's still out there.
Bobo's caught in the vortex.
You're going to bring them any donuts?
You want a donut, Di? You have some breakfast.
No, they already have donuts here.
I thought you would have put them.
That's what I'm
Do
offering
you want to have a donut?
No.
What do you hear?
I don't know.
She's
No,
Wait,
I'm not
Marion's
drunk.
trying to say
And then
something.
Marion's
Marion.
just
Yeah.
babbling underneath this whole thing.
Go ahead, Marion. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
I thought Diana would have brought you guys something for Christmas.
Like a carrier
So you guys
signal.
invited her up
It's just
there.
there.
You didn't bring us anything for Christmas? Marion is very upset.
No, I didn't bring anything. I'm sorry. Should I have brought something? I don't know.
Yeah, Diana, you should have got at least a gift card or something for the dog.
She already
that's
got those
all right.
$25 gift
She-
cards for the other people.
She did.
No, I didn't. I brought him checks.
No,
Oh.
you brought
You
us.
wrote Opie and Anthony.
You obviously brought us
No.
bed bugs, so we thank you for that.
The what?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You live with bed bugs, right, Lady Di?
No, I don't.
And lice, probably.
No, I don't.
Looking at that hair.
You have had lice, right?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, you've been living in
Have
that.
you?
All right.
I do not. No.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
No.
Hold on a second. Someone wants to say hi to Lady Di. Can you hear Lady Di?
Yes, I can.
All right, hold on one second. This guy wants to say hi to you. Hello, sir.
Yeah, this fucking lady guy is pissing me the fuck
Lady
off.
I think I know who this is.
I know who this is.
You shut the fuck up, mister, and listen to me.
All right,
You
listen,
fucking
sir.
drunk,
Listen,
you
ma'am.
fall in your house.
Oh.
Get him.
Listen, ma'am. What are you doing?
Oh.
Yeah.
Listen
Come
to me.
on.
One
Yeah,
of your
miss.
son came in
Turnabout's
and you
fair
were laying
play.
on the floor, and one of your
I
balls
wasn't
were
laying on
hanging
the
out.
floor. I said I fell on my
All right?
knee.
You're a fucking mess, all right?
Yeah,
you
thank you.
for a job instead of fucking driving your car around.
What
And
are you
didn't
talking
hit
about,
a
driving my
curb.
car? What?
Look at you. You hit a wall. Look at your face, mister. You fucking slob. You know,
You're not a nice person, are you?
Oh,
my
no.
name is Lady Guy, and I am an alcoholic. Say it.
Why do you want me to say that?
Are you an alcoholic?
Yes, I am. I admit it.
Job in the
She is
morning.
admitting
You
it.
idiot.
All right, hold on. Now Marion's getting really pissed off.
Fucking fat
Who's
fuck.
this idiot on the phone?
I think I know who it is.
Oh,
You don't know who it is. Just shut the fuck up and get a job at the mall.
Marion,
Your fucking family.
Who's this
You're a
idiot?
fucking
Hey,
mess,
Bob.
sir.
Bob.
Listen, dude, shut
Stop
the
it.
fuck up and listen to me. I'm trying to help you here.
What's
all right?
wrong with you?
all
What's
right.
wrong with me? I'm not laying on the fucking floor with
I'm
my
not laying on
balls
the
out
floor
when my
either.
kid walks in, you fucking mess.
She's not laying on the floor, Bob.
Who is this idiot?
Collins.
I think-
All right,
I
hold
think
on.
it's-
Let me hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Right now.
Bob, Marion wants to talk to you, which is Lady Di's best friend, and she's on the line with you right now. Go ahead, Marion.
her,
What do you want to
Marion.
say?
Hey, Bob, how are you? Hey, listen, have you ever had any problems in your life?
No, not until I
Oh, you know
fucking
what?
met that
Thank
guy.
God you don't have any problems, but you know what? You sound like a real asshole.
Good one, Marion. Good. Good.
Diane goes up to the
Take on
studio.
both you fucking
You guys
guys.
call up a
I'll
rap.
take on both you fucking guys. You guys
We're
think
not
you're fucking
guys,
tough?
ma'am.
Bunch of fucking alcoholics
Hey,
running
Bob,
around with
when's
your
the last
fucking
time you
dicks
did a
out.
comedy act?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so this one we can heckle on you too.
Yes.
When's the last time you were in New Brunswick? When's the last time you did a show?
Oh.
Don't do anymore.
Probably about 20 years ago.
I'm with him.
Scratching your nuts, fucking jerking off, sir. Both of you guys think you're fucking badass. You're two bloated pieces of shit.
Go ahead, keep on
Marion's
going,
like
keep
an
on going.
attack dog.
Get a job, fatty. Get a job. Listen, sir, get a fucking job. Get off the fucking booze and stop being a fucking loser.
Bob, I think you need a job.
Wow.
Wow. Fucking like
When's the last time you went out and did a show, hon?
Ooh.
Hun.
I said about 20 years ago, the way he sounds.
Good one. Damn it, lady. That was great.
That was a good
Good
one.
job, lady.
Very pertinent.
Washed up comedian.
I do more fucking shows than you.
Oh, now he's on the defensive. She did it. This is fucking.
Are you the one?
Marion's no one to fuck with.
Are you the one that was married 3 times?
Put him
sir?
right on the defensive.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was married 3 times.
And what did you do wrong the other 2 times?
Oh, man.
What? The last time he did a show at Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club in Point Pleasant.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Damn.
December 27th.
He's answering.
I love it. She wins.
For the plug.
Got him. She got him.
When's the last time you did a show at Caroline?
Weekend. Why don't you come down? I'll get you a fucking
What
beer.
about the comedy festival? You involved with that? Were you
Oh.
involved with that this year?
Oof.
I don't think so. I didn't see your name in the paper.
I didn't see it in the paper.
I didn't see anything about your name.
Marion doesn't play. God.
Marion is a vicious
Yes,
attack
dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, most guys are like that.
She kicked him to the curb and then she ran her car into it.
If you're Immaculate,
You fucking alcoholics. You two are perfect together.
I'm not an alcoholic. I don't drink.
Oh.
You don't
You're not the right
drink. Get the
person.
fuck
No,
out
she
of
doesn't
here.
drink like I do.
Anymore.
You gotta.
Get about her.
I got news for you. I do not drink anymore. So if I were you, I'd shut
Anymore.
up.
Whoa.
Anymore. Yeah,
You don't know me. You never met me. So if I were you, I would shut the hell up because I haven't met you, my foot would go up your ass.
Whoa!
Wow.
Wasn't it, mister, huh? You're into
woman
some
does
gay
not
sex,
drink.
aren't you, mister? You fucking creepy fucking guys. I fucking hate you.
I'm sorry, Bob, but I think you lost this one. I
Right?
think Bob Levy lost that one. I'm sorry. Marion, bravo. Marion!
Good, Marion. Very
Good job, Marion.
I don't drink anymore.
You don't take shit from nobody.
I
No, she doesn't. She never did.
Never did, right?
Oh, she never did.
Yeah, never did.
All right, I think it's time for a Christmas song, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I
Are
really
we all
do.
going to sing?
Well, no, we got Dennis Falcone. He's DJing the party today. Go ahead, Dennis. It's all yours. Hold on, Marion. Hold on.
I forgot
Hold
the words
on.
to the song.
Oh, we got to bring some
course you
warmth
did.
back to the party. So let's get that Christmas spirit and that Christmas feeling going one more time. From 1979, Mr. McCartney is in the building today. So in his honor, let's enjoy a wonderful Christmas time.
The moon is out,
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, there she goes.
spirits up. We're here tonight,
That was pretty good.
and that's enough.
Everybody sing.
Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. The party's up,
That's good.
the feeling's here.
Oh.
That only comes this time of year.
Here we go.
Simply having a wonderful Christmas time.
Yeah.
Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. A choir of children sing their song. They practice all year long.
Wrong, stupid.
How about McCartney's wrong?
I call it the John.
Ding that, ding that, ding that. All right, we're going to go to break.
Let's be honest. Thank God for John Lennon.
Actually, we shouldn't,
It's terrible.
we shouldn't go to break if
You don't
we
like
still
that
have
song?
Marion. Marion, when do you have to work?
Huh?
When do you have to go to work?
She's
Now.
ready.
Oh, you're already at work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Secret location, secret job she's got.
Absolutely.
We might have to let you go, but can you call us back?
Yeah. What time?
10:30.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
10:30.
Wow. We're up to a jump start today.
Jesus.
You won't even be there.
We'll call you back in a little while. How's
All right,
that?
Marion.
All right. We got to
Yeah,
take
they
a
gotta
break.
go on break.
All right.
Bye.
Lady Di's here. Colin Quinn's here.
And
Dennis Falcone is DJing the party. What?
wait till you find out what's going on behind the scenes.
Oh, I
a
see
couple
a
of people are
picture.
making friends.
Oh, wow.
Mike Bichetti.
on the way.
Oh, boy.
Sandy Kane's on the way. She sued us. We had to go down the courts
When I
3
went
times.
downstairs,
Someone's not
when I was
happy about
coming
that,
in-
by the way.
Who?
Just got the text.
From who?
Hi, Kenny.
Clubby.
Oh, what's up, Clubby?
Clubby said he's not happy.
She'll be fine.
Doesn't think it's a good idea.
Why?
How you doing, Mike?
Oh, because why?
Why? Mike. It's in line with everything else we do, isn't it?
You're talking to a photo on a computer screen.
What are you doing?
I think
she just yelled
between the lines.
He can hear me. He can hear me out there.
Somebody's missing.
Oh.
Bobo and
Mike and Bobo can hear
She
me.
yelled at the computer, "How you doing?"
No,
Mike?"
she's waving at the computer like that's video.
Like it's video
like
phone.
live. Yeah.
It's not a video.
It's,
I know.
it's just a photograph.
You want?
know.
Yeah.
Would you go out with Mike Bichetti?
No, I don't think so.
Why? Just sex?
I don't know.
Just casual sex. What's the matter with you?
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe a
I don't know.
little sex.
I don't know the guy that well.
You're two melons in a pod.
Oh, you're saving yourself a Colin, right?
Oh,
that's more like it.
She does like Colin. You'd have sex with Colin, right, Lady Di? Be honest. Be honest about it. Be honest.
She's getting all girly.
You're making me blush.
That was just your alcoholism.
Can we smell your pussy today?
Oh, God.
No, you cannot do that.
Whoa! I like that little answer.
Actually, E-Rock's not here
Little
today,
lie.
so
No,
I
you
don't know if we can
cannot
get
do
that done. All right, Dennis, play us out when we get back. Mike Bichetti and Bobo join the party, and Sandy Kane.
Yes.
And Sandy Kane.
What a nice.
Kenny doesn't want
Kenny's
this.
like some food up in his motherfucking.
Kenny, why don't you want this?
Kenny texted, I don't think it's a good idea.
It's the season
Let's put it
for
this way, Kenny.
forgiving.
It's the voice of reason.
Right.
How many more times you want to go down to the courthouse?
I was kind of entertained, to be honest with you.
Because guess what?
It was
Getting
fun.
in here is easy. Getting out of here is hard.
Right.
I personally think that if she calls up and says, "Look, I want to come back in," and I don't think there'll be an issue because she's calling, requesting to come in, and
How about the fact that when I got there to check in, the girl behind this goes, "Naked cowgirl was just here trying to get up."
Oh, really? So they know. See, she's made a name for herself.
Yeah,
I think it's hilarious that she just called the show. She sued us. We had to go down to the courts 3 times. They finally gave up on the case because she wouldn't show.
Yeah.
And she admitted that she's a bitter bitch. That's hilarious to me.
man. Yeah, I'm busy, man. She's had some rough times, you know.
Oh,
she can be very entertaining.
Yeah.
When she's talking to hot girls and critiquing their body, there's nothing that makes me
That
happier
was funny.
than her shitting on hot chicks. She's the best.
She'll shit on Lady Di, which will be fun too. Kenny, I think we have to do this one.
Yeah, she's.
It's the last show of the
fiddling
year.
with
We
that
have to.
Take care of yourself, man.
It's up to you. You just can't help yourself.
I'll never forget that song
The man who's dealt with
that she sang
sociopaths.
about Jerry
And understands-
Seinfeld.
What?
What song?
That song she sang about Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry, baby. That one.
Oh,
that was a
yeah.
while ago, though.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Based on
No one
the
knows
Frankie
what you're
Valli
saying.
song. Jerry,
All right, Dennis, take us to break. We'll figure this shit out.
I'm pretty sure it was that.
Talk to us.
I know you said there's no dance floor, but in my mind, there's always a dance floor. So we got to keep this party going with one of the biggest songs of this past year. Robin Thicke and those blurred lines. And Pharrell is in the house on the Opie and Anthony Christmas party celebration.
The Opie and Anthony Show, Sirius XM.
For the Opie and Anthony Christmas celebration. Do it. Get your hands up. Make some noise for the boys. Yeah. Sing it like you shake it for me. Come on now.
Lady Di, make noise.
Lady Di, get a microphone. By the way, Sam is telling me there's a lot of pictures going up on our.
Yeah, if you go to O&A Show on Twitter, we're taking photos of like all the
Behind the scenes shit.
Yeah, all the guests that are on deck. So the first photo.
Sandy Kane has arrived, who we haven't talked to in a couple of years because she sued us.
Multiple times.
And made many death threats, by the way, on voicemails. And there's a picture of her on O&A Show. And Colin says she looks like a little kid.
It's O&A Show on Twitter.
O&A Show, sorry, yes, on Twitter. All right.
And don't forget that Lady Di has a plug she has to get in.
What?
Yeah, I do. I have a plug I got to give them.
What
Rich
happened?
Foss is going to be at Yaklov's tonight.
What?
Rich Foss.
But we're not
It's
talking
gonna-
about Rich Foss. How
I know,
did this
but
come about?
Yeah, what the
told me on
fuck?
Twitter to
Fucking Rich.
Fucking Rich is using you to plug his
I don't
gigs.
see it as using me. I just
do.
doing a favor.
That's kind of brilliant.
Fucking boss.
That's
That
too
figures.
smart for Rich, I think.
Yeah, that was probably
That's
Bonnie.
too smart. That might have been
Well,
Bonnie.
he knew I was coming on the show, so.
Oh, well, who
Well,
didn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, the word was out that you were coming in today. It's a big deal for everybody.
Yeah, I know.
And you were talking about exercising, I noticed, during the break. What was that again?
3 years after I had my son, I started to jog.
Okay.
Every other day around
Where
8
to the
miles.
deli?
No, I'm serious. I started
well,
to
of
jog,
course.
and I lost a lot of weight just by doing that.
So then what happened?
Yeah.
Isn't your son like 20-something years old?
My favorite drink back then was vodka, and I used to drink at night. It was not beer.
Not in a day like
So this
now.
is what happens when you drink a lot of beer.
Right. Dennis, to you?
Got a little Jay-Z to rock this out. I know Sam, the man, loves some Jay-Z. The Punjabi MC is in the house. Beware the boys.
Nephew's in the house.
Everybody looking good.
All right, listen.
No multicultural Christmas celebration.
I guess you should probably keep tab on all of our Twitters and whatnot, because I'm posting pictures too up here. I just posted a beautiful picture, a close-up finally of Lady Di looking sexy. She put
I
her
look
sexy
sexy
face
today?
on.
Thank you.
Sam, if you could go to my Twitter, so we can
Anthony
show everybody.
Cumia.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see my latest picture that I popped up there. Look at
my
that.
God.
That's a big Jim Norton shirt.
Oh, my God.
there.
Wait.
Oh, no.
She's put her bedroom.
Oh, no.
She has a bedroom eye on.
Wait, who's she look like?
The fat one from Facts of Life?
No.
The fat one from Godfather? The fat one from
Yeah, Luca Brasi.
Luca Brasi.
I also posted a very good picture
let's
of
see.
Colin howling with the enchanting die behind him.
Oh, I'd like to see that one.
It's on my. It's a great photo too.
Let's see Jimmy
Let's see that
Norton's.
Looks like O&A show is going to be doing some retweeting.
Oh,
There you
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ant got the glamour shot. I got the live action.
Oh,
That's a good picture. That's a better picture.
Why is that a better picture?
Because I don't have it.
It doesn't show your bedroom eye.
Yeah, but it shows your giant belly.
While we're looking at people reacting to Lady Di,
Yeah.
O&A show on Twitter just captured this Club Soda Kenny reaction to Lady Di. He couldn't be less amused.
Very festive.
It looks like
That's the
there's
first time I ever saw you
and give me
smile.
shelter
Not smiling.
when the Hell's Angels watching Mick Jagger.
Kenny really doesn't want us to have Sandy Kate on the show.
He's nervous. That's all.
Kenny,
He's on record saying,
Kenny
as the
has
main
dealt
security
many
guy
years.
here,
You guys have a microphone
that we should
for
not
her?
have Sandy Kane.
This is a
in
hunch
studio.
Kenny has. That police
Yes.
hunch.
Kenny's gut is telling us all.
We got to pat her
Yeah,
down at
his
least.
gut.
Although she probably laughs at that because she can make a weapon out of anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, Sam, what are you saying about this Taylor broad?
Well, we had her in last on Tequila and Donut Day, but she does a show called Wake Up with Taylor on Stars.
Oh, I remember her.
Yeah. She's got an open door policy today. She's posted flyers and stuff in the hallways. She's doing her own Christmas party on the air.
Okay.
And she wants everybody to stop by. So I figured I'd bring Lady Di over.
That's great. Absolutely. Opie's got the flyer there.
Bring me over to where?
We're going to bring you to another radio show that's doing another Christmas
All
party.
right, why don't you do that right now?
Okay.
Do that right now.
All right.
It's
I'll
basically
go, Lady Di.
that you leave outside.
That's the show right there. Okay, we're all set up to do this.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a party over there.
I don't know. We got some drinks.
We'll get some drinks for you.
You guys look like you're having a ball over here.
It really is a party.
Yeah.
I
This
love
looks
it.
great. Don't you, New American Degenerate shirt?
Oh, yeah.
Mars thought he just came up with something. He was excited to show me that Lady Di looks like Throw Mama from the Train. But no
Oh,
one
my
thought of
God.
that yet.
Oh, yeah,
So
she does
thank
that.
you for that,
Right,
Mars.
wow,
Wow.
never-
You're right,
Never
1980.
got that one.
But I'll tell you, that other picture,
Yeah.
that other adorable picture,
Yeah.
that looks like somebody, and we got to nail who it
Yeah,
is.
I can't figure out who
Well,
that
I
looks
I
like.
just saw her as like a 14-year-old girl in that other
Oh,
picture
wow.
you guys took.
Oh,
That's where my choir was supposed to be like, hey. But they didn't, but I forgot to tell
Did you see the show?
Yeah.
Coquito.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why.
oh.
Wait. Oh,
You're
it feels we
getting
go.
drunk.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
A bunch of degenerates over there. No, I'm kidding. I like
We
forced
got to
them
get back to
drink.
Rikers right after the show.
This is channel 106, I think we're listening
no,
to.
Sam's coming in.
Okay, here we go.
Weird person.
And if you asked for this, you're
I said
filming.
Sam, Rick,
Keep,
I said to Sam.
protect these people.
I said to Sam, bring the weirdest person you can find. I
Well,
think
that's the
mission
7 things you need to know before you go. Brought to you by.
They realize that's the least weird person that's in here.
Hello.
Yeah,
Welcome to the
Merry
party. Welcome to the
Christmas.
Christmas party. Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Hi, Kenny.
Oh God, I'm so pretty today. I'm so happy I'm on camera. Great. Can't wait to hear what
It's
the
good to see you guys.
O
Happy
and A
holidays.
fans have to say about the way I look today. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy
Do
holidays.
you guys?
Hi, Sam.
Do you guys know Lady Di?
No.
Lady Di, introduce yourself.
My name is Diana. They call me Lady Di. They've been calling me that ever since a long time ago.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
Like
Happy
Lady Di,
holidays.
like Princess Diana, kind of.
Yeah,
magic.
like that.
Tell them about your knee.
Oh, I hurt my knee.
How'd you hurt your knee?
I fell.
How'd you fall?
Just now, or were you?
I fell at home. I had too much beer to drink, and I fell at home, and I hurt my knee.
Lady Di does not drink beer.
Yeah, I do.
Well, the real Lady Diana would not drink beer.
What's your brand?
Natty Ice.
Shut
We
up.
don't have any natty
Oh,
ice
by
here.
the way, Rich Voss is going to be at Yankees tonight. I just want to let everybody know Rich Voss is going to be there. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I
all
think
these
it's 8
girls
o'clock
are gonna
tonight,
show
right?
up.
Could be.
Lady Di, I have a question for you. What is for you too much natty ice?
What's for me too much natty
Yeah,
ice?
like what gets you to the point of falling?
20.
On the nose.
Yeah.
20 natty ice.
What time of day do you start drinking?
As soon as I get up.
What time do you stop?
I do. Maybe 7 or 8 o'clock.
She's
And
killing
that's
over there.
when you okay, and then when you stop
When do I stop?
drinking.
Oh, the question.
When you go to sleep, yeah.
No, actually, I don't
passes
pass
out.
out.
Oh, I'm sorry to offend you.
Lady Di, tell them what you do
it's
for
all
a
right.
living.
You're not offending
Tell
me.
them
I'm
what you
just
do for
telling
a
the truth.
living.
Huh?
Tell them what you do for a living.
What I do for a living, nothing. I don't have a job right now.
Right now.
okay.
I used to work
Hard
at a brewery a long
10
time
years.
ago.
Shocking.
How long has it been?
How long has it been since I worked there?
All
Since
right, with the
2002.
Right.
Oh, so you had
A lot of
it's been
years.
I had
little
jobs
bit,
after that.
It's
Yeah,
been,
yeah.
it's been
I had
hard
jobs
times.
after that.
Okay, but how long have you been like completely
Yes,
like
yeah.
unemployed?
Yeah, where's the Family Dollar application?
I would say like maybe about over 4 years.
Over 4 years.
So
So
I was collecting unemployment
Okay.
and stuff
how
like
much
that.
do you get for unemployment?
I was not really that much.
Like just tell me.
Ah man, I forgot. Let me see.
Forgot.
No, every I don't know, maybe about $185 every 2 weeks.
Righteous
Oh my
buck.
God.
That's not much.
If
Well, I
you
do
got,
have a roommate though.
Yeah.
what's your
I do
roommate's
have
name?
well, my roommate name is Bill.
Is he also a
Roommate
lover?
name is Bill.
My
No.
roommate name.
You have an
He's a
arrangement,
roommate.
though. You have an arrangement, though. Tell them
what?
about the arrangement.
Yeah, you
This is gold.
What the arrangement? What arrangement?
Blowies. Blowies.
No, I don't do that. I don't know where you got that idea from. We don't do that.
What's the arrangement?
Well, there's
Who's
been.
telling the truth here? Who's lying?
I don't lie. And Lady Di is a
Yes.
confirmed unemployed alcoholic, so you can probably believe me.
You
Correct?
I wonder if that would pass off as if I could collect Social Security from that.
From blowies?
No, not from that.
What are you doing for the holidays?
What am I? I'm already set for the holidays. We already have our Christmas tree set up, and we're gonna have a few people over. Not too many people. My son's coming
Marion
over.
drove into
Yeah.
it.
The neighbor's coming over. The next door neighbor.
Is your son's dad coming?
No,
What, do you not like him? No.
he's been dead a long time.
I hate you, Sam. You're
Since
Sam's
2001.
bringing
What
it up all
I'm
Yeah,
the
it's
sorry.
Christmas. What
What
happened to
happened?
him?
He put himself in front of a train.
Oh,
Any other questions like that? Why are you asking me
wow.
questions like this?
You know, it's very
Well, Christmas.
interesting. With Sam, Sam and I are such good friends, but
Obviously.
we have such different ideas of what's funny.
It's Christmas. I thought we were telling family stories.
I'm gonna start crying.
Me too.
What are you doing, Lady Di?
I'm trying to think. The phone keeps on saying it's 9:26 Friday.
That's incorrect. It's 8:11. No, it's almost 8:12.
I don't know why.
Well,
Yeah.
Tell them about Marion.
Yeah. Well, she's my best friend. She's been my best friend for 40 years.
I want to know how you guys met, Sam and Lady Di.
We met through the Opie and Anthony show, believe it or not.
You a big fan?
Believe
You have
it
a
or
Jim
not.
Norton t-shirt on, so.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of their
Yeah.
show.
For how long have you been listening for?
Ever since the WW days.
WW. World War II, actually.
NEW days.
I'm sorry. I
Since
just blew snot out my nose.
1999.
So you were working in 1999.
Yes, I was.
Yeah. You had 3
They
more
were on
years.
in the
and then-
afternoons.
Yeah.
And how did you become
You
such
had
close
3
friends
more
with
years
these?
of work.
Strapping men.
Me and Marion went into the studio
I'll
one
be your
day,
best friend, your bestie, and you.
and they liked us, and that was it.
How could they not?
Yeah.
And we're known as the retarded Laverne and Shirley. No, let me tell you something. In the beginning, I was a little insulted by that, but then I got used to it.
Would be.
Then I got used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
wouldn't have gotten to the point where you were not insulted by it anymore?
what? No.
I'm not talking to you, Di.
Tara, don't talk to her like that.
or else Bill's gonna come here and he's gonna have some words for you.
Not unless she does a little something for
Bill
Bill.
doesn't even have XM satellites, so I don't think he doesn't even know.
Lady Di also has this great talent of answering anything that you say facetiously in all seriousness.
Right.
So,
I'm getting
yeah.
that. I'm
Yeah.
understanding that. Well, happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. You too.
Do you know, Lady Di, that they're trying to in some schools they're trying to completely get rid of people saying Merry Christmas? What do you think
What
about
was that?
What up, Jane?
No more
What up,
Christmas. No one's allowed to
Hey,
say
what
at
up,
school
man?
anymore. Merry Christmas. What do you think about that?
What can I tell you? I don't know what to think
What do you
about
think?
that. I don't know what to say.
A lot of opinions about
Man,
this.
I don't
it
even
could
have
be
an
an
opinion.
easier question to ask an opinion on. It's
For
Christmas. It's not
Christmas
even.
leave, you mean, for school?
No, they can't say Merry Christmas in school.
Oh, I don't.
Like kids won't
I
be
don't
able to
see why
say Merry
not.
Christmas to each other.
I don't see why not.
But they're saying they have to ban it. It's not fair to the kids that don't celebrate Christmas.
Oh, well, if that's the case, that's the case. What can I tell you?
You know what
I don't know what to say about that. I mean, you know,
yeah.
I have
my
no say
idea
over
funny
that.
is?
She'd have made a good
What?
trustee
Watching
in
you
Nazi
try
Germany.
to do a radio show.
Hey, whatever. It always
Sitting
happens.
here.
Tried.
You're trying.
Trying hard.
What a dunce.
Did you tell her what my challenge was for you today? Okay.
What is it?
I can't
Tell
say
her,
what I'm
tell
sitting
her.
here. I said to Sam, come stop by the show, and bring
Right.
friends.
Yeah.
And he said, I don't think you can handle the friends
Wait
that
till
I
she
have.
gets a
I
load
said,
of Bobo.
try to
Oh my
bring the
God,
weirdest
Sandy.
person
Oh, yeah,
that you
and
know.
Sandy.
A weird person?
I was just
You call me the weirdest person?
No, I'm bringing the weirdest person later. You're the.
Oh, all right. All right. I was
Wrapping
going to
us up.
You're just
say,
the-
my
yeah,
God.
But I was
Yeah.
going to say,
Uh-huh.
you're not weird at all.
Thank
I
you.
like you, Lady Di. We can chill.
Thank you very much.
And drink natty ice together. I prefer light natty ice. I mean, I prefer light, natty light.
Natty light.
Yes,
Yeah.
you make me a little nervous.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, but I
Natty
like
light.
you. I
Me
like
too.
you.
Everybody has their favorite beer, and that's one of them.
I want to braid your hair so bad.
It would
Yeah,
fall
you
out.
do. There's not that much hair to braid.
When
Oh,
was the last time you washed it?
Be
yeah.
honest.
Last night.
Be honest, Lady Di.
Last night.
Then let me put it in pigtails or something.
It is really
That's what
greasy
best friends
today.
do.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
I
that's
forgot
right.
you have a
That's
best
okay.
friend.
Yeah.
Where is Marion?
She's working.
Oh, does it bother you
Do you
that
get
she
a little
has a
jealous
job?
of her
Yeah.
that she has a job? Yeah. A little jealous?
Yeah, well, no. I don't know.
Does she
I
pay
mean,
for
I
stuff
mean, I
for
could
you?
get a job too, but I really, somebody got to hire me.
Yeah.
I put in applications and stuff like that.
Here
and
she goes.
I'll hire you.
I'm having a hard time,
She lies.
putting in for jobs online. For some reason, I have a hard time doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's called motivation.
No, I mean, I have a hard time, getting through. So this way I can apply for a job.
What do you mean?
I have a hard time getting through
To whom?
to
The
any place
internet.
that I apply on the
Just call
for
them
a
on the
job.
phone or send them an email.
Yeah, well, I can do that. I can do that, but
Lady Di, like you didn't stop by any time to celebrate.
Yeah, thank you
Sure,
so
no
much for
problem.
being part of our holiday
Christmas.
party.
Guys, keep an open mind to this documentary you're about to watch. You feel me? Try to keep an open mind to what you're about to witness. Not this commercial. This documentary is gonna blow a lot of our minds. But don't be thinking I'm a Trump hater, because y'all know I ain't no Trump hater. Let's make America pray again. But this is, it's a conspiracy documentary style deal. You know how we do it over here. Let's watch it with an open mind and see what's up.
Proud to be partnering with my very good friend Lee Greenwood, who doesn't love his song God Bless the USA, in connection with promoting the God Bless the USA Bible. This Bible is the King James Version and also includes our founding father documents, yes, the Constitution, which I'm fighting for every single day, very hard, to keep Americans protected. Also, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance are all part of this God Bless the USA Bible, and it's just very important and very important to me. I want to have a lot of people have it. You have to have it for your heart, for your soul. Many of you have never read them and don't know the liberties and rights you have as Americans and how you are being threatened to lose those rights. It's happening all the time. It's a very sad thing that's going on in our country, but we're going to get it turned around. religion and Christianity are the biggest things missing from this country. And I truly believe that we need to bring them back, and we have to bring them back fast. I think it's one of the biggest problems we have. That's why our country is going haywire. We've lost religion in our country. All Americans need a Bible in their home, and I have many. It's my favorite book. It's a lot of people's favorite book. This Bible is a reminder that the biggest thing we have to bring back America and to make America great again is our religion. Religion is so important. It's so missing, but it's going to come back, and it's going to come back strong, just like our country is going to come back strong. In the end, we do not answer to bureaucrats in Washington. We answer to God in heaven. Christians are under siege. We must protect content that is pro-God. We love God, and we have to protect anything that is pro-God. We must defend God in the public square and not allow the media or the left-wing groups to silence, censor, or discriminate against us. We have to bring Christianity back into our lives and back into what will be again a great nation. Our founding fathers did a tremendous thing when they built America on Judeo-Christian values. Now that foundation is under attack, perhaps as never before. What can we do? Stand up, speak out, and pray that God will bless America again. I'm proud to endorse and encourage you to get this Bible. We must make America pray again. Pray, get educated, get motivated, and stand with me and the legions of Americans asking God to bless our great nation, to bring our great nation back, and to make America great again. I'm proud to partner with Lee in this offering. He's a very special man, both as a talent, but maybe even more so as a human being. He's very, very special. And I think you all should get a copy of God Bless the USA Bible now and help spread our Christian values with others. There you have it. Let's make America pray again. God bless you, and God bless the USA.
To bring back religion and Christianity as we enter the golden age and New World Order. What is the deeper significance of the news calling Trump a phoenix from the ashes? What is the hidden message of Elon Musk and Trump? Novus Ordo Seclorum, 3 verse 1. King Nebuchadnezzar made an image of gold, 60 cubits high and 6 cubits wide, and set it up on the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon.
He's going to make America great again, and we're going to bring back religion into our country. And we're going to bring back religion into our country.
He said that we have to bring back religion. We have to bring back Christianity.
We're going to bring it back, and I really believe it's the biggest thing missing from this country. It's the biggest thing missing. We have to bring back our religion. We have to bring back Christianity in this country.
And I begin to wonder, what kind of worship is Trump thinking about? What kind of religion will Trump introduce? Answer, it will all be based on Project 2025. CNN.com says Trump's master plan for a radical reformation of the U.S. government. During the campaign, Trump tried to distance himself from Project 2025, the controversial and detailed blueprint for a newly reimagined federal government published by the conservatives as the Heritage Foundation in anticipation of a second Trump term. But now that the election is finished and Trump has won, independent.co.uk says MAGA allies say they can finally admit Project 2025 is the agenda for Trump's second term. Matt Walsh says on X, now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, actually Project 2025 is in the agenda, LOL.
The second a Republican gets elected in the first 180 days, they can go in there and clean house. So Project 2025, this ominous, creepy sounding project, will be in full swing. An amalgamation of right-wing think tanks put aside their differences. They got together and released a 920-page document. And in this document, they laid out all the plans moving forward. Here is the mandate for leadership document, the conservative promise, page 621. Sabbath rest, God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest. And until very recently, the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day. Reading on, Congress should encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLS. Say, to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours work on the Sabbath. Communal means shared by all, must be shared to all. That day, reading on, would default to Sunday.
We can be ready to hit the ground running on day one of the next administration.
Make sure that we, as conservatives, are prepared to hit the ground running January 20th, 2025.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to.
Elon Musk tweeted, as Trump will enter into the Oval Office, Novus Ordo Seclorum, which simply means a new world order. What you can also see in the dollar bill. Even the media is headlining that we are entering and dawning into a new world golden age. But they are just saying it in a different way. November 6, 2024, election night on Fox News. Host Lord Trump as Phoenix from the ashes. November 9, 2024. Fox News anchor hails Trump as biggest political phoenix from the ashes in U.S. political history. A phoenix is a mythical creature that represents a transformation, hence a transformation into the new world. And the shocking fact is this: a phoenix in ancient Egypt and in classical antiquity, a fabulous bird associated with the worship of the sun.
It roots back to the history of the United States and surprisingly, a prophetic pattern of worship in the final days. In the $1 bill, you see an eagle facing right with golden wreath, 13 arrows in its talons, a sunburst breaking through the clouds above its head, representing the sun god Mitra. In a large number of lands, the sun is associated not so much with independence, but with the promises it brings in the dawn of a day. Witness Smith, Flags, page 314. In other words, the rising of the sun represents the dawn of a new era of peace and prosperity for the newborn nation. Great Controversy says, at the end, says the imposition of the day of the sun will be understood as the secret to return to the peace and prosperity that the United States once enjoyed when it was founded.
J.D. Vance says that the new administration will be ruthless.
The thing that we have to take away from the last 10 years is that we really need to be really ruthless when it comes to the exercise of power.
And they are now arguing biblical lawmaking
is the most concrete and material gift that we can give to our nation. Laws, indeed, Sabbath laws, Sunday laws that would require a cessation of what? Commerce.
In state blue laws, then you would have to outlaw sports teams on Saturday in order to accommodate Jews for the Sabbath or Muslims, Seventh-day Adventists. So how do you kind of, thread that needle?
Well, we're not obligated to satisfy every group under the sun.
And what will happen to Seventh-day Adventists who are faithful in keeping the Sabbath, the Bible Sabbath, that is?
Privileging of Christianity, because which religion has the Sabbath on Sunday? Well, it's Christianity, and so you're not doing it on Saturday. You're not doing it. So you're explicitly saying this is a Christian land, and we're going to all force you to obey some sort of Christian. And so that's the best critique. And I would just say, that's exactly what it does. I would just one of those things. I'm not going to reject their objection. I'm just going to affirm it. Yes, that's what Christian nationalism is actually saying we're going to privilege the true religion, which is Christianity. And so we are privileging Christian, holy day in a sense. Every, a good Presbyterian, every Sunday is holy. And we're going to do that because we're a Christian nation. That's the idea of Christian nationalism. So I'm not going to retreat to, it's good for all. And so of course, everyone gets the day off.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is an explicit recognition of the kind of of privileging of Christianity.
WashingtonPost.com says, Trump pledges to turn away from those who don't like, quote unquote, our religion. Dear friends, will history repeat itself? In Daniel chapter 3, the golden age of King Nebuchadnezzar, and whosoever does not bow to the golden image will be killed. And now we are entering a golden age, having worship as the central issue. Are we entering modern day Babylon? But the good news, friends, is that Jesus is in the fire in Daniel chapter 3 with the faithful, and they would not bow to the image. Why? Because it is a violation of the second commandment, which the Catholic Church have removed. They attempted to change times and law. Only by looking unto Jesus, we can have fireproof characters. Is it your decision, friends, to reject this man-made worship arising in the final days? Second Corinthians 11:13. For even Satan transformed himself to appear as an angel of light. October 26, 2024, Pope Francis closes synod saying church needs to get its hands dirty to serve the Lord.
Stiamo seduti nella nostra cecità, continueremo a non vedere le nostre urgenze pastorali e tanti problemi del mondo in cui viviamo. E voglio dirlo, forse qualcuno si scandalizza, una Chiesa che si sporca le mani per servire il Signore, una Chiesa che si sporca le mani per servire il Signore.
The expression getting our hands dirty means to be hands-on, but it also means doing something shameful or illegal. A lot of comments saying their hands are dirty enough. Aren't his hands dirty enough? Their hands have been dirty for a long time.
This time to curry favor with Gen Z, or those born between 1997 and 2012. Now, the Vatican has launched an anime mascot, especially for the young. But will all of this work?
VG247.com says, as the Vatican unveils its bizarre new anime girl mascot, we have to ask, is this not a cardinal sin? Floods of comments saying, why is it named Luce or Luce? Is this short for Lucifer? And is that a pitchfork it is holding? New Vatican unveils the official mascot for 2025 Jubilee year. As prep increases and pre-Jubilee events approach, it's designed by Tokidoki creator Simone Legno. His company promotes Pride Month. One urgently commented, hiring an immoral artist to make church art is bad. And it sends a message to the young people to be more open to homosexuality. When they see the art, they will automatically research, look for who made the art, and Rome provided it for them. Indicated in the artwork designed by Tokidoki Simone Legno. It is a company that heavily promotes homosexuality and Pride Month. Graphics like this: Pride, love is love instead of God is love. Anime dolls representing Pride, just like Pride Lulu Unicorno, is here to show the world the beauty of being proud of who you are. Featuring a first look with holographic shine and sparkles, Pride Lulu Unicorno is looking fresh and ready for fun. Always have the courage to be proud of yourself with Pride Lulu Unicorno. This unicorn, on the other hand, promotes how We should love one another, no matter what gender you have. Be proud of it. Spread the light of love wherever the unicorn flies. Come fly with Prisma Unicorno and share your love with the world. Not God's love, your love with the world. How about Sandy Pride? A doll figure is here to show us how to be proud of our uniqueness and individuality. This is the inspiration, the source of inspiration, where Luce, the Vatican mascot, is from. It's the reason why the rosary in the Vatican mascot is multicolored like the pride flag, the rainbow rosary. The book of Revelation speaks about sorcery, pharmakia, and the merchant of it is the Church of Rome, Babylon. Matthew 18 verse 6, but whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it will be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depth of the sea. I'd like you to take a good look at the satanic Baphomet image. You will notice Satan in the middle, naked, and having two children, a boy and a girl by sides. We see the transgender illustration in the Baphomet. This is something that is called Nambola, North American man-boy love. The society is trying to normalize LGBTQ to feed to the children. Just like in other corners in the world, Drag Queen Story Hour shows featuring drag queens reading to young children have proven increasingly popular, but they're also attracting very angry protests. Some churches are embracing drag queens and even inviting them to preach to their congregation. Would you go to see a drag queen at church? Homosexuality will be placed at the spotlight before Jesus returns. Just like in the days of Lot, before destruction comes, Satan will attack the sanctity of the marriage institution created on the sixth day, and next he will attack the Sabbath that is instituted on the seventh day. Then marriage and the Sabbath had their origin, twin institutions for the glory of God in the benefit of humanity. The devil will hurt marriage and then attack the Sabbath by enforcing a mandatory day of worship, as the Sabbath is the sign of God, and his people, the mark of the beast, will be Satan's identification of those who chooses to side with him. The devil is a master in mixing error with truth. As harmless as it seems, an innocent mascot, but with poison inside. It's just a fruit. Take a bite, Eve. And she also gave it to her husband, whether in a form of a serpent or in an anime mascot. God wants us to be vigilant, to watch and pray, protect the young ones, for to be cleansed against the practices of Sodom and Gomorrah, to reflect the image of God in humbleness and walking in God's will. Dear friends, let us create awareness and protect the young generation by pointing them to the image of the invisible God Jesus and not some mascot. We cannot work for the Lord and get our hands dirty at the same time. Psalm 24, 3-4, he that had clean hands and a pure heart, who had not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. Is it your desire, dear friends, to follow the shepherd?
In una università la visione e la consapevolezza del...
In a university, vision and awareness of purpose prevent the Coca-Colization of research and teaching, which would lead to spiritual Coca-Colization.
Coca-Colizzazione spirituale.
Unfortunately, there are many disciples of spiritual Coca-Cola.
I discepoli della Coca-Cola spirituale.
Pope Francis compared the current educational trends with the spread and popularity of Coca-Cola and called for a stop to what he called the Coca-Colization of education. The Pope gave a 1-hour lecture for the annual celebration of the university at the Jesuit-led oldest pontifical university in the world, which is called affectionately in Rome simply La Gregoriana. The Pontifical Gregorian University was founded by the founder of the Jesuit order, St. Ignatius of Loyola, in 1551, and since then has educated 16 popes and 24 canonized saints. This year, Pope Francis has significantly enlarged the university, merging the Jesuit-led Collegium Maximum, the Pontifical Biblical Institute, and the Pontifical Oriental Institute into one Gregorian university.
Nella visione di un'unica università.
Welcoming the Pope, Father Mark Lewis, rector of the university, said that this visit by Pope Francis marks a milestone in the history of the university, and he noted that uniting the missions of the 3 educational centers into one university highlights a commitment to the Church's evolving needs and priorities in the field of education. In his lecture, Pope Francis remarked that education was once a privilege, and this condition has not yet disappeared. So the Holy Father called for the university to carry the scent of the people. The event concluded with awards for several students and a private meeting with a group of Jesuits.
Catholicism is a barrier to progress. How do you explain the Jesuits? Good question, Mike. So who are these Jesuits? The Jesuits are the scientists of the Catholic Church. So yes, the Catholic Church did realize that you need science in order to remain relevant in the world. They opposed science among the masses, but they did cultivate scientists. These were the Jesuit priests. And these priests did not do any actual scientific research. All they did was this. They went to foreign countries, especially the East, and they stole valuable knowledge from there. It is Jesuit priests who stole Indian algebra and trigonometry and calculus, and they brought it to Europe. It is they who stole all the astronomical records that allowed Kepler to put forth his so-called 3 laws of planetary motion. It is the Jesuits who stole all of India's ancient knowledge, which is now passed off as European knowledge and Western knowledge. The Jesuits were thieves. So yes, Jesuits allowed the Catholic Church to progress a great deal. So yes, they were not a barrier to progress for the Catholic Church, but they were agents of colonialism. They were the agents of destruction because they enabled the West to acquire through illicit means the knowledge of the East, which was then repurposed in destroying and colonizing the rest of the world. So they are part of this evil, and they are indirectly responsible for billions of deaths. So yes, they were not a barrier to progress for the West, but they were instrumental in the destruction of the East. And even today you have Jesuits who are active in India. Who's that fellow who died recently? Stan Swami or something. He was a Jesuit. They are still working for the destruction of India. So yes, Mike, you're right. They were not an impediment to progress for the West, but they were instrumental in the destruction of the East. So I think, Mike, you need to stop glorifying evil and stop reveling in the evil that your ancestors have done. You need to accept the facts. I hope this answers your question.
Did you know that Coca-Cola was invented because the Pope loved drinking wine laced with cocaine? In the late 1800s, French chemist Angelo Mariani became intrigued with the leaves of the coca plant and the effects they had on those who consumed them. He invented Vin Mariani, a tonic mixture of Bordeaux wine and cocaine leaves. The alcohol of the wine acted as a solvent to extract the cocaine from the coca leaves, producing a strong drink containing up to 7.2 milligrams of cocaine per ounce. Pope Leo XIII enjoyed this drink so much, he was known to carry it around in a personal hip flask and even appeared in advertising for the drink. He later awarded it a Vatican gold medal. Because of the popularity of this drink, Dr. John Pemberton of Atlanta, Georgia, created his own competitor in Vin Mariani in 1885. It was called Pemberton's French Wine Coca. Later that year, when Atlanta passed prohibition legislation, he responded by creating a carbonated, non-alcoholic version of the drink. He called it Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola just signed a 5-year, $1.1 billion deal with Microsoft. 5 years ago, it was discovered that there were fluorescent nanoparticles in Coca-Cola. Now, if I were a conspiracy theorist, I might think there were more to this partnership.
Now, according to reports, Microsoft and the Coca-Cola Company have announced a 5-year strategic partnership to align Coca-Cola's core technology strategy system-wide. So it is said to enable the adoption of leading-edge technology and foster innovation and productivity globally. Using Azure Open AI service, Coca-Cola is currently exploring the use of generative AI-powered digital assistants. Now, did you know they have found nanotechnology in Coca-Cola and in Pepsi products? Have a look at this.
Now, the world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
The biodistribution study in major organs indicated that the NPs were easily accumulated in the digestive tract, and they were able to cross the blood-brain barrier and dispersed into the brain. Questions, and of course suspicions.
This right here is what's known as an ingredients label. It's legally required to be printed on the packaging of food items. And if you happen to be one of those people who stands in the aisles of the supermarket looking for the names of ingredients that you can't pronounce and therefore you don't want to ingest into your body, well, then you've most likely come across the names of several ingredients that, perhaps unbeknownst to you, are actually made using nanotechnology. Specifically, they're made through a process which converts things like silver, copper, gold, aluminum, silicon, carbon, as well as different metal oxides into tiny, tiny, tiny atom-sized particles that are quite literally 1 billionth of a meter in size. If you want a visual for how small that is, up on screen is a graph from the National Center for Electron Microscopy, and it shows you how a strand of DNA, which is about...
That's about as small as Pinball Preparedness's dick is.
2 nanometers in diameter, is about 1,000 times smaller than a bacteria organism and about 1,000,000 times smaller than a raindrop. So that is to say, these nanoparticles in our food are very, very small. Now, some of the more common nano-sized ingredients that you might be able to find in your cupboard right now, if you were to look, include things like titanium dioxide, which is used to increase the whiteness of things like milk, yogurt, and sugar. You might find silicon oxide, which is added as an anti-caking agent. You might find iron and zinc dioxides, which are added to increase supposed nutritional value. You might find different silver derivatives, which are added for sterilizing properties. And you might find a host of other ingredients like calcium carbonate, tricalcium phosphates, and so on and so forth. The list is rather long. However, before we move on, in order to really set the stage for you properly here, let me back up for a quick moment and actually explain to you what this is all about. Starting back in the 1990s, so about 30 full years ago, nanotechnology became widely used in the production of food products. That's because scientists discovered that by adding these tiny little components, they were able to make our food more colorful, they were able to make it brighter, creamier, crunchier, and they were even able to keep it fresher for longer. And besides just adding it to the food itself, well, some manufacturers have also added these nanoparticles to the food packaging. As just one example, up on screen, you can see a milk carton which utilizes nanotechnology to act essentially as an indicator of the freshness of the milk that's inside. And as you can see, the color of the box actually changes to coincide with the change of the food that's inside. Furthermore, different researchers also found that adding these nano-sized additives to some medicines made them more effective. However, according to more and more consumer protection groups, as well as different health experts, well, there appears to be a catch, which is that while these nanoparticles can provide a myriad of benefits, they might come at a price, and that price is our health. Because you see, these particles are so small, so tiny, that studies like this one here that you can see up on screen for yourself show that they can actually breach the blood-brain barrier. And the ironic part is that the researchers in that study, they were actually looking into this function of nanoparticles in order to treat neurological diseases. Because in order to treat them, they actually need medication that can breach the blood-brain barrier. But when it comes to food, for instance, when it comes to your breakfast cereal, that is not a feature of the ingredients that anyone is looking for. Furthermore, besides breaching the blood-brain barrier, other studies have shown that these particles are also able to circulate throughout the body, to get into and get absorbed by the bloodstream and different organs. They have the potential to penetrate our cell walls, and then they might also, at least potentially, create inflammation and disease. Here's, for instance, what Dr. George Pirgiotakis, who is a researcher with the Harvard School for Public Health, here's what he said regarding this matter, quote, "They may pass through the lining of the gut and enter the bloodstream, which may trigger an inflammatory or immune response. They may also build up in various parts of the body, including the lungs, the heart, and reproductive organs." Likewise, Dr. Rolf Halden, who is the director of the Center for Environmental Health Engineering over at Arizona State University, he was quoted in a recent article as saying this, quote, "We really don't know what the impact of these particles is. Human exposure is increasing, and we lack the tools to even measure what is arriving in our bodies, where it is deposited, and what it does there." Then he actually went on to compare this unknown impact of nanoparticles to asbestos. Quote, "Asbestos itself is relatively benign. It's an inorganic material. What makes it toxic and makes it kill 90,000 people a year is that it has particles that lodges in human tissue." Furthermore, there was a study published in July of 2020 by researchers over at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And in the study, they were specifically researching the effects of titanium dioxide, which is one of the most well-known additives. It's commonly added to things like gum, candy, drinks, milk, desserts, and so on. And what these researchers did was that they gave titanium dioxide to two different groups of mice. And in order to isolate the effects specifically to this nanoparticle, one group of mice was fed a low-fat diet, and the other group was fed a high-fat diet. And what wound up happening was that both groups experienced changes in their gut bacteria, including the inflammation of their colons, which can lead to abdominal pain and even diarrhea. And although both sets of mice experienced this inflammation, the obese mice that were fed the higher fat diet, they had more pronounced symptoms. Now, you might look at the study and you might say, hey, Roman, that's great, but if these nanoparticles have been used in food production since the 1990s, and they are found in over quite literally 2,000 different food items, then why are you citing studies on mice? What about studies on humans? Well, that's the million-dollar question. Because looking at the situation, you would assume that surely the US government wouldn't haphazardly allow food companies to introduce these new ingredients into the products that we buy on our store shelves without undergoing rigorous testing and authorization. And if you think that, well, you would only be half right. Because as it turns out, the FDA, which is of course the agency that's tasked with overseeing these additives, they are themselves trying their best to keep up with this new and evolving technology, and they're essentially playing a balancing game between the potential benefits while mitigating the risks that these nanoparticles actually cause. And as it currently stands, the FDA recognizes nanoparticles within food with a designation called GRAS, which stands for Generally Recognized as Safe. As long as the manufacturer is already using the same ingredient in its larger form, well, they can use it in its nanoparticle form. Meaning that if, let's say, a cereal manufacturer is, for instance, using titanium dioxide as an additive in their cereal, well, then they can also use titanium dioxide nanoparticles in their cereal as well, and the FDA will label that cereal as being GRAS. Here's specifically what a guidance document from the FDA said in this matter. And just for your reference, this document was released all the way back in 2007. Quote, "The FDA's Nanotechnology Task Force concluded that the agency's authorities are generally comprehensive for products subject to pre-market authorization requirements such as drugs, biological products, devices, and food and color additives, and that these authorities give the FDA the ability to obtain detailed scientific information needed to review the safety and, as appropriate, the effectiveness of the products. For products not subject to pre-market authorization requirements, such as dietary supplements, cosmetics, and food ingredients that are generally recognized as safe, otherwise known as GRAS, manufacturers are generally not required to submit data to the FDA prior to marketing, and the agency's oversight capacity is less comprehensive." Meaning, again, that the FDA's requirement for reviewing and confirming the safety and efficacy of nanotechnology ingredients only applies to a certain subset of food-related products. And so if something is already recognized as being generally safe, then the nanoparticle derivative of that same substance is also generally assumed to be safe. However, the reason that this is so troubling is, quite frankly, rather obvious, given the fact that the sole purpose of using these nanotechnologies is because it's known that certain substances behave radically different at the nano level than they do at the much larger levels. And so for the FDA to admit that ingredients that have previously received the GRAS label are exempt from screening, is concerning to say the least, because if they're not going to look into the safety and the potential dangers of ingesting these nanoparticles, well, then who will? And the answer appears to be the manufacturers themselves, because further down in this document from the FDA, specifically on page 33, there's a subsection titled, quote, products not subject to pre-market authorization. And in that subsection, it says this, quote, however, manufacturers are still responsible for ensuring that the products they market are safe. For example, cosmetic manufacturers are required to ensure the safety of their products, but are not required to provide safety data to the FDA. In light of the evolving state of the science, the task force believes an appropriate course of action at this time would be for the agency to work with manufacturers of these products and assist them in identifying data to substantiate the safety of products containing nanoscale materials, including chronic toxicity and other long-term toxicity data as appropriate. And so you see, the FDA appears to recognize the potential dangers of these nanoparticles, but then they go on to suggest that it is still the manufacturer's own responsibility to ensure that their products are safe. And so what the FDA's plan appears to be, at least according to their own guidance documents, is to establish some sort of ad hoc relationships with the different product manufacturers in order to pull together the right data to demonstrate product safety, which appears to rely heavily on the good nature of these different companies to be responsible, which is actually evidenced further in another document that the FDA released back in 2018 called, quote, the FDA's approach to regulation of nanotechnology products. And in that document, there is a subsection which reads this, quote, where statutory authority does not provide for pre-market review, consultation is encouraged to reduce the risk of unintended harm to human or animal health. In these cases, FDA relies on publicly available or voluntarily submitted information, adverse event reporting where applicable, and on post-market surveillance activities to provide oversight. Where nanotechnology applications are involved, the FDA encourages manufacturers to consult with the agency before taking their products to market. Such consultation can help the FDA to advise companies, review safety information, and design any necessary post-marketing safety oversight. Now, again, I am generally the type of person that gives the benefit of the doubt to most people. However, it's hard not to make the comparison that this appears to be a case of having the fox guard the henhouse, when the FDA basically is relying on the good nature of profit-driven food companies to use this new technology, which fundamentally alters the state of food items with no long-term health studies to support its use. Furthermore, one of the main reasons that you likely don't know about these nanoparticle ingredients is because of the fact that the FDA's guidance explicitly states that companies do not have to place nanotechnology ingredients on the labels of their food products. Here's specifically what it says in this guidance document, again, that came from the FDA in 2007, quote, because the current science does not support a finding that classes of products with nanoscale materials necessarily present greater safety concerns than classes of products without nanoscale materials, the FDA Nanotechnology Task Force does not believe there is a basis for saying that, as a general matter, a product containing nanoscale materials must be labeled as such. Therefore, the task force is not recommending that the agency require such labeling at this time. Instead, the task force recommends that the agency take the following action: address on a case-by-case basis whether labeling must or may contain information on the use of nanoscale materials. That is, quite frankly, rather cool. The recommendation is that since the science doesn't suggest that these food products with nanotech present a greater safety risk, well, then they don't need a label, even though that same science has no long-term studies on the impacts of such nanotech. And so we as the consumers are, quite frankly, just left in the dark, which is, by the way, not even the first time that such a thing has happened in recent memory. For instance, it took the USDA quite literally over 6 full years in order to finally give in and force food companies to label their products if they are genetically modified. And that came quite literally after years of public outcry. However, at this moment, well, most people don't even know about this nanotech food technology, and so there is no real public outcry, at least not here in America. Regardless, if you head on over right now to the FDA's website, and then you go on over to the specific subsection on nanotechnology programs, you will find that after 2007, it took another 13 years for the task force to release another report, which came out in the year 2020. And in that report, there is a chart showing that the number of products using nanotechnology submitted to the FDA for approval has increased dramatically over the past 10 and 20 years. Now, of course, not all of that is food. It also includes things like cosmetics, medicines, as well as vaccines, which we'll get to in a moment. However, in regards to food, while the exact number is not exactly known, experts in this field estimate that somewhere between 1,900 and 2,500 food products are currently on the market using this nanotechnology. And this has created kind of an interesting juxtaposition between America and some other countries in the world. Because despite the fact that there is scant research on the long-term effects of ingesting nanoparticles, well, as we mentioned earlier, the FDA does not require any food items produced with nanoparticles to be labeled as such. And instead, the guidelines that they do have recommend oversight on a case-by-case basis. However, other nations are not as open-minded, you can say, as the FDA. In fact, many countries have taken steps to either limit or outright ban either all or some nanotechnology in their nation's food. For instance, in the year 2010, Canada moved to ban the use of all nanotechnology in their organic food production. Then in 2011, the European Union began requiring that all food to be labeled if it contains engineered nanomaterials. And then going even further, in 2015, the EU began to require additional testing to ensure proper health safety. Then in the year 2020, France, which is of course a member of the EU, they went a step further and they outright banned any foods containing titanium dioxide. In the summer of 2022, all of the EU will actually join France and no longer allow titanium dioxide. Their reasoning stems from a quote, potential concern over accumulation of titanium dioxide particles in the body and possible genotoxicity. Genotoxicity is the ability for a substance to damage DNA, which may lead to cancer. Meaning that if you want that sweet, sweet titanium dioxide, well, you'll have to come all the way here to the US to get it. And for your reference, titanium dioxide gives food a nice white color, and so you can find it in things like milk, coffee creamer, toothpaste, cakes, pastries, and so on. Now, again, I'm not saying that it's actually harmful, or I'm not saying that it's actually safe, but at this moment, it's not 100% known either way. However, what is known is that the FDA currently allows these nanoparticles to be included in our food items without requiring the actual manufacturing companies themselves to place them on the ingredients label. So take that for what you will. But the big question remains, what are the long-term effects of these nanoparticles? And given the fact that they have been shown to be capable of crossing the blood-brain barrier, shouldn't their effects be mapped out over a long-term scale before they're injected into people, or even more pertinently, into our food? Because although at this moment, the scientific consensus states that these nanoparticles are safe and that they're nothing to worry about, well, I believe it's worth reminding you that at one time, not too long ago, lead was used in gasoline, asbestos was used as a building material, and 20,000 doctors said that Lucky Strike cigarettes were better than the alternatives. Now, I'm not directly comparing nanotech and food to things like lead and asbestos, but at the very least, I think that we as Americans have a right to know what's in our food, as well as what's in the shots that are mandatory for some of us to take.
By Christmas of next year, it's a couple of months later, by Christmas of next year, the economy will be roaring back, energy prices will be plummeting, the hordes of people charging across our border will have totally ended, the invasion will have stopped. As soon as I get back in the Oval Office, I'll also immediately end the war on Christians. I don't know if you feel that. Biden and his corrupt Department of Injustice have sent SWAT teams to arrest pro-life activists. They've targeted conservative parents at school board meetings who don't want filth taught to their children. It's filth. What they're teaching in schools is filth and nonsense, and we can't let that happen. But they're being targeted, and now the communists, Marxists, and fascists are going hard after Catholics, even plotting to send spies into Catholic churches. It's all come out, just like in the Soviet Union from days gone by. Now think of it. If you're Catholic, why would you vote for a Democrat? What they're doing to Catholics, I don't know what's going on with the Catholics, but they're really being persecuted. Why would you vote for Biden, and why would you vote for a Democrat? A new report from the House Judiciary Committee proves that the Biden FBI actually targeted Catholics as potential domestic terrorists. Do you believe this? And you know, evangelicals will not be far behind, because when that starts, it starts happening on a very major scale. When I'm back in the White House, never again will your government be used to target Christians and other religious believers. Upon taking office, I will create a new federal task force on fighting anti-Christian bias, to be led by a fully reformed Department of Justice that's fair and equitable. Its mission will be to investigate all forms of illegal discrimination, harassment, and persecution against Christians in America. They are going after Christians in America. Who's can believe all this stuff? It's not believable, is it? But Americans of faith are not a threat to our country. Americans of faith are the soul of our country, and they have been from the beginning. I will defend religion, and I will defend In God We Trust. We will defend. In God we trust, which is. And you know that very important phrase is under siege. You do know that, right? We will defend it 100%. When Joe Biden lit the national Christmas tree earlier this month, he completely failed to even mention the birth of Jesus Christ, which is hard to do if you're celebrating Christmas, right? He didn't mention Jesus Christ in his remarks. Not for 3 years he hasn't mentioned that, and barely mentioned God. When I was president, we brought back the beautiful phrase, Merry Christmas, and I said I'd do that. I'm very proud of that, actually, because as I said at the beginning, that was really under siege. And when I lit the Christmas tree each year, it was my honor to publicly celebrate the true source of Christmas joy, which is Jesus Christ. As president, I kept every promise I made to Christians and more, and I think everybody in this room understands that very well. That's pretty well documented. In our first 4 years, we appointed nearly 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. I stood up for religious liberty at home and all around the world. I protected innocent life, and I defended the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding. I proudly recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem, which is a big thing. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And, you know, they were looking to get that for 72 years. They'd fly in, they'd fly out, they'd fly in, every year they'd fly in, they'd discuss it, they'd fly out. And I got it done in about 12 minutes. We got it done very quickly.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Susie Wiles. There was an excellent 3 articles on Health Impact News from Brian Shilhavi, and he contacted a really good friend of this broadcast who has contacted him in the past about this program and I think so. And he passed it on to me, and Trump announces former big pharma lobbyist to run the White House. And look at that org chart there. Scroll that up a little bit, Karen. There she is in the upper right-hand corner. And we got Trump on the right and Biden on the left. And in the middle is Mercury Public Affairs. And Mercury Public Affairs has got a lot of connections to, look at that, Gilead, Gavi, Gates's organization, Monsanto, Pfizer, Novavax, Johnson & Johnson, the UN Foundation, all the usual suspects. She's done work for all of them. Isn't that nice? And what's also interesting is, if you look down there in the lower right-hand corner, it says the Kennedy Beacon. This graphic was put together by a Substack that was a heavy supporter of RFK Jr. And back in April, the Kennedy Beacon put this up and told the truth about Susie Wiles. They have now removed that page. The Kennedy Beacon has. And if you go to the Kennedy Beacon and you look, it's all Trump news, Trump news, Trump news all the time, everywhere. They now become Trump cheerleaders. They've been absorbed into the Borg. They've become one of the body, the Landru. Anyway, they've now removed that page. It's no longer there. But Brian Shilhavi was able to find it in archives. And that's another story. You know, the attacks that have happened running up to the election on the Internet Archive. And we will cover a little bit of that later as well. But the Chief of Staff is a position that does not have to be approved by the Senate. And so this is somebody that is completely Trump's pick. And so let's give a little bit of a background to Susie Wiles. As I pointed out, and the only thing I said about her when she came up before, I said, well, I thought it's kind of interesting. She was Pat Summerall's daughter, the football player and longtime sports commentator. And I knew that there was bad blood between her and DeSantis. But let's take a quick look at the timeline here. 2016, she ran Trump's campaign in Florida. And then in 2018, as Ron DeSantis was running for governor, Trump was supportive, and he encouraged DeSantis to bring on Susie Wiles to run his campaign. And she did. It was credited for turning around his campaign, her work that she did. She seems to be very good at what she does. But then something happened, and there was bad blood, and they split. I don't know exactly the details of that. Of course, you probably won't be able to get the truth about that one way or the other. So after that campaign, they were at odds with each other. Then in 2020, DeSantis convinced Trump to fire her when he was running in his failed re-election campaign in 2020. Now it gets really bad. And so then in 2021, after January the 6th and that debacle, the 2020 campaign and all the rest of the stuff, and then January 6th, Trump brought her back. Knew she was competent. And so she's been his campaign advisor, key personnel. She stays in the background, unlike Steve Bannon, who always puts himself up front, aggrandizing himself, glory hound. But she stays in the background, very professional in terms of organizing things, smart about that. So he's brought her back. She's been there now for 3 years with him. But while she was also running his campaign, in December of 2022, she joined that group we just showed you the org chart of, Mercury Public Affairs, this lobbying group. And that was pretty recent. That was December of 2022 she joined with him. And as a matter of fact, she's still there. And what is interesting, what I really do find interesting, is that as people started talking about her over the weekend, as people started talking about her connections to big pharmaceutical companies, especially the Gates and Gavi, this page disappeared. So if you go to Mercury Public Affairs and you look for Susie Wiles, okay, or if you Google, I should say, if you Google it, if you go to Google and you type in Susie Wiles Mercury Public Affairs, it pulls up a page. You click on that link and you get a 404, page not found. It's like, oh, well, that's interesting. So I took that and I put it into one of the Internet Archive programs. And this was last backed up on Friday, November the 8th. And so sometime between Friday and today, Mercury has deleted that page about Susie Wiles. And as of Friday, that page says that Susie Wiles is with them. She's co-chair. She's on the board, and she's co-chair on the board. So she is still with a pharmaceutical a company that lobbies for pharmaceutical companies and Bill Gates and all the rest of stuff, while she's going to be the chief of staff of Donald Trump. And so again, going back to the Kennedy Beacon, which has now removed that page that I showed you there and archived it, he said at the time, before he moved that page that had the graphic on it, and again, Brian Shulhavi was able to go back and get the archive there. It's funny how all this information about Susie Wiles is just disappearing everywhere, all over the internet. It's funny how there's this concerted effort from, I think, both Republicans and Democrats to memory hold the internet. It's always say, well, the internet is going to remember what people said, even though they think you don't. They don't like that. They want to get rid of that. Anyway, the time Kennedy Beacon, when they were, and again, all this stuff goes back to April. Kennedy Beacon at that time said Susie Wiles is a lobbyist for Big Pharma. She's also a key advisor to Trump. That's a problem, they said. But not anymore. Now it's a problem that Kennedy Beacon has purged all this stuff. On April 26, former President Trump revisited one of his most controversial pet projects, Operation Warp Speed. This time he dragged his political opponent, RFK Jr., into the fray. His views on vaccines are fake, all uppercase, as is everything else about his candidacy, said Trump about Kennedy. He posted that up on Truth Social. His views on vaccines are fake. And yet it is those views on vaccines that Trump used RFK Jr. for to assuage the fears of the MAGA people who really do know what Trump is doing, what he's about in terms of vaccines. They just won't admit it to themselves or to you. Going back to the Kennedy Beacon, this ignited significant backlash from Trump's base, highlighting the extent to which they disagree with him on COVID-19 vaccines. So he learned his lesson. Maybe she learned his lesson. We'll make an alliance with him, and then we will bide our time. The Wicked Witch of South Florida, I guess we could say. And so Kennedy Beacon had a hat up making fun of MAGA, said, "Make big pharma rich again." That's now been removed. because now they're wearing the original red hat. Make America great again. They continued. Wiles is also a seasoned lobbyist. Her LinkedIn profile summarizes her leadership roles at multiple corporate and political lobbying firms since the mid-1980s, allowing her to sway Trump's psyche with her conflicts of interest. She became co-chair of lobbying firm Mercury Public Affairs in February of 2022. Well, that's a little bit earlier than what I saw. I saw December of 2022. Maybe that was a different post that she got elevated to in December. Mercury's clientele, but still, she was still working for Trump and had been working for him for over a year. Mercury's clientele includes Pfizer, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance of Bill Gates, the UN Foundation is another Mercury client, and Gilead Sciences that created Remdesivir. Boy, they seem to be really politically connected, you know, to Rand Paul, to Fauci, to all these different people. Gilead Pharmaceutical. Going back to Brian Shulhavy, he says, so what does this say about RFK Jr.'s chances of having any kind of real authority to do what he's claiming he's going to do? When Trump himself called his views on vaccines as fake just a few months ago, right? Yeah, we're talking 7 months ago. And then within a couple of months, he's using RFK Jr. to get himself elected. The Substack page called Holistic News also did a piece on Susie Wiles. They said Trump's Save America PAC chair is Susie Wiles, who has significant ties to Big Pharma and to Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. In a recent statement on Truth Social, Trump expressed a preference for Biden over even RFK Jr. when he criticized RFK Jr. on his fake vaccine. Trump had previously tweeted about a link between vaccines and autism back in 2014. And again, that's why I say, you know, it's the same game that we saw going around the first time. You know, he uses Alex Jones and he uses some tweets about autism to magnify the fact that he is a vaccine skeptic, and he used RFK Jr. at the same time as a vaccine skeptic. Then in 2017, in the transition period, he brings RFK Jr. to Trump Tower. He does a media interview that's live, and then lo and behold, within a short period of time, a couple of days or a week or whatever, RFK Jr. never hears from him again. But Trump gets massive donations from these pharmaceutical companies. Pfizer alone gave him $1 million. And then the rest is history. He put a Big Pharma CEO from Eli Lilly, Alex Azar, in as head of HHS. He was bidding his price up. First of all, he was pulling the leg of his voters. And then he used RFK Jr. to bid his price up big pharmaceutical companies, and he sold out. Trump had previously tweeted about a link between vaccines and autism back in 2014. Many were wondering what had changed his mind about vaccine safety. Now he says that RFK Jr.'s views on vaccines are fake. No, Trump is fake. Trump is fake, and his lies about vaccines are fake. His pandemic was fake. His vaccine was poison. He's killed tens of millions of people worldwide. Tom Rentz, a Trump supporter, has raised concern about the influence of campaign leader Susie Wiles, a key figure behind the scenes in Trump's campaign. Again, this is back in April. Mercury, the company representing major pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer, Gilead, Gavi, the UN, all this stuff, right? And so Brian Shulhavy says, so sorry to disappoint all you Trump believers who foolishly thought Trump would correct all the wrongs he made in his first administration when he killed millions of people, as he pressured the FDA to approve his experimental quote-unquote vaccines. Kennedy will never have any meaningful position in his administration that can affect any change, but Trump has to pay him back for his support. So expect the Wall Street billionaires and the Silicon Valley billionaires to keep funding Kennedy's Children's Health Defense Organization, where I'm sure it will now become the largest alternative health website in the world. And I think we've got a bit of a harbinger with that. I played, because I thought it was interesting, there was a guy, Lutnick, who was running, I think it was his name. I'd never seen him before, but he was on with Caitlin. Can't remember her name either. But anyway, I played that clip last week. And I thought it was interesting because as soon as he starts throwing some shade at the official vaccine narrative, she hops on him, and she doesn't have anything. She has nothing. to put out there. But she just did not want to let him talk. And what he was saying was that RFK Jr. told him, and he's part of the transition team, he said, just give me a half hour, let me talk to you about vaccines. He said he made some very convincing arguments about safety issues of vaccines and things like that. But she kept pressing him. Is he going to be head of HHS? Is he going to be head of HHS? And finally he says, no, he's not. We'll give him some data. That's what he said. And so by giving him data, that is the way that they can make Children's Health Defense even bigger. No, look, Children's Health Defense does some good work. At least 2 Substacks that were there. The Kennedy Substack that was promoting him has scrubbed it. There was another one, Holistic. And then Tom Rentz was exposing Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. And that video, that interview that Alex Jones did, that's now been, as Brian Shulhavy points out, that's now been banned from banned.video, which is Alex Jones's video platform that he keeps. And so he says, after publishing yesterday's article showing how MAGA Trump supporters who previously exposed Susie Wiles as a big pharma pro-vaccine lobbyist while she was his campaign manager, and now they are deleting some of their previous exposure of Susie Wiles' ties to the deep state because she's now Trump's chief of staff. One of our readers alerted me to a much longer video of Tom Rentz being interviewed by Alex Jones about how Susie Wiles was corrupt. However, that video was apparently filmed in April this year. Again, all this stuff was happening in April. And it's now disappeared from InfoWars' website. You can't find it. And so he takes screenshots of where he was searching for it, and he couldn't find it. He continued to search for it. He found it on Odyssey because, they put their stuff up on all these different websites. So he found a copy of it on Odyssey. And Brian Shulhavy has now put that on his website so that you can see what was said. But it's essentially the same stuff. And Tom Rentz at the time said, well, if you're looking for my interview about Trump's campaign manager and PAC leader, Susie Wiles, it's being pulled down everywhere. He said this in April. I'm not sure what's happening, but apparently the WEF is pretty upset about this, about finding out that someone that might be compromised is so close to Trump. And at this point had been for over 3 years. And as a matter of fact, even going back to 2016, she was connected with the Trump campaign. Had a big presence in 2016. Trump is recommending her to DeSantis, gets her in there in 2018, hires her again in 2020, fires her because of DeSantis pressure, then brings her back in 2021, makes her head of the campaign, and all the rest of this stuff. He knew about all that. And so interesting that Tom Rentz would say that the World Economic Forum is upset about this. Kissinger's errand boy, Steve Pachinik, was getting everybody upset about January the 6th and Stop the Steal stuff 4 years ago. But again, this was all back in April 25th, 2024. Now, InfoWars has deleted this, and Tom Rentz is quiet about that. He would not respond to Brian Shulhavy when he asked him. So is Tom Rentz also trying to push away that he said anything bad about Susie Wiles? Just like the people who were doing the RFK Jr. thing? Is that what we can expect? Brian Shulhavy says, well, he exposed her back in April, and others, like Dr. Peter McCullough, could not get a meeting with Trump because of Susie Wiles, he said in the interview. He said she's blocking Peter McCullough from talking to Donald Trump, doesn't want to be seen with Peter McCullough on the advice of Susie Wiles, the pharmaceutical lobbyist. And he said that's why you can't tell the difference between Mike Johnson and Adam Schiff. Yeah, you see, if you want to get rid of the FDA, or if you want to get rid of even any departments within the FDA, the person you need to call is Mike Johnson, not RFK Jr. You see how this misdirection works? Congress funds this garbage. And the way this garbage gets funded is because people like Mike Johnson have followed along with a path that was blazed by Nancy Pelosi, where you bring in these omnibus bills and you put them in at the last minute. And you put everything in the world. That's why they call it omnibus. Everything in the world is in there. So it's like take everything or leave everything. You can't go in and say you're not allowed to have rules to have an objection to a particular thing. That's one of the things that those few people in the House GOP fought with Kevin McCarthy for, because everything was all tied up and delivered in a sealed box, essentially, as they worked, as leadership worked on these things in the back rooms, and the people on the floor had no ability to push back against any of this stuff when it was presented. It was a take it or leave it, take all of it or leave all of it type of thing. And so if that's the situation, and it is, with Mike Johnson, you will never have any change as long as Mike Johnson is there. You know, from a practical standpoint, it doesn't matter whether Mike Johnson is there or Hakeem Jeffries is there. It really doesn't, folks. And you're fooling yourself if you think there's a difference between these two guys.
Or a 2-3-1.
And so it's the difference is that people think that Mike Johnson is on their side, which makes it even worse. He's not going to do anything to change these rules. He's not going to do anything to cut any of these things. He's not even going to get rid of a department at FDA. He's not going to defund anything. Rentz also said at the time in the interview, you're not going to buy Trump off because he's not for sale, but you can buy his advisors. Well, I would hardly agree with that. I disagree with that, I should say. Trump is for sale. He is absolutely for sale. They bought him in the transition period, and we saw that. And then he said, I doubt that Trump even knew what was going on. And then Alex Jones jumps in and says, of course he didn't. I am so sick and tired of the guy who is the mastermind playing 4D chess. And at the same time, they want you to hold this doublethink, this Orwellian doublethink, and believe that although he's the 4D chess master, he doesn't know who he's appointed. And these people are just pulling the wool over his eyes. He was just completely bamboozled by the deep state. And I want to thank Brian for linking some of the stuff that I said about what was going on with the vaccines and January the 6th entrapment. He links that in the article as well. Said trying to warn people about this stuff, and he had a video going back to December. So Brian Shulhavi says, who are all the MAGA people now who warned everyone about Susie Wiles earlier this year, right after Trump attacked RFK Jr.? That's what predicated all this stuff in April, right? So there's the attack, and then the people respond to that. The Kennedy, Beacon, and Holistic, and Tom Rentz, and everybody, they all respond to that attack. And so then they changed tactics, and what they do is they bring RFK Jr. on board. It's such cynical, Machiavellian manipulation. The common man. They created Common Core to dumb down our children. They created Common Pass to track and control us. Their Commons Project to make sure the commoners own nothing in the communist future. They see the common man as simple, unsophisticated, ordinary. But each of us has worth and dignity, created in the image of God. That is what we have in common. That is what they want to take away. Their most powerful weapons are isolation, deception, intimidation. They desire to know everything about us while they hide everything from us. It's time to turn that around and expose what they want to hide. Please share the information and links you'll find at thedavidknightshow.com.
All right, so again, Waldenses, church in the wilderness. Now come to why this is the church in the wilderness as we go through our Bible a little bit, but this is what it says in Great Controversy, page 61. Beginning of the chapter, it says, amid the gloom, the dark ages, the gloom that settled upon the earth during the long period of papal supremacy, the light of truth could not be wholly extinguished. The light of truth, light and darkness. In every age, there were witnesses for God, men who cherished faith in Christ as the only mediator between God and man. There's one God and one mediator, and these people believed in one God and one mediator. And they held the Bible as the only rule of life.
I'm glad to see you, Rick. Whenever Hutch goes his premiere soon, we'll take a break. Whenever Hutch your premiere soon, we'll get back at it, though.
These men, posterity will never know. They were branded as heretics, their motives impugned, their characters maligned, their writings suppressed, misrepresented, or mutilated. Yet they stood firm from age to age, maintaining their faith in its purity as a sacred heritage for the generations to come. And so the Waldenses followed the true Sabbath. They had much truth and much Bible truth. And they understood that there was one God and one mediator between God and man, and absolutely the papacy was not it. Let's mute that mic there. Thank you. Okay, so continuing on. Oh, there we go. Now, not only did they keep the Sabbath, it's obviously freezing up again here. I'm trying to move one thing at a time, but anyways, not only did they keep the Sabbath, the Waldenses had a hymnal that this hymnal was written in Hungarian. It consisted of 102 hymns, 44 for the Sabbath. But there was also 5 for the new moon, 11 for the Passover and unleavened bread, 6 for the Feast of Weeks, 6 for tabernacles, and 3 for the new year. Interesting. 1 for atonement, and 26 for everyday purposes. So they celebrated the appointed times, and there was a lot of hymns regarding coming together at God's appointed times. They were very organized, as you might say. And sometimes people look for an organization, and if you looked in the Dark Ages, you wouldn't see much organization. But the Waldenses, when organization came down to it, they understood that it revolved around God's appointed times. And you can see this in the book of 1 Chronicles, and it tells you that these were appointed for the order of the priests. But they were not just Sabbath keepers. There was more to them than this. And I find that very interesting. But there is one thing that they upheld, and they are well known for, and that is the upholding of the Bible and the truths that were contained in it, the light of the Word of God. And in the midst of a dark age, they were definitely the light of the world. They definitely reflected that light. Now, page 61 and 62 tell us few traces of their existence can be found, except in their accusations of their persecutors. So the persecutors have lots of writings about them that are not very positive. But it was the policy of Rome to obliterate every trace of dissent from her doctrines or decrees. Everything heretical, whether persons or writings, she sought to destroy. Expressions of doubt or questions as to the authority of papal dogmas were enough to forfeit the life of rich or poor, high or low. Rome endeavored also to destroy every record of her cruelty toward dissenters. Papal councils decreed that books and writings containing such records should be committed to the flames. So even the writings that contained the cruelties that she did to these Waldenses was to be eradicated and erased. And we're going to see that there is a lot that has been eradicated and erased, especially that was done to the Waldenses. But it says, before the invention of printing, books were few in number and in a form not favorable for preservation. Therefore, there was little to prevent the Romanists from carrying out their purpose. So what did the Romanist church do? Well, it's tried to suppress the truth during the Dark Ages. Some of you might know how that's happening today. And they might be trying to get control of other ways in which the press goes forward, whether it's the internet, Facebook, YouTube, other ways, and other means. The Pope wants to control who gets the truth and what truths they get. He wants to control information. He wants to destroy the history of what they've done. And not only does he want to do this, but I would even go as far as saying that even people from other churches are going along with this, such as the Seventh-day Adventist Church, which thinks to toss things to the historical trash heap regarding the history of what the papacy did during those ages. For instance, in this book, Great Controversy, when you really think about it and you think long and hard, what is in this book exposes what the papacy did during those dark ages. And it was wickedness that it did towards people. Now, of course, some of you may remember the Great Controversy Project, Ted Wilson, Mark Finley, and others, some of the leaders of the church. Well, they do want to suppress some of the stuff that's happened during the Dark Ages with respect to the Waldenses and how the Bible was brought through the ages. General Conference former president Neil Wilson, the father of Ted Wilson, the current president, said this. He said, although it is true, Seventh-day Adventist Church, when the denomination took a distinctly anti-Roman Catholic viewpoint, And the term hierarchy was used in a pejorative sense to refer to the papal form of church governance. That attitude on the church's part was nothing more than a manifestation of widespread anti-popery among conservative Protestant denominations in the early part of this century and the latter part of the last. Well, it wasn't just this century, and it wasn't just the last, but which has now been consigned, he says, to the historical trash heap so far as the Seventh-day Adventist Church is concerned. Now, with regard to Seventh-day Adventism, I would say that the Waldenses were Seventh-day Adventists. They kept the Sabbath, and they were waiting for the soon coming of Christ, which is an Adventist. That's not just a name only, but one, not just a nominal one, but a real, true Seventh-day Adventist. And so I do believe that as you go through this, you're going to see that the Seventh-day Adventists that came up during the time of, after the papacy's rule, that they came up, the Waldenses kind of fell away from the Sabbath, but there was still a people who held fast to the Sabbath after that time. And as we continue, we'll figure out who these people were. But they want to throw a lot of the doctrines regarding Rome and their papal history and what they've done to the people in the past to the historical trash heap. And that is what the Great Controversy Project by Ted Wilson was all about. This Great Controversy Project, well, Spectrum magazine was afraid that the Great Controversy Project would project harm to Adventism. And I could read the story of all this and about the complaints and stuff, and the world was coming against them, and they called the police. The police came to their doors and told them to stop spreading this because it was against the papacy and stuff like that. And it was hate speech and all this other stuff. Well, when you think about it, you know, that's what is going to come. It's going to be hate speech laws. They're going to make laws against the people of God when they speak the truths with regard to these things. And so they thought that the Great Controversy Project was going to harm it, but what they didn't come out with was the idea of what Ted Wilson did with the Great Controversy. He removed most of the pages from the book. The Great Controversy Project was done by Ted Wilson, but they, instead of putting out the Great Controversy, put out the Great Hope. And they really did move a lot of what was in that Great Controversy regarding the Catholic Church to the historical trash heap, as many of you might know. And it's not exactly the book that they released. The Great Controversy had 42 chapters, 678 pages. Great Hope had 11 chapters, 92 pages. Babylon is mentioned 27 times in the Great Controversy, 3 times in the Great Hope. Catholic 45 times in the Great Controversy, 2 times in the Great Hope. So this Great Controversy Project isn't really pushing any of that anti-Catholic stuff, is it? The word papacy mentioned 50 times in the Great Controversy, 1 time in the Great Hope. You know, when you think about what Ellen White wrote in that chapter right there that we just read about how they would like to move all the writings and burn them all, get rid of them all, who could possibly be behind this Great Hope? Reformation mentioned 127 times in the Great Controversy, 3 times in Great Hope. The word Protestant, Protestants, and Protestantism are mentioned 117 times in Great Controversy, 5 times in the Great Hope. The word sanctuary mentioned 85 times in Great Controversy, 1 time in the Great Hope. And I know I shared some of this stuff before, but the number 2300 is mentioned 23 times in Great Controversy, 0 times in the Great Hope. 1844, 35 times in Great Controversy, 0 times in Great Hope. But the most astounding is that the words Pope and Popery are mentioned a combined 132 times in Great Controversy and 0 times in the Great Hope. 0 times in the Great Hope. So that means that this anti-popery stuff has been tossed to the historical trash heap as far as Seventh-day Adventists are concerned. And that is what their Great Controversy Project is, the Great Hope Project, or the Great Hoax Project, maybe as it might be called. And here they have at their own general conference a man who is promoting unity, working for the World Council of Churches, let mutual love continue. And instead of anti-Catholicism, well, sadly, you can't read that. Oh, here we go. 5 centuries of conflict, rivalry, and prejudice between Catholics and Protestants. This is in their book, a book that's being promoted with Ted Wilson here. Between Catholics, Protestants are being overcome. Slowly but surely, through a profound conversion, a journey in the opposite direction that allows the churches together to distance themselves from the mistakes, exaggerations that led to their separation, and to discern and take up the gifts that God is giving in each. They are coming together in unity. And I'm going to share some things in this chapter about the Waldenses and the separation and the unity. And it's kind of interesting. They tell us, gathered from 24 different church families, we welcome one another. Please stand as we acknowledge your church family. African initiated, Anglican, Baptist, and on and on and on until you get to Seventh-day Adventist, United and United, and Waldensians. So they are uniting all into one body under the World Council of Churches. And of course, what is the World Council of Churches based on? What is the basis of their assembly? A fellowship of churches which confess the Lord Jesus Christ as God and Savior, according to the scriptures, they say, and therefore seek to fulfill together their common calling to the glory of one God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. This is the foundation. This is the basis. You get to the base of the building of the World Council of Churches. It is built on sinking sand. And this doctrine regarding denying the rock, that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Trinity, is the doctrine or sand upon which the World Council of Churches is built. In order to unite with them, you must accept the Trinity. And of course, this is Ganoon Diop. He has, of course, accepted the Trinity. Not only the Trinity, but you can see, obviously, it doesn't matter what God you believe in, as the background shows. And he is working with the World Council of Churches. And he's standing right beside the same man that Ted Wilson was standing in this picture here. It's on the World Council of Churches website, where it says, Reverend Ganoon Diop, Secretary of Conference of Secretaries of Christian World Communion, said, this unique yearly gathering is a space where distinguished leaders of Christian world communions engage in bilateral and multilateral dialogues, each communion sharing on their own terms about their ecclesiastical life and work as witnesses to the sovereignty of the triune God, the three-in-one God, the Trinity, and his ultimate purpose to gather the whole world under lordship of Christ, oikumene. The core of the meetings consists in reports and conversations on each report. This group does not sign resolutions, engage in common strategic planning, or plan of actions. The focus is on relations or being rather than doing things together. Mingling with one another helps dispel prejudices and helps us focus on our respective participation in what God is doing in the world. So they are all working together. And it is all for the witness to the sovereignty of the triune God. That's what it says right there, triune God. And so what we see here, and this is all just taken place just recently. This is just from like a month and a half ago. But this is all on the World Council of Churches website. They are working together to bring together all the churches under this dominion. Mark Zuckerberg says he's no longer an atheist. He believes religion is very important. Now, before I go on, actually, just remember the group of the Waldenses. They held fast to the belief and understanding that there's one God and one mediator between God and man. Very important, because what does the papacy teach? Can you unite with the papacy in regards to the idea that there's one God and one mediator? Can you come together with the World Council of Churches and unite with the World Council of Churches? I know we read in the previous chapter about the era of spiritual darkness, and there was a quote that said, at the risk of the lives of our own souls, and then of course our family, our children, we had to separate. They separated from these denominations. There's no possible way that you can be united with this group and be truly giving the message of the last third angel's message. Mark Zuckerberg says he's no longer an atheist. He believes religion is important. This is what he said right after he met the Pope. And of course, just remember, keep this in mind. They want to burn your writings. They want to make sure your voice is not heard. And I don't know if you ever tried to share the thirdangelsmessage.com on Facebook lately, but you will not have an easy time. And just so we know, I have changed the URL. I have a new URL that's coming out, and the whole website is going to be under that URL. I will share with you more as we continue, but it is called thirdangelsmessage.tv. It is up right now. The thirdangelsmessage.com will forward to that address, and I will be working on that website much more as time passes. I've also removed a couple things that I hope kind of help. But anyways, I think that it's not going to be long. We're not going to have much of a voice anymore in this time, in this age, because just as during the Dark Ages and the Waldenses time, they want to make sure that there is no trace of the voice of protest anywhere among her people, that they don't come to confusion anywhere. But sometimes the Pope likes to apologize. A proposed letter of apology to Pope Francis from the GC president. And this was proposed. This was something that was proposed by AdventistToday.org. They were proposing that the General Conference president should apologize, maybe for what Ellen White wrote in the Great Controversy regarding the papacy. They should apologize for all the things that they said against the Pope. And this is what's in Adventism today. These are things that are going on in Adventism today, because Adventism, instead of saying far back, they've come to view the Pope as different today. Now, do Adventists have a beef with Pope Francis? This is another article. This is about eating beef and stuff like that. Or not eating beef. But on the issue of climate change, thoughtful Adventists won't have a beef with Pope Francis. That's what it says. On the issue of climate change, thoughtful Adventists won't have a beef with Pope Francis. And that's where it's gone today, right? CNN transcripts. This is the Pope, though, needing to apologize for some of the things that he's done during the Dark Ages. And this is Pope John Paul II making an apology for and repentance for sins that may have been committed over the past 2,000 years in the name of the church. And it says, fell into 7 general categories of wrongs, which include, without being too specific, because they don't want to tell us too much, everything from the Crusades to the Inquisitions, the forced conversions, sins against women and anti-Jewish acts during the Holocaust. It was a first for the church, which is only rarely and only in specific instances confessed errors in the past. So they are confessing errors because they have made some, but very rarely do we see anything like this on the news. Catholic Church apologized for role in Rwandan genocide. Now listen carefully to these apologies. I want you to hear. The statement acknowledged that the church members planned, aided, and carried out the genocide in which more than 800,000 ethnic Tutsis and moderate Hutus were killed by Hutu extremists. 800,000 people were killed. And not only were they killed, but it was the church members that planned, aided, and carried out this genocide. Church members. That would be not a good thing for your church. But anyways, the biggest apology for Christian persecution of other Christians ever has to do with the Waldenses. The Waldenses. And I'm going to share with you some videos. Some of you who stick around for the end, there's 2 videos I want to share. They're just brief historic videos about some decrees that were done in the past. I also want to share with you some principles regarding those for whoever wants to stick around for that. But Pope Francis,
I am going to pause this and we'll go watch this. I don't want to stream Hutch's video since it's going live right now. You guys should definitely watch it. Oh, one of the Bee Gees.
Out of everything terrible, something good will come if you look hard enough for it. I think this presents us with some significant opportunities to make some real changes. You know, we are at an inflection point, I believe, in the world economy. Not just the world economy, in the world. It occurs every 3 or 4 generations. As one of the top military people said to me in a secure meeting the other day, 60 million people died between 1900 and 1946. And since then, we established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while. A lot of people dying, but nowhere near the chaos. And now is a time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there, and we've got to lead it. We've got to unite the rest of the free world in doing it. So anyway, I'm going to hush up, Mary, fire away.
The greater good. Now, Professor Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, believes a global reset is possible, and he's published a book about just that. And he joins me now. Hello there to you. Many thanks for joining us on the Global Conversation. Now, when you look at the state of the world right now, what's the first word that springs to your mind?
The word reset, I think, is appropriate.
So if you don't know by now, there's been some disturbing videos, some disturbing news that has come out that the United States and NATO are now directly involved in a great conflict with Russia. These are the news clips that are currently coming out. I'll go ahead and play a couple, then I'll go ahead and continue from there.
NBC News has confirmed President Biden will now allow Ukraine to strike inside Russia with long-range missiles. This marks a significant policy shift, and it comes after Biden officials condemned the North Korean deployment of troops to Russia as a possible expansion of the war.
There have been more strikes in Ukraine overnight, following President Biden's decision to give the green light to Kyiv to strike targets within Russia. The Kremlin said this morning that the use of US-supplied long-range missiles would be treated as the direct involvement of NATO in the conflict.
The plan to strengthen Ukraine is a victory plan that I've presented to our partners. One of the main points is long range for our army. Today, much is being said in the media about us receiving permission for the relevant actions. But strikes are not made with words, such things are not announced. The missiles will speak for themselves.
Великобритания и США муссируется тема о том, что киевский режим сможет наносить удар в территорию России западными вооружениями большой дальности. И, судя по всему, это решение либо вот-вот будет принято, либо, судя по всему, вообще уже принято. И эта вещь, конечно, экстраординарная. Хотелось бы попросить прокомментировать то, что происходит.
Происходит попытка подмены понятий, потому что речь не идет о разрешении или запрете киевскому режиму наносить удары по российской территории. Он и так наносит с помощью беспилотных летательных аппаратов и другими средствами. Но когда речь идет об использовании высокоточного оружия большой дальности западного производства, это совершенно другая история. Дело в том, что я уже об этом говорил, и любые эксперты это подтвердят, и у нас, и на Западе, наносить удары современными высокоточными системами большой дальности западного производства украинская армия не в состоянии. Она не может этого делать. Это возможно только с использованием разведданных со спутников, которыми Украина не располагает. Это данные только со спутников или Евросоюза, либо на Соединенных Штатах, в общем, с натовских спутников. Это первое. Второе, и очень важно, может быть, ключевое, заключается в том, что полетные задания в эти ракетные системы могут, по сути, вносить только военнослужащие стран НАТО. Украинские военнослужащие делать это не могут. И поэтому речь идет не о том, чтобы разрешать украинскому режиму наносить удары по России этим оружием или не разрешать. Речь идет о том, чтобы принять решение о том, что страны НАТО напрямую участвуют в военном конфликте или нет. Если это решение будет принято, это будет означать не что иное, как прямое участие стран НАТО, Соединенных Штатов, европейских стран в войне на Украине. Это их прямое участие. И это уже, конечно, существенным образом меняет саму суть, саму природу конфликта. Это будет означать, что страны НАТО, США, европейские страны воюют с Россией. А если это так, то, имея в виду изменение самой сути этого конфликта, мы будем принимать соответствующие решения, исходя из тех угроз, которые нам будут создаваться.
В Британии и США муссируется тема о том, что киевский режим сможет наносить.
To be considered as their joint attack on Russia. Russia will also consider the possibility of using nuclear weapons when receiving reliable information about a massive launch of means of aerospace attack and their crossing of our state border. This includes strategic and tactical aircraft, as well as cruise missiles and drones, hypersonic and other delivery vehicles. Russia reserves the right to use nuclear weapons in case of aggression, including if the enemy using conventional weapons poses a critical threat.
It is important to note at this point that these are at this time proposals to amend Russia's nuclear weapons use doctrine. We heard from Vladimir Putin multiple scenarios in which the rules and regulations governing how Russia can use its nuclear weapons will change. The first scenario is if a non-nuclear power attacks Russia with conventional arms but poses a grave or critical threat to Russia's sovereignty, the Russian leadership will be able to use nuclear weapons to neutralize that threat. The second scenario and how things will change is if that non-nuclear power that is attacking Russia is aided, supplied, abetted by a nuclear power, then that nuclear power will be considered a party to this conflict. So a joint attack on Russia, which will mean Russia will be able to use nuclear weapons both on the non-nuclear power and the nuclear power that it'll consider attacking it. Also, Russia will be able to use, preemptively perhaps use nuclear weapons if there is verified information, proof that there is an ongoing attack on Russia using aerospace assets, or for example, a mass launch of drones. Again, I must mention that these are, at this time, are proposals on how Russia's first use of nuclear weapons, its nuclear doctrine, will change. Nevertheless, this is a stark warning to the West, the latest in a slew of such. Previously, Vladimir Putin had come out and said that if advanced Western missiles with great ranges are supplied to Ukraine and used against Russia for strikes deep into Russian territory, then those countries, the United States perhaps, or Great Britain or France, which supply Ukraine with extended range missiles, that they will be complicit in an attack on Russia. Russia has brushed off their arguments that they nearly hand these weapons over. Russia says it has evidence, and there is no way that Ukraine can plan, launch, and use these weapons without without NATO troops being involved, without NATO technical staff being involved, without NATO intelligence and NATO satellites being involved. But this comes at a dangerous time, at a time when many Western leaders are saying, ignore Putin and Russia's warnings, supply Ukraine with these missiles, and undoubtedly, even though they won't change anything, undoubtedly, Ukraine, they believe, will be able to resist Russia further. An argument that both military experts and the Russian government have said is in itself senseless.
So, based on the news stories, the authorization to allow Ukraine to use these long-range United States missiles puts the United States directly involved in this conflict. So, of course, people are blaming Biden for authorizing this, but I can't help but wonder, and make no mistake about it, I'm no Biden fan or Biden supporter, but I can't help but wonder if this goes above the food chain, higher on the food chain. When I talk about this great conflict and all these countries that are divisive and at each other's throats on the TV anyway, well, when it comes to the World Economic Forum, there is something different. Something appears to be different. All these nations, all these world leaders that are shown to us to be enemies, well, they're all giving very similar speeches. No matter if it's Russia, Ukraine, the United States, China, Israel, leaders in the Middle East, When they all go to the World Economic Forum, they always say we have to come together to combat certain things mainly affecting the climate. They even talk about this one world government. We even had China's leader, Xi Jinping, come out and say that, well, we need a one world currency. He even called it Clousonomics.
It's an important window through which we can take the pulse of the global economy. People from around the world come here to exchange ideas and insights which will broaden their vision. This makes the WEF annual meeting a cost-effective brainstorming event, which I would like to call Schwab Economics.
This same Klaus Schwab came out and said that he pretty much groomed Vladimir Putin. So I often think, is Biden really above the World Economic Forum? And what's above the World Economic Forum? The powers we don't see, the shadow governments. From what we see on camera anyway, it's the World Economic Forum that has the power. So the United Nations and the World Economic Forum in September met to fast-track the 2030 agenda, which is basically the one world government, multiple policies that every nation around the world has to follow. 2 months later, Biden and NATO are basically now involved in this great conflict. But again, the question happens to be, was it really Biden's decision? So I see this great conflict that's going to occur where there's going to be all this chaos, basically just that, order out of chaos, their version of Build Back Better. Now here's the thing, not only are all these countries giving speeches, very similar speeches, at the World Economic Forum, including North Korea, but all these countries have something else in common. Now, I thought it was just the United States. If you were to use your search engine, your search browser, and type in long-range transportation plan, every city, every county, every state has a long-range transportation plan, whether it's 2030, 2040, 2045, 2035. Every location within the United States has a plan. And these long-range transportation plans are smart cities. Everybody talks about smart cities, and a lot of people just see them as theories, but nobody really talks about these long-range transportation plans, which are the plans themselves. They are outlined. A lot of these long-range transportation plans already have contracts put out. There are already monies being allocated, but this is just within the United States, everywhere within the United States. But I also wanted to see if any of these other countries involved in this conflict, which may involve multiple missiles and chaos across the world, could be also involved in these long-range transportation plans. Come to find out they are. Russia calls it the modernization plan, and China is basically calling it a long-range transportation plan, and they actually have a whole PDF outlined how they are going to go about transforming China. North Korea has smart city plans, and so does South Korea. All these countries have plans to build smart cities, and again, these long-range plans. And it makes me wonder, how are they going to accomplish this? Because they really have to restructure the land. They have to change the layout of the land to make these smart cities basically more accessible and more condensed. The next question would be, how much of a population can fit inside each smart city? Because each smart city, like I said, is supposed to be accessible so you don't have to drive any cars, especially gas-powered cars, because they're going to do away with them. Everything's going to be pretty much electronic. They're going to have electronic public transportation, and you're going to be able to pretty much ride a bike from point A to point B. So I can't imagine these cities to be very large. So if a city has maxed out its population, or there's too many people in one smart city, do they go to another smart city that's not so populated? And if that smart city is populated,
Mounting attractions have also come to a pause. You can see workers down there on the ground now tethering the actual vehicle to the ground and appear to be coming up with some type of a plan to either get the ride moving once again, or perhaps individually rescuing passengers one by one. We understand this has been going on for roughly 2 hours now. So patience is growing thin, but everybody appears calm, cool, and collected on this ride. They are in a horizontal position. Nobody appears to be upside down or in any distress as far as we can tell. There are about 6 arms to this ride with a handful of people on each spoke. You can see right there some folks trying to actually, we've seen at least 1 or 2 people, I should say, actually try and shimmy out of the harness, which is really ill-advised, but hopefully they are in a comfortable and secure position as the workers down below continue to try and get this ride moving once again. The Orange County Fire Authority is monitoring this situation, but right now there has not been an emergency response. Knott's Berry Farm handling the situation internally as they try to get this ride moving once again, but they have some variables to contend with, not the least of which is going to be daylight here in the next hour or so as the sun begins to go down, and let's just hope that they have a plan in place for that. Surely this area is well lit at night, but still rescue operations could become more complicated, especially in terms of actually getting equipment into this part of the park, into where they have to start, should they be in a position where they have to start undoing harnesses one by one. That would be the least desirable scenario. It certainly appears to be a situation they are trying to avoid. It seems to be that right now the focus is getting the ride moving again, even if it's manually to bring those people down. You see lots of legs dangling, but everybody appears to be taking it in stride.
They are stuck. I wonder how fucking long do you think it's gonna take him to fix this shit? How fucking long is it gonna take him to fix this damn? Look, these people are probably out there. I'd want my refund for sure. What up, Dry Herb? Yeah, I don't know. At least maybe figure the right situation out. Seems like ones like this seem to have problems more often, huh? I sent my buddy a message. I told him, I said, hey man, do you want to attack this person? But I didn't read at first, and I said, hey man. I said, hey, do you want to suck such and such? But I meant to say, do you want to attack? And buddy messaged me back. He said, I don't want to suck anybody. And I said, oh my fucking God.
Two and a half. Copy that.
Man. You want to watch Jitty Sex Slaves interrogation? I've been watching Hutch's Hutch has a live stream going on right now. That's pretty good.
Can we get back low and do another low orbit? Okay.
They're probably having a nervous breakdown.
Have they? It's come down quite a bit, right? Yeah.
They're going to see if I want to try to unleash the dogs of war on this one motherfucker. Yeah, there's this person I might unleash the dogs of war. He's a real pussy ass motherfucker, dumbass, stupid.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of progress just in the last 2 minutes here, Alan. You can see they have started to crank and pull that ride slowly lower to the ground. All of those folks in a much more upright position than they were, again, just a couple of minutes ago. And it does look like in a couple more minutes they may be level and almost completely down to the ground as they continue to treat the situation very gingerly. We don't know how this ride came to a stop or became stuck, but it does look like they have managed to unlock the ride and slowly bring the riders down towards ground level, at least much closer than they were earlier. They were hanging in
that thing when it went flying everywhere and like swinging and just flung everywhere. Let's watch his new video.
Very, very disturbing to me. The segment about FEMA. Now, people ask me in the comment sections of my videos, why do I always use the word disturbing in the title of my videos? And that is because if you use so many different titles, YouTube is going to put you in so many different algorithms you don't want to be in. And I don't want to use the word conspiracy theory because that automatically makes you a target by YouTube. So I use the next best thing to define these videos, and that to me is disturbing. But with that being said, going back to my previous video, I can't help but wonder, I can't help but think, why would FEMA want to go ahead and set up in Michigan out of all places? Now, I was bothered by yesterday's video for a couple of reasons. For one, FEMA normally does not go to a certain location without reason. They need to have a reason to go out there. For instance, when Hurricane Milton was going to hit Florida, FEMA was already in Florida due to Florida declaring a state of emergency. FEMA was going to go ahead this month and send 350 trucks, supplies, other vehicles, and equipment to Oscoda, Michigan. And you have to remember, for them to do so, it costs money. And from what we know, anyway, FEMA told us they were broke. This was not a training exercise. Michigan State Representative Mike Hoadley came out and said that FEMA met with airport officials 2 months ago, and they conducted a routine review to see if the site could work as a staging area for a potential emergency if ever needed. But again, why Michigan and why now? Especially, like I said, FEMA came out and said that they were low on funds, they were low on money. They don't even know if they could help out in the next disaster. Since you're low on funds, supplies, and equipment, instead of using the funds to head out to Michigan, because that's not free and that's not cheap, use the remainder of the funds to help out people in North Carolina and Florida, New Mexico, places that are dealing with aftermaths of wildfires like Pennsylvania and New Jersey. But for whatever reason, FEMA was heading to Michigan this month, November. Why? Now, for those that don't know what I'm talking about or did not see yesterday's video, there was a gentleman, his name is Bill Palmer, who is the Airport Authority board member, and he came out on camera and he said that if you see a bunch of FEMA trucks, a bunch of FEMA vehicles heading to Oscoda, Michigan, don't worry, there's nothing to see here. Now, FEMA would not come out in the middle of the day or in the morning. They would head out in the dead of night when nobody's on the road and nobody can really see them. He makes this statement here, and as you can see, he's pretty nervous on camera while saying that FEMA is heading out to Michigan.
There's not much change other than our projects are moving along. Next would be the report, the airport report. That would be me. The airport was just notified that FEMA has chosen the airport facility as a stationing hub for emergency services through FEMA. They will be serving 6 counties in this area, and they will be bringing in some 350 semi-trailers with equipment to park on the base. So if you see a lot of trucks coming into the base, that's what it is. It's nothing to get scared about. They're staging for emergency situations in any of these 6 counties that FEMA takes care of. And Mr. Freeman is in the house. Yeah, that's perfect. And just one other item from the airport. They are working on the paperwork to submit for the grant to build a terminal at the airport. So that we saw prospective pictures of what it would look like, and it will be fantastic. Yep. It'll be slightly smaller than what we have now, but it'll be a beautiful building. So it's
so we're going to have a big new beautiful building with a bunch of semi-trailers parked behind it, huh?
Well, sometimes it'll be a ways away from the terminal.
Fair enough.
Mr. Freeman?
Now, after he makes this statement, people are outraged. People in certain states like Tennessee, North Carolina, and Florida, especially people in North Carolina and Florida, rightfully outraged because why are you sending these trucks to Michigan instead of sending these trucks to us? At the end of the day, this man is a hero. He exposes FEMA's plans early. FEMA comes out and gives a BS response as to why they were heading to Michigan. They said that they were going to spend money to bring these trucks out, supplies and equipment and personnel to park them for a little bit to see if it would be a good spot if ever an emergency arises, and then they would leave. They were looking for 6 spots exactly to park their vehicles to see if it would just be a good spot for whatever reason. But here's the thing about Michigan. Michigan is either ranked number 2 or number 1. It's back and forth as being one of the safest states when it comes to disasters. So why is FEMA wasting their time, money, and resources to stake out 6 different locations in Michigan just in case an emergency occurs in a state that is one of the safest when it comes to disasters? Makes no sense, right? But here's the thing, and they have been training and preparing for it for quite some time now. You see, Michigan is one of the safest spots for FEMA emergency vehicles personnel to go to when the New Madrid fault line were to erupt. Michigan does not have any major fault lines, but it does normally feel earthquakes. But the earthquakes that it does feel are the earthquakes from neighboring states on the New Madrid fault line. So they are looking for the perfect spot to place their vehicles, their equipment, and their supplies without taking direct damage, but still being close enough to head out to certain states affected by the New Madrid earthquake. Now, I do want to make it clear for YouTube purposes only, this is just my theory. This video is for entertainment purposes only. And I'm not saying this is what FEMA's actually doing. Now, they were heading out to Michigan. They were doing so, but I'm not saying that this was the agenda, right? Now, I mean, they're low on funds, they're low on supplies, but we're going to take whatever we have and head out to the second or first safest states in the United States when it comes to disasters. Now, I know I keep saying that, but that's very important. But how would they know that the New Madrid fault line is ready to go in a very big way? Well, you see, they, like I said, they have been running constant drills on this fault line as of 2024, more than they've ever done in previous years. And FEMA has actually been crunching the numbers. They've been crunching the totals of how much everything would cost, the disasters, the people that would lose their lives, and so forth. The University of Kentucky created a 57-page PDF that calculates and tells us everything that would occur if an 8.0 or greater earthquake were to strike the New Madrid fault line. And I'll go ahead and pin that in the comment section below, and also pin that in the description of this video. That PDF will be very, very important. So what is the goal here? What is the agenda? Why do certain organizations know that this fault line is going to go well in advance? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at something. This simulation, and like I said, there's been a lot of simulations in 2024 on the New Madrid fault line, computer and physical simulations. But let's take a look at this computer simulation created by the USGS on April 4th, 2024. Taking a look at the simulation, you can see the earthquake starting in Blythesville, and as the earthquake starts to spread out, the heaviness of this earthquake, the intensity of the earthquake starts to fade away, heading in multiple locations, but the brunt of this earthquake, the intensity of this earthquake, the intensity heads directly to Little Rock, Arkansas, South Arkansas. Now, isn't it rather interesting that a month ago, news broke out letting us all know that Arkansas was a giant hidden source of lithium. Matter of fact, Arkansas has the world's
source of
most
faggots.
lithium. Looking at this map, this is where the world's most lithium is located. And looking at the USGS simulation of this earthquake, well, again, this is where the intensity of this earthquake will be heading. Is this a coincidence? I don't know. Well, here is a rather interesting article by the USGS, the same USGS that gave us this very interesting simulation. This article was published on October 21st, 2024, a little less than a month ago. It is titled, Unlocking Arkansas Hidden Treasure. USGS uses machine learning to show large lithium potential in the Smackover Formation. The Smackover Formation, again, is located in South Arkansas. Reading from the article, it says, using a combination of water testing and machine learning, a United States Geological Survey-led study estimated between 5 and 19 million tons of lithium reserves are located beneath southwestern Arkansas. If commercially recoverable, the amount of lithium present would meet projected 2030 world demand for lithium in-car batteries 9 times over. Did you get that? 2030. And we do know that the United Nations has a 2030 agenda that they are really pushing, and we know that they are expediting the 2030 agenda because the World Economic Forum and the United Nations met in September of 2024 to speed up the 2030 agenda. But make no mistake about it, this lithium is not just for car batteries, electric car batteries. It's also for these smart cities, it's for these robots, it's for a lot of other technology that will be pushed on us, and they really need it for their 2030 agenda. They need a lot of it. So we have this same USGS finding anywhere between 5 and 19 million tons of lithium that will help supply the world 9 times over to help push along this 2030 agenda, while at the same time, they are saying this exact location, they are projecting to take the brunt of the New Madrid earthquake. You can't make it up. You cannot make this up even if you wanted to. And at the same time, you have FEMA, get what I'm saying? FEMA, located in a state, perfectly nestled in a spot to where they can roll out to these states that were affected by the New Madrid earthquakes. Now, again, and I have to make it clear, again, for YouTube purposes only, this is just for entertainment. But at the end of the day, the dots really connect. And there's nothing wrong with preparing. There's nothing wrong with telling people to stock up, to prepare for whatever, right? Even if this wasn't any state on the New Madrid fault line. Let's say you're far away from the New Madrid fault line. There's still nothing wrong with preparing and stocking up. Now, I mean, I can make so many videos when it comes to the New Madrid fault line, and I have, because I definitely feel like something is coming ever since the 2024 solar eclipse, how those two solar eclipses, the great American solar eclipses, 2017 and 2024, crossed paths on the New Madrid fault line, just like it did in the early 1800s, right before their series of massive earthquakes. Now, I know some people want to say that it would be California that would experience a massive earthquake first, but the thing is, when it comes to the New Madrid fault line, when it comes to Arkansas, there is a deadline. There is a deadline that they want to start harvesting this lithium no later than 2027. The contracts have already been put in place.
In business than South Arkansas. El Dorado, a city named for mythical golden roads, became a boomtown for the liquid gold beneath it. But the oil business is drying up.
With the oil industry being what it is, and the chemical industry, and we've done that for so many years, diversity is great.
Diversity is more like a necessity. Luckily, necessity is the mother of invention. To power all the batteries in America's future, we're going to need lithium, millions of tons of it. Right now, we make less than 5,000 tons in this country. But just like the discovery of oil in this place about 100 years ago, the answer might be a couple of miles below our feet in South Arkansas. The trick is getting it out.
The company said small-scale drilling can begin very soon, but the oil giant expects to be up to full production by 2027. And their claims in the Smackover Formation could produce enough lithium for more than 1 million electric vehicles by the end of the decade.
We are now moving at breakneck speed to become the lithium capital of America.
Two major energy companies are about to step on the accelerator toward...
There are more and more clusters and mini quakes occurring on the New Madrid fault line as of 2024.
Wow.
If you have not noticed, as of 2024, news and
You're out
media,
there in
not
the ferry,
only is there
dude.
a movie based on the New Madrid earthquake that was just recently released, but if you have not noticed, news and media keep referencing the 1811 and 1812 earthquakes in relation to an upcoming earthquake as of 2024. They are talking a lot about this massive big earthquake and how it compares back to the 1800s. I mean, I don't know. The only thing, I mean, the dots are really starting to connect here, and to know that FEMA, they were looking for a hideout spot in, again, one of the safest states when it comes to disasters, but being close but not so close to the New Madrid fault line really makes me wonder. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Go check out his shit, and I'll get high and let's watch it.
Thanks for watching this episode of Angry Video Game Nerd. VPNs are important.
We're gonna watch this again. Star Wars fan film. Let's see. I want with that. For the dark times, Galactic Republic flourished and expanded its reach. Peace reigned and Jedi Order. Not known to all, the dark presence preserved in the shadow. Although the Sith were thought to be extinct, the rule of two had kept them alive. But it's the fact that snow. What we can call
Darth Bane would appreciate our efforts.
Darth Bane's early years, carrying on the ancestral business, as it were.
Bane's seminal years. What more appropriate way for us to close the circle than by mimicking the Sithari's seminal efforts? We weave ourselves into the warp and weft of the tapestry he created.
Based on the data I am receiving, 82% of the ore is capable of being purified into weapons-grade Cortos' shield.
The percentage is consistent with what I was told to expect.
By whom, Master?
Of no consequence.
Had you not shared your plans for this discovery?
In due time, Darth Plagueis, inspect the probe to elevate the properties of the secondary iode.
The probe is running an analysis.
Why has it stopped?
The M2 unit informs me that it has discovered a pocket of gas directly beneath the new borehole. I'm sorry to report, sirs, that the gas is a highly combustible variant of methane. The M2 unit predicts that the heat generated by its hydraulic jacks will ignite an explosion of significant magnitude.
The original report made no mention of methane.
I know nothing of that, sir, but the M2 unit is quite insistent. What's more, my own programming corroborates the fact that it is not unusual to find pockets of methane in close proximity to Cortos' ore.
Hurry the probe about excavating around the methane pocket.
The M2 unit recommends employing that very strategy, sir. Shall I order it to proceed?
Task the probe to proceed. Tell the probe to stop.
Why are you interfering?
The map indicates a more massive concentration in the area where it's drilling.
You're correct, sir. I will order the unit to halt all activity.
Droid, did the probe acknowledge your order?
No, sir. The M2 is not responding.
Is it still within range?
Yes, sir.
Then run a communications diagnostic.
I have, sir, and all systems are nominal. The unit's inability to respond. The unit's refusal to respond appears to be deliberate.
Deactivated.
The M2 unit has overridden my command.
Impossible.
Clearly not, sir. In fact, it is highly probable that the unit is executing a deep-seated subroutine that escaped earlier notice.
Who procured the probe?
This isn't the time for questions. The probe is about to reach the pocket. It's the ore. There's too much resistance here.
I'll go down.
This can wait. We are returning to the quadrant.
As you say, Master.
Continue your attempts to deactivate the unit.
I will, sir. To do that, however, I will need to remain here.
What of it?
Should I fail in my efforts, the ensuing explosion will surely result in my destruction.
You've been useful, droid.
Thank you, sir.
You waste your breath.
Master, allow me to lead.
Be mindful of your place. What?
Master.
Stop. Prentice, you're going to need all your strength.
I can bring help. There's time.
I'm dying, Darth Plagueis, this time only for that.
I did all that I could, Master.
To be strong in the Force is one thing, but to believe oneself to be all-powerful is to invite catastrophe. Remember that even in the ethereal realm we inhabit, The unforeseen can occur. Better this way, perhaps, than to perish at your hand.
As Darth Bane would have wished. Who supplied the mining probe, Master?
Subtext, mining.
I will avenge you.
Will you?
Of course.
You are fated to bring the Sith imperative to fruition, Plagueis. It falls to you to bring the Jedi Order to its knees and save the rest of the galaxy's sentience from themselves.
At long last, the mantle is conferred.
But I need to warn you.
Warn me about what, Master?
You.
Yes, Master. Your death comes at my bidding. You said yourself that perpetuation with purpose is the way to victory, and so it is. Go to your grave knowing that you are last of the old order, the vaunted rule of two, and that the new order begins now, and will for 1,000 years remain in my control.
And for the last time I call you apprentice, and I applaud its skillful use of surprise and misdirection. Perhaps I was wrong to think you had no stomach for it.
The dark side guided me, Tenebris. You sensed it, but your lack of faith in me clouded your thoughts.
Even before we came to Bardelic.
And yet we came.
Because we were fated to. You've risked everything to undo me. The entire future of the Sith. My instincts about you proved correct after all.
I'll find a way home, Tenebris, as was you.
Your moment has come. Claim your stake to the dark side. Act now and be done with this.
No oversights this run.
We take your meaning, Captain. No inopportune omissions.
Ineradicable errors.
Dumbass mistakes.
I'm serious. This ship operates as a democracy. I'm your captain, because knowing who's good at what is just something I have a talent for. Do I ever tell you how to pilot? Do I ever question your decision about jump points?
No, Captain.
Either we turn a profit on this run, or we think about going to the huts for another loan. And don't any of you fool yourselves into thinking that we can float an honest loan. Because no bank worth its assets is going to accept the woebegone as collateral.
You are fated to win the Sith imperative devotion bravest. It falls to you to bring the Jedi Order to its knees and save the rest of the galaxy's sentience from themselves.
You're not listed on the shipping manifest, stranger.
I confess to being a stowaway, Captain.
How did you survive in there?
Those sea creatures make a comfortable bed.
Those creatures are how we make our living, Mune. And right now they aren't worth a carking credit.
I apologize for spoiling some of your cargo.
The coolant. How did you survive that?
We mutants have 3 hearts. 2 of them are under voluntary control, so I was able to keep my blood circulating and my body temperature close to normal.
Speaking of blood, you're leaking some.
A result of an unfortunate accident, but thank you for noticing.
We have a medical droid. I'll have it take a look at your injury.
That's very kind of you, Captain.
You're a long way from the Braxton clan, and probably the last species we'd expect to find stowing away in a cargo container.
I can well imagine.
Kanmia Spaceport has passenger flights to Bimisari. You couldn't wait, or you're out of credits.
To be honest, I wish to avoid the common spaceways.
Are you a fugitive?
I do, however, value my privacy.
What brought you to Baldemde, Commune?
I'm not at liberty to divulge the nature of my activities.
Banking clan investments. Or lawyering. That's all the means do, Captain.
Not all of us are bankers or lawyers. No more than all Togrutas are pacifists.
Be better for you if you were a financial wizard, to avoid being jettisoned from our ship.
Captain, I appreciate that you and your crew have many questions about me. But perhaps for the sake of simplicity, the 2 of us could speak privately for a moment. Strictly in the interest of facilitating an agreement.
I won't be long.
We'll be returning soon enough.
Thank you, Captain.
Enough of the polite jabber. Who are you? And why didn't you leave Baldemic aboard whatever craft brought you here?
Before we go into any of that, suppose we assess the present situation squarely. I've stood away aboard your vessel in the hope of arranging quick passage to Mutinist. Fortunately for both of us, I'm in a position to reward you handsomely for transport. And of course, I'll cover the cost of whatever precious cargo I've ruined. You need only quote a reasonable price, and the deal can be concluded. I assure you, Captain, that I'm immune of my word.
Leaving aside your identity for the moment, you know, the important things. Your onward passage is a matter I'll have to take up with the crew.
I'm not sure I understand. You are the Wobegon's captain, are you not?
We're equals aboard this ship.
In that case, Captain, I await the results of the summit.
You're going to have to sit tight in the meantime.
Take as much time as needed. The closer we get to Ithor, the closer I am to home.
How do you know we're bound for Ithor?
The same way I know that your name is Heedlin La. I'm not a telepath, Captain La. After I selected your ship from among those on the field, I sliced into Baldemic's spaceport network.
Why the Wobegone then?
I don't gamble, Captain, unless I know that the odds of winning are on my side.
That's not gambling.
When have you ever known a mutant to do that?
When have you ever known a mutant, period?
Alright then, when have you ever heard about a mutant doing that?
What's your gut telling you about him, Captain? Is he willing to cover the cost of the spoiled cargo?
He's as slick as they come and used to getting his way. But either we take him back to Baldemnic and put our cargo at risk, or we drop him off at our first stop and make him someone else's problem.
Or we could just jettison him now.
We don't know if he told someone on Baldenic about his plan. His disappearance could put us in serious muck.
So, what's the verdict, Captain?
I think we should get him off our hands as soon as possible.
You don't want to even discuss coming up with a price for passage?
I've never been on the Braxant Run. Have any of you?
Is he willing to cover the cost of the spoiled cargo?
He said he would.
Then maybe we take him to Ithor. If he proves to be a cooperative passenger, we could consider taking him all the way to Minilist. Certainly wouldn't hurt to get familiar with that corner of space.
I don't know.
I'll go one step further. I mean, this mutant could be a jackpot that's fallen right into our laps. Weren't you just saying that no bank would ever grant us a loan against the Wobegone? Well, Munilist is the bank, and this Mun can provide all the collateral we'll ever need.
Our reward for years of leading clean lives.
Meaning what? We hold him for ransom.
We don't have to call it that.
We've never done that. Well, once. Maybe. But we're not about to do it again.
I agree.
Same.
Okay. So I was just thinking out loud.
Captain, if I may, it is regarded that moons are not known to travel unaccompanied without ample reason for doing so. In fact, most moons are reluctant to leave Munilist for any purpose other than to transact business negotiations.
That's exactly what I said about collateral. There has to be some financial reason for him being on Baldemnic. Some major deal in the works we might be able to get in on. A construction project, maybe.
Let 4D finish.
Go ahead.
It has yet to be determined just what the moon was involved in. Suppose, however, the nature of his business is going to impact Baldemic in a negative way. Should word spread that the crew of the Wobegone lent their support to the moon's illegal departure, then what might become of the ship's reputation in the oil sector? You may wish to include the worth of that in your calculations regarding an arrangement for onward passage.
So, are we expecting him to make us all rich in case our services are no longer needed here?
What about what the Munes can do to us if we don't take him? They've got a reach as long as a galactic arm.
What are they going to do? Downgrade our portfolios? Freeze our assets? Ruin our credit rating? Our only assets are this ship and our reputation for doing what we say we're going to do.
Goes back to what I said about asking for a lot more than what he might see as a fair price. These banking clan types hold on to every credit. But we've got ourselves a live Mun, and no matter who he is or what he's pretending to be, I guarantee you he's worth more than 10 years.
How did you get this done?
No, not really. Because the voting boosts.
I want to know how this white Republican won an election by making believe he was black.
He didn't really make believe he was black, but he led people to believe.
But wasn't he in commercials or making appearances? How did you get this done?
No, not really. Because the voting public are idiots. And
but don't you want to see a picture of who you're voting for?
Well, what he did it in a way like he said, endorsed by, and it was it was the wording like, please let this member of our community, and
Dave Wilson.
He put a picture of this. He said endorsed by, and he gave the name of a black politician.
Right.
But I think he also has a relative who's got that name.
Yes.
So in very fine print at the bottom, he put whatever the name was, like Ron White is a relative, is a distant cousin. So he just he technically didn't.
Yeah.
Let's see this.
Here's the story.
Yeah.
Let's.
A shocking win for one candidate in Tuesday's election. Listen to this: a white guy led voters to believe he was black to win a seat on the Houston Community College Board. Here's what we hadn't heard before,
election.
And he's not denying what he did. Our Doug Miller has more on this unusual campaign.
Ooh.
On election night, as some candidates celebrated victory, not many people noticed a campaign shocker.
Nobody was shocked more than
me. Shocker?
That's Dave Wilson, an anti-gay activist and a sort of political mischief maker who put his name on the ballot.
I had always said it was a long shot. No, I didn't expect to win.
He ran against this man, Houston Community College trustee Bruce Austin, who voters have elected and re-elected for 24 years.
Wow.
I was rather disgusted.
Disgusted by something that turned up in voters' mailboxes. Most of the voters in the district involved in this election are African American. Wilson sent out a bunch of these direct mail pieces implying that he's African American. His flyers depicted smiling African American faces. The words said, "Please vote for our friend and neighbor, Dave Wilson." The pictures, he admits, were just lifted off the internet. African American.
What a coincidence.
The flyers said he was endorsed by Ron Wilson. No, not the former state representative. The fine print says Ron Wilson is Dave Wilson's cousin.
That's correct. We are.
You really got a cousin named Ron Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Edna and Jean's boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll endorse you.
Yeah.
You call
I called him up at Bloomfield, Iowa.
Yeah. In a heavily African-American district, Wilson won by 26 votes.
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good for both democracy and the whole concept of fair play. But that was not his intent, apparently.
Austin has said he'll ask for a recount. But in an era of electronic voting, political analysts think Wilson's victory will hold, despite his deliberately deceptive flyers. Doug Miller, KHOU.
He said he'll work for our children and had a bunch of little black children.
Shenanigans going on in the community college system. If his victory holds, he'll serve on that board for the next 6 years. First,
Have you been keeping up with
That's great.
the fact that he's kind of an anti-gay activist makes me hope he has a stroke, but aside from that, I like what he did.
Is this his radio ad?
Yes.
I got to hear this.
The HTC District 2 race. The one between Dave Wilson and Bruce Austin. Yes, that's the one. It's the strangest thing. That Bruce Austin voted against $6 million in scholarships for our children right here in our neighborhood. But he voted to...
I got to hear this. I got to hear the ad without the news guys.
No, I love the ad.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's really good.
Right here in our neighborhood.
You're nuts, Comia.
It's a bit misleading there.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I
completely
pretended
legal.
I was in black once.
Did you?
Yeah.
All right, keeping up with the HTC District 2 race. The one between Dave Wilson and Bruce Austin. Yes, that's the one. It's the strangest thing. That Bruce Austin voted against $6 million in scholarships for our children right here in our neighborhood. But he voted to spend $45 million in the foreign country of Qatar. And that doesn't include the millions of dollars he spent in Vietnam, Brazil, and Saudi Arabia.
Bruce Austin is killing the hopes and dreams of our children. He's setting them up for failure.
Girl, please. I bet he has relatives that could have used some of that scholarship money he voted against. I've had about enough of him.
So what we gonna do?
I'm voting for Dave Wilson. Dave Wilson, isn't he the... Yes, Dave Wilson is the man who's fighting for our neighborhoods. He's the only one in this race for HCC District 2 trustee that we can trust.
We can't afford an HCC District 2 trustee who has turned his back on our neighborhood.
Sending millions overseas as bad as our children need help going to school. Bruce Austin ought to be ashamed.
Paid for by Dave Wilson for HCC District 2 campaign.
Good for Dave Wilson. A bunch of black people doing his fucking ads. Oh, it's hilarious.
It's funny.
And they hinted.
Isn't he the fucking crackhead Peckerwood?
Yeah.
Dave Wilson, that motherfucking honky white ass Crackerwood picker fucking.
Dave Wilson is pretty smart
and totally unapologetic.
Good.
Yeah, it's like
him.
these are all black people.
Well, will you look at that?
And I said, Lord, he's a white man.
Right.
6 years they're stuck with him.
He gonna help me? I got bronchitis.
He might get some things done.
Maybe.
All right, Big Al,
what do you got, buddy?
That story in Houston, how come no one's addressing the blatant racism of the entire community? They voted for this guy because they thought he was black and totally ignored the issue.
Well, they don't, by the way, they don't know
true.
that. They don't, you can't, see, they're automatically assuming that they voted for him because they thought he was black. Like, they don't know that. Maybe they really liked where he stood on the issues, too.
I think it was a black guy.
Me too.
The incumbent was there for 24 years.
Yep.
Wait, what's he called?
The incumbent was there for 24 years.
Yeah, because he's a black guy. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
Yeah, you know what? You could be. It's just like Obama. Look at he's got a 91% approval rating in the black community. Can they all be that stupid? No, because he's black. So I say, vote white.
Vote white. Okay, that's what your message was. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, Miguel.
See you later, Miguel.
Well, listen, I mean, no surprise. People vote for the dumbest reasons a lot of times.
Well,
popularity contests.
They certainly do.
I one time voted for someone who had the cutest button nose.
Aw.
Yeah.
I think blacks are very racist when they vote. To tell you the truth.
So are white people.
No. Not as racist as blacks.
No.
When you look at the fact that 98% of blacks that voted for Obama, that would lead you to believe that they voted for him based on
But
race.
isn't there part of that would say they want to have the first black president, not that they would vote for a black president every time had there been other black people to vote for?
Yeah.
I believe they would, though. I do. I just believe they would.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And white people obviously had to have voted for Obama because he couldn't get put over with just the black vote. So they're willing to, compromise as far as race goes. But black people, very unwilling to compromise.
Black people have been voting for white people for since they've been allowed to vote in good old fair America. They've been voting for white people forever because there are no black candidates.
Well, that's not
that's the system that was put in place.
The first black candidate that comes up and spoke well, they fucking ushered him right in there.
But the system didn't allow for other candidates for many, many, many years. Like, if a system is stacked so one way racially, when the race that legitimately has not been allowed to do things votes for one of their own to get in, you can't look at them and go, look at those racists.
Yeah, I can.
You can, but it's not a fair way to do it.
I mean,
until things have been happening for if the same amount of, if people are.
Before Obama, 100% of white people were voting for white candidates.
Yeah, all of them.
No, I know some people that voted for Jesse Jackson when he was running.
Okay.
And Reverend Al Sharpton.
That would be a very small percentage.
You don't know any white people that voted for
I do. It was one of my friend's moms. I fucking
really?
Smack her in the
See,
face.
That's from 1984, and you still remember the one woman you know that voted for him.
Exactly.
That's a bad example.
Ronnie Reagan took that one.
Yes, he did.
Just filling you in on the news.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Great. Spoiler alert. Reagan won.
And then you look at an election like that. Obviously, it's, the guy has to fake that he's black to get the black vote. He knew the deal.
I mean, he's also not a nice guy. Like,
whatever. whatever. He knew the deal,
He's
though.
probably not great for the job.
He's
an anti-gay activist.
He's a douche.
He might be good.
He's probably not great.
Oh, he's full of fudge.
Thank you, Jim. Finally, somebody says it.
I don't know if you should be bragging that you're an anti-gay activist, by the way.
Exactly.
Where it goes on the brochure.
Not only is he anti-gay, but that's his cause. Like he wants to create awareness for the anti-gay.
There's nothing he wants less than one man's mouth on a cock.
Yeah.
That's what he worries about in our country.
To put it on the brochure, though, that's rough. Let's say hi to Ryan in New York. Ryan.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ryan.
Hey, I just turned the radio back on. I heard you made
No one cares.
I
Yeah,
know.
what'd you have for breakfast?
Yeah. What's your...
Not yet, Jimmy.
What's your
98% of all the blacks voted for Obama. That's what you said. So
Yeah.
That means only 2% of them actually have a brain.
Oh,
Wow, there's a talking point.
A little edgy.
I think I understand why people would vote based.
He looked pretty impressive at the time, sir.
Yeah, and he was also
it
more.
was a good show.
And black people
he looked
typically
very
Democrat anyway.
impressive.
Yeah. All right, guys.
And now black people are looking at twice the national average of unemployment. That's good.
Yeah.
Good job, Obama.
But I get why you would vote for a guy like that. If I lived in a place where the situation was reversed, I would absolutely vote for a white guy to get the first white guy.
Of course.
You know?
And you're voting based on skin color. That's great.
Yeah, but that's the way America. That's what America has always done.
How about a little candidate named Adolf Hitler? There you go.
But if there were just black presidents forever.
Yeah, you'd vote for Hitler
And
because
then-
he's white.
But you would vote for Hitler because he's white.
You'd vote for Hitler now.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, well. I don't know.
Or the H word. It's amazing how we can say Hitler. You can't say faggot on the radio or
No.
like on TV, but you can say Hitler.
Hitler.
Oh, you could do skits about it even.
Why? Yeah. Why isn't Hitler the H word? There's not a much of a more offensive guy than Adolf Hitler, but you could
Nazi.
sing his name on
That
TV.
should be the
Right.
N-word.
Yeah.
Nazi. You're a Nazi.
Or you want to do homeless cable access host who hates gays and blacks and
That one.
Okay. That sounds good. Homeless guy.
Man should have a home.
He's only talking to like maybe 30,000 cable subs.
Let's get him on the phone. He'll be talking to a lot more people
Well,
than that.
well, CNN did the big story, those dopes.
Oh, they did?
Giving this guy a lot more exposure.
Gave him the attention.
Community access TV offers programs you're not going to find anywhere else. But in Burlington, Vermont, the freedom to make television has turned into a debate over the freedom of speech as one host does everything he can to push the public access boundaries. CNN's Keith Oppenheim has our story.
In Burlington, Vermont, long after the sun goes down, a show begins on cable TV with something offensive for just about everyone.
When a does that, you know she should be dead.
The host of the show spews violence against women. He once showed a video of a pig's head being cut off as he attacked what he called feminazi pigs. His name is John Long, viewed by many as a...
So I'm doing this, trying to get my hours up, coming hanging out with you guys here and there too, but doing these reruns, these long streams, hanging out with my girl. So when I'm hanging out with my girl, I got this shit playing.
Racist, someone who encourages violence against gays.
My goal is to be the most hated person in Burlington.
Wow. Guess he's getting there.
We got to get him on. John Long.
The public access gets crazy.
Please, let's get him on.
I don't get the rules. I just don't get the dumb rules the FCC have, the rules for TV and cable TV in particular.
Yeah.
It's just all fucked up, man. It's just fucked up.
It's like rags, man.
Sorry, it just doesn't end. Steve and wife.
I have to go solve this crime. That's you. Stephen
Steve and wife. Steve, you done with that case? No. Oh, okay.
Well, Steve, your evidence is all messed up.
Damn it. The Steve clips have to be together. What was that, sir?
Steve, what do you think of your casework?
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
His acting stinks.
That's terrible.
That's terrible. That stinks.
That was supposed to be like a grief moment.
Yeah.
Steve did a sketch, and his acting is so bad. But this was supposed to be like after he hears about it, like someone talks about the death of their own mother.
Yeah.
This is Steve's response.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
I can picture his fat head shaking and his eyes kind of closed when he said it.
Why are you mad? You're in my house.
You're in my fucking house.
You're in my fucking house.
Why are you mad? You're in my fucking house.
Sing-songy ass and wife.
We should get it. We should get it for Bob Kelly.
We have to.
It's
Bob
worth
has
playing
to hear
again.
us.
Yeah. Go get that piece of production.
Ed Wood refused to direct him.
You're terrible. Here's more audio of the homeless cable access host.
On TV, he goes by the name Mr. Happy. In real life, he doesn't have a paying job or a roof over his head. John Long is 44 and homeless.
How long have you been homeless? About on and off for about like 25 years.
Back in 1995, when O.J. Simpson was acquitted of murder, Long says he was outraged and wanted to broadcast his opinions. He went to Vermont Community Access Media,
Which sees the benefit of allowing people to express themselves, no matter how reprehensible their content would be.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, certainly are.
I'm so surprised they haven't figured out a way to put a stop to those cable access, public access shows, because they really are. Some of them I watch and I want to throw like something through the television.
You ever see
Just
Damon
really
X?
Where do you find
Manhattan? Me and Billy Burr used to watch him all. Probably the funniest guy. He looks like Robert Downey Jr., but he puts white makeup on and black around his eyes. And he sits there and just, in like one episode, he's just like, I want to be motherfucking president of the motherfucking United motherfucking States of motherfucking America motherfuckers. Now, if you vote for me, motherfucking right, motherfucking now, I am Damon motherfucking X motherfuckers for like an hour. That's all he says is motherfuckers. Wow. It's the funniest thing ever.
Can we get that somehow?
How do we get cable
Damon
access?
X.
It's on Time Warner in Brooklyn. I know they got some, so maybe E-Rock.
I don't know if I have it here.
Oh, forget it. Have it.
Oh, no, we don't want to do this.
What?
Shit. The teen that didn't miss a day of school.
Oh, great. It's a feel-good story.
All right, well, we could goof on it. There's a better story, though. Where the hell did it go?
This one?
I'm sure.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
And a teenager from Staten Island gets an A for attendance. The high school grad has not missed a single day of school since 1994. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt has his story from New Dorp.
You hear about these kids every year. And you know that it gets to the point where they have to go to school even if they have the flu because they're trying to keep their record alive. So they get everyone sick.
So they get everyone sick.
I used to take their lunch money.
You were? You did that?
I used to wait at the end of the line. You know, it was like 85 cents for lunch. I used to take everybody's 15 cents. And then I used to make like $3 or $4 a day. And then go buy like a nice half a pint of whiskey.
So anyway, getting back to the kid that didn't miss school. Here's the report, I guess.
Well, the young man that we're talking about is graduating from high school today. And what he's going to be doing is receiving an award for not missing one day. That's right. You heard me right here. He hasn't missed one day of school from first grade all the way through high school.
They hand you for that, a bronze
You didn't miss a day of school for how long?
It came out to about 1,960 days consecutively.
I got to give you a hard time about this. What is wrong with you that you never wanted to miss a day of school?
No friends.
Well, for a while, like I didn't really notice that I wasn't missing any school until like the middle of my middle school career. And then after a while, I realized, I haven't missed a day of school. Why don't I keep going and see how long I can take it?
No, you know what this is all about? Another person that loves the attention. Some teacher somewhere just casually said, I've been looking over my records, and you haven't missed a day of school yet.
Perfect attendance
and then
record.
A light went off in his head. Bing! This is going to be my thing.
It'll be my thing.
Everyone in school probably goes, there's the guy. He hasn't missed a day of school yet. Look at him. He's right there.
Where is the one who's being punched? That one.
Yeah. The guy up against the lockers.
We'll throw darts at him.
Especially high school, the best thing was to skip a day of school just out of nowhere.
Yeah, random day from school is the best thing ever.
I used to cut.
Sometimes we would go and just hang out in the school parking lot all day and not go to school and just listen to rock music.
Oh,
ABBA.
Go into the woods.
Zepp.
Hang out.
Zepp and Ob.
Zepp over Sabbath.
No. Just hang out, listen to the Cars.
The Cars.
I like the Cars.
Don't start a new character today.
I'm not.
Who's that? Small
I
mouth?
cut too
That's
much.
his name, actually. Little Mouth.
His name's Little Mouth?
I cut too much school, and then I would I couldn't go back. Like I'd reach those points where it's like, wow, I haven't been to social studies in like 3 weeks. What am I gonna do? Just pop in and go, oh hi, I'm back. So you couldn't go. You'd reach a point where then you'd have to avoid the teachers in the hallway because she would like know that you hadn't been to class in 3 weeks, and you can't just drop back in. So you'd cut out of that class, and then I cut other classes, or I cut the whole day and just smoke pot at my friend Frank's house and watch like Gilligan's Island and stuff.
I remember when you come over, I used to like smoking pot with you.
I've never smoked pot with you, you frowning idiot.
Your friend Frank's house.
Oh, Frank. It was a different Frank. I'm sorry, Frank. Yeah, he wasn't Frank the Frowner.
Good improv
Frank the
skills.
Stoner.
Yeah, no kidding. Great.
It was beautiful.
I didn't recognize his name.
And then you ruined it again. You went, no, the other Frank.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think we were the Groundlings fucking meeting. Guy's name is Jimmy, you idiot.
You're
Trying to pass out the props. Yeah, we're going to do Freeze-Its next. Jerk off.
We're going to do hands.
And go. Let's get a pause.
All right, it's a comb, and you have a baby foot in your asshole. Go.
And give me an occupation. Occupation.
And there's always one guy trying to yell something funny. Ice cream eater.
Oh, no.
All right.
Judge, and you can always tell who is who. Job. Oh, great, Frank again. Plastic surgeons.
And a strange situation to be in.
You're shitting on the couch, and your grandmother catches you, but she's sucking a Negro's balls.
Go. Hey, let's go to Paul New Rochelle. He's got a question for Frank the Frowner.
Frank the Frowner, I want to know if you have a rebuttal to Tippy Tom and his comments on the Kentucky Fried controversy.
I haven't heard those comments, so I'm not going to comment until I've heard everything. What were they?
I think
it was talking about putting turkey in the chicken.
I like to do turkey impressions.
Your question's upsetting him. He seems to be frowning.
Do you know it takes more muscles to gobble than it does to smile? I once read on the internet.
What's your comment on immigration?
I don't have any comments on immigration. This is not a wacky news bit, sir. This is a childhood birth defect.
Yeah, man, the guy's going to wreck the new character. Yeah, stop it. Don't wreck the new character. All right, back to the kid that didn't miss a day of school.
18-year-old Stephen Renault is proud of his record, and he should be.
Is he?
He didn't miss one day of school from first grade all the way through to his senior year in high school.
None of my friends have ever, encouraged me to cut school with them. A lot of
Do you know how great it would be if on his way to pick up his graduation ceremony, he was mowed down by a drunk driver? Some kid playing hooky. Just had a bottle of Jack and fucking wrecked his dreams with one misread light.
With Leonard Skinner blasting Freebird. Oh. All right.
Through to his senior year in high school.
None of my friends have ever, encouraged me to cut school with them. All of my friends are actually, into their schoolwork also, so they haven't felt any need to encourage me to cut. And I actually don't really know many of my friends who have cut school.
Now, keep in mind, Stephen never even stayed home sick. He says missing school just wasn't beneficial.
When you miss a day of school, you end up missing a lot of stuff, and it's more work to keep up with it than just staying do it for the whole week.
It's more hassle than what it's worth.
Exactly.
Now Stephen is graduating from Staten Island Technical High School, and in the fall, get a load of this, he's going to be attending Yale University, and he's majoring in economics.
In college, I guess I plan on keeping my perfect attendance. I'll see how it goes once I'm there. I don't know yet, but I probably will.
And on the back of Stephen's T-shirt there, it said Yale 2010. Well, that's going to be the year that he graduates from Yale. And you know his mom.
Why else would he have
Her
that?
name is Marilyn. She is very proud of him. And, of course, we wish him the very best.
Why else would he have the date on the back unless that was the class he was in, you fucking stupid idiot?
The burnout should have broke into his house after his parents leave for work and just duct tape him to a chair so he misses a day of school.
Can't get to school.
I must make it.
He had a perfect attendance record, except for that one day where he was taped and raped by fellow students.
With a lacrosse stick.
He sounds and he is, Jason. Thank you.
Yes, and which means he actually attended more school than 6 of his other family members combined.
All right, we don't.
Or he'll be shot on his first day of college.
You really think
the one big chance of getting out of the rut of the community?
Is he? We don't know. Do you think he is? I don't know.
Yes. What do you call a black guy that didn't miss one day of school?
Jesus.
Swiggy?
No.
What? No, I don't.
A very responsible young man.
A black guy with white parents?
That's right. You went with the bit a little too much, Bob. You know, I don't mean to tear down a wall here, but you know.
I'm sorry, dude. Good. I'm gonna tear down the 30th wall.
Hey.
Sometimes we don't what?
I'm the only one that tears down.
Well, I'm not. This is not me speaking.
You don't want me doing Frank the Frowner now, do you?
This is Jim Norton, the actor that plays.
No, that's my bit too,
Frank
Jimmy.
Frowner.
That's my bit.
Frank the Frowner.
That's my bit when I step out of character.
Opie.
I can't. Just do Frank the Frowner.
Why can't? You said he can't do. Why couldn't Opie do Frank the Frowner?
I steal it. No, I don't want to steal.
Yeah, you know who Frank the Frowner's cousin is?
Who?
Hey, Frank, the angry typing guy.
That's my bit too. Stop.
Angry typing guys.
I've run out of bits to come up with. I can't come up with any new ones. Hey, now you're combining your bit with my bit. Stop.
Speaking of frown.
That's my brother's bit that I ripped off.
Speaking of frowning.
I'm a black ninja.
The Chinese are coming.
I haven't developed that one yet. I'm still working on the Chinese are coming. All right. So speaking of Superman, everyone's on it. All the news programs. And
how can they do this little twist on their story instead of just doing a movie review? It's
well, one of the cable news outlets. I'm not sure if it's Fox or MSNBC.
Yeah.
Fox,
of course.
Superman's.
Who else would it be?
Superman's powers possible on Earth. All hell is breaking loose in Iraq and Israel.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about
Middle East is a mess, but
let's talk about the fantasy world.
Yeah. Could Superman exist? How would he get his powers? We'll tell you.
Right. Well, let's see what this is all about.
Here it is.
All right. Well, we didn't see any of his superpowers.
But I know they're there. I know
That's
it.
right.
I've seen them before.
Are they scientifically possible with Superman?
For all of us. The national. I know I can sit there and ask questions.
Yeah.
I've got that power. But what about the other stuff? The National Geographic Channel is finding out in a special called The Science of Superman. With us is Michael Denon, a physics professor at UC Irvine, who's featured in the show. It's good to have you here with us.
Good to be here.
You're a Princeton grad.
Yeah.
So what about this? Starting with flying. We all want to fly. Is it possible?
Flying? No,
Yeah,
flying
you buy
is
a
one
ticket.
superpower in the show. You'll see tomorrow that we really point out how it just doesn't work. You blame gravity.
Can I? I don't mean to
You
be too
blame
technical.
gravity? Did I just hear him go, you blame gravity for the fact that we can't fly? Yes. Blame gravity.
Is the media really interviewing a man about she actually asked that like a real journalist, like, well,
Yeah.
is it possible? How about this? No, whore, it isn't.
It isn't. You dolt.
It's a man in a homoerotic outfit with a cape rescuing people, only in one city.
Oh.
Yeah, why only one city, Jimmy?
Exactly.
Hey, it's Metropolis. Where else are you going to go?
Exactly. Why isn't he breaking through brothel doors, stopping men from having sex with like HIV positive hookers? You're a C blocker. I just saved you, son.
Flying. We all want to fly. Is it possible?
Flying? No, flying is the one superpower in the show. You'll see tomorrow that we really point out how it just doesn't work.
You blame gravity?
Well, gravity's just too strong. Yeah, you can't get over gravity. There's no way to do it. They do have some creative ideas that the comic writers put out, but they don't really work.
This is called a waste of time.
Wow.
This is
We
waste
can't
of
get over
time
gravity?
TV.
Is it possible to fly? Well,
How
if
about-
you're an Asian student at NYU for a few seconds.
Disappointed by your grades?
Well, they have a little problem down there from time to time.
Just take the B and shut up.
Like we said many times, they got to install trampolines all around NYU.
Yeah.
These dappy bastards are jumping because they got a B+.
Too much pressure.
Right.
Got to get a 4.0.
Well, this is waste of time TV.
Yeah.
What about his super strength? Because, you always hear stories about somebody comes across...
He's lifting the helicopter.
See, that's hard. Somebody comes across a car accident and they lift the car off the people, or they go and they save a jumbo jet like that right there.
You always hear about that.
Is it possible?
Now, the super strength also is one. He could have it initially when he comes from the planet because of gravity, but what you worry about, like the astronauts get weak after time, you'd expect Superman to get weak after time.
What the hell are they talking about? Because of gravity?
What about when your foot gets tangled in the stirrups?
Why don't they ask the real questions? If Superman is able to stand there and stop a train, wouldn't his weight have to be so much that it would crush whatever he's walking on? Like how could he just put his arms out and stop something that is very heavy? It doesn't matter how strong you are. It's going to be your weight versus the weight of what you're trying to stop and the friction between the bottom of your shoes and whatever surface you're on.
He must be fun to go to the movies with.
No kidding.
So he would have to overcome that lack of friction between his shoes and the street, and the only thing that could do that is sheer weight. And so he would have to be very heavy, but he flies. Yet he flies. He would have to weigh a lot, but it doesn't damage the ground he's walking on. Like if he was walking on grass, he should leave great holes in the ground where he's walking because he's so heavy.
He doesn't rip his suit bottoms or his suit shoes.
I believe his suit is made from material that came from the planet Krypton. So it is as strong as he is.
Who cleans it? He has one suit he wears all the time? What a
Could it get dirty?
That filthy suit under.
I believe it's machine washable if it can take an airplane crashing into it.
Hey, there's a couple of great phone calls coming in. Jeff in Chicago. Jeff?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Are they just going to go through a big list of Superman's powers and say, no, it's not possible?
Yeah, 0 for 2 so far.
Every single one.
This is all right. This is waste of time TV. Pay attention; it's happening all around you.
How about the ability to shoot himself when the series is over? Possible.
Possible. Yes. Brian in North Carolina.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I think it was Jimmy that actually said that he only sees people in one city.
Yeah.
Think about it. In the first one, he was out in the Hoover Dam. He was out there in Nevada.
Oh, you're right.
Then he was out in
Yeah, but only for like major disasters.
Right.
He only hangs around Metropolis like picking up crooks.
Yeah,
and
he
stuff
goes
like
on
that.
business trips every once in a while.
How about the second one when he stops that bus from flying through the air when those three bad people throw a bus at him? He stops it with one hand.
3 bad people? How old are you? 4?
Bad people. He stopped it with one hand. Right.
Yeah, one hand.
They're the monsters I see at night.
And he can do things. Sometimes he does things that are real feats of strength. You know, he'll pick up a dump truck, something like that, and he's smiling. And then other times, he's trying to maybe get through a door, and he's bending the steel of the door, and it looks like he's straining. He's going, yeah. You picked up a dump truck without even blinking. There's inconsistencies that I'm seeing.
Well, let's see what he has to say about X-ray vision.
All right, X-ray vision.
Is it possible?
X-ray vision is interesting because I used to get wrestling magazines, and they swore they sold glasses where you had
X-ray
X-ray
specs.
vision. Yeah, X-ray specs.
I had them all the time.
Now, is it true? Should I ever order them?
No, the X-ray vision, we have X-ray machines. That works. We know how to do that, but we don't know how to do X-ray vision.
Are we close?
Not even close to
So it's made up. Is anyone trying?
So it's made up, he says.
0 for 3. 0 for 3.
No flying, no super strength, no X-ray
You guys
vision.
are really getting to the bottom of things.
How about super breath? This is unbelievable.
Oh,
This is the same freaking show that gives you the updates on our soldiers in Iraq.
Yeah.
Terrific.
What other powers does he have?
Super breath, and
Super breath. Oh,
yeah.
when he freezes
Like
things.
hurricane hip.
And then he's got that like laser eye thing going.
Yeah. Well,
He zaps things with his laser eyes.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Super breath.
Super breath.
I witnessed that.
Yes.
Had an onion, did you?
Super breath.
I'll bet you did witness that.
Oh, that's terrific.
When your girlfriend came home and she burped, and you're like, honey, it smells like bleach, and you saw another gentleman's car driving off.
Could be a problem.
Yeah, super breath.
Super breath. Yeah, I witnessed that.
Yes.
In the studio, I've seen the super breath.
The super breath is one, once you give him super strength, we talk about it in the National Geographic Channel special. You can imagine him getting super breath by sucking in the air and compressing it and then blowing it out really fast.
So is that...
I don't think that's possible. You cannot use your lungs as an air conditioning compressor.
So
It's hot, your body inside.
So super breath,
Yeah.
also a no. 0 for
no.
4. Let's say hi to Max in Dallas. Max.
Hey, 2 quick questions. How come whenever the guy shoots bullets at Superman and they run out of bullets,
Don't say it.
gun at it?
Don't say it. It's a hack stand-up joke, my friend.
What's the next one, sweetie?
And the second one is Superman's in an elevator and the elevator cable breaks, he's falling and he jumps. Will he die? Punch it out.
Good question.
Well, not Superman, but everyone in the elevator will, yes.
Yes. Let's say hi to John in North Carolina. John.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, super breath is possible. Just ask E-Rock.
His family's listening in West Palm Beach.
Whole family.
Have some mercy, sir.
Don't.
We love your son. He's an abysmal failure, but we love him.
What about flying around the Earth backwards and reversing time? Is that possible? Can we reverse time?
No, it would just screw up the rotation and we'd all float away.
Would that be it?
It would wreck it for everybody else.
I want to hear the serious answer. Why didn't they address that?
Well, we got super hearing.
Oh.
So far, 0 for 4.
The only power within human reach could involve our ears.
Through, artificial means, it is conceivable that in the future we'd get super hearing, but it would be some sort of artificial bionic type.
So you have to have a machine.
Yeah.
All right, jackass. He has just then explained all the other powers. Because, yes, we can fly with machines. We do it every day. We can see through things with machines. We have X-ray vision with a machine. Super strength? Yes. With machines, we can pick up huge boulders. Why just the hearing did he bring up with a machine?
What he's trying to say is, what is it that would give everybody the same hearing a woman has when you drop the C-bomb in the next room?
No matter how low you say it.
When whispering it to her invalid mother who's been staying with you.
So you try to pull out the old pillow and end your misery.
The camera pans down, all you see is the 2 old stocking feet kicking out in a white shoe falling off of one. Burden over. Now you can go back to having fun in that guest room.
Put the pillow back under her head. Natural causes.
Her eyes are wide open. Her lips are pulled all the way back up in her gums. Gonna fix them.
Finally, we get a little discussion about kryptonite or Krypton. Krypton exploding, sending Superman to Earth. Could this happen?
Okay. Good question.
Exploded. Superman put in a capsule, saved his parents, unfortunately, their demise. Could this happen?
The planet exploding is something that's talked about in the National Geographic special.
Wait, our planet? Or the...
No, not our planet. You need something very special about the planet. It's very, very hard to make a planet explode. Stars explode all the time. Planets, much harder.
A complete waste of time.
He didn't even answer that one.
No.
Well, I actually am reading right now. It says Christopher Reeve's mansion is $2.95 million.
That's it?
Yeah, I'm sure there's an elevator put in.
Bunch of ramps everywhere. Big wide bathroom doors.
Handles
everywhere.
So there you have it. Nice. The tie-in. Every movie has to have the tie-in locally, or everyone has to have their tie-in to some big
there's
movie
the tie-in.
release.
Well, did you see him trying to do it? Our planet?
Yeah.
Exploding
Our planet? What?
Couldn't happen here.
This just in.
Are the news programs doing this too?
Probably. Yeah. Some type of...
I'm trying to think of a really good one that they could tie into Superman.
A tie-in to Superman. That's a tough one. They really went out on a limb here with their stupid superpower thing. Could it be possible? Oof.
All right.
What producer is getting fired right now for that segment? Eesh.
On our show?
No.
Oh, with them? Yeah.
With them.
We had fun goofing on it.
It was horrible.
Hey, very good news. After the break, we got some terrific audio from the Kevin and Virginia show.
I can't wait. Our big competitors
down in West Palm Beach. They work for what? Wild 95.5.
We were vaulted to number 2 in a month, and they stand in our way.
Bird in Philly, Jimmy must have some of Superman's powers because he also has a big S on his chest from time to time.
That's true.
Very, very good. All right.
Hurtful.
The Disney worker found with baby porn.
Yeah.
This is sick.
Well, they should screen anyone who works there relatively carefully.
Of course.
Creep work there.
All right, really, really fast. It's
a lot of people like putting themselves in those situations.
It's quick.
21-year-old Tony Guerra shook his head and turned away from our camera as agents from the FBI's Innocent Images Task Force arrested him at Disney's MGM Studios on Thursday. A federal search warrant quoted him saying, "I love babies," during a chat session on the photo-sharing website called Hello Google.
Good old Hello Google. What the hell is that?
It almost sounds like someone just...
Well, what
joking?
Around, but was there pictures exchanged? They don't just arrest you for saying that.
I love
it. Was arrested though at MGM. Did like Keystone cops come and get him, and people were taking pictures?
Goofy with a sheriff star,
an oldie time car.
Sharing website called Hello Google. The search warrant said Guerra asked an undercover officer posing as a mother if she had molested her own children, then sent 63 still photos and 4 videos of child pornography that's too graphic to describe and featured children under the age of 6.
What the?
This guy should honestly just have a gun put to his head and he's shot.
He asks one question and then dumps a boatload of porno over the internet line to her.
Well, it wasn't her. It was an undercover cop.
Yeah.
I love babies could be a very nice, healthy thing to say. I love babies.
Oh, you just said that.
What a creep this guy is.
I've never heard.
6.
I swear to God, I've never heard the term baby porn before.
Nah.
Never heard that before until this story hit today.
Investigators said they've already found roughly 5,000 images as part of a preliminary search of a computer in the Kissimmee apartment where he's rented a room for the last 3 months. A Disney spokesperson told Eyewitness News, "We take allegations like these very seriously. Tony Guerra has been placed on unpaid administrative leave pending the outcome of the charges."
Leave. Scum. His name should be Danny Download. He's a busy boy. 5,000 images. Good golly.
Jesus.
I think it's disgusting what he likes, but hats off to the internet connection. It's obviously very fast.
Wow.
If he's guilty of that, if that's really his and he's trading those, they should just put a gun to his head and just shoot him.
Talking about engagements today, right?
Well, yes.
Somebody lost their wedding ring.
Jonathan Henderson's all smiles now, but it was a different story after he dropped his wedding ring into this toilet because you know what was about to hit the fan when he told his wife.
The butterflies are like, what is she going to say? And right now she's pregnant, so every little thing kind of sets her off.
Can you believe it? Jonathan took off his wedding ring to wash his hands in this porta potty, and the ring fell into the toilet. That's right, the symbol of his undying...
Why does he have to have the news voice?
Yeah, fell into the toilet.
His wedding ring fell in soupy shit.
How great would it be if this guy was talking in that voice and somebody just gave him a Colombian necktie? As he's talking, they gently lift his chin, slice his throat, and pull his tongue out through his neck, and then make him finish as he's gurgling on his own blood. It's just
That's right, the symbol of his undying love for his wife lost in a soup of unspeakables. So now what is poor Mr. Henderson to do? His wedding ring is in the toilet. Will his marriage follow? And what in the world do you tell your wife?
Now he's in
here's
church?
what she said.
God, are you serious? Thanks a lot. You know what I mean? That shows how much you care.
That's exactly what she said.
Exactly. She really let me have it.
Did she? Did she?
A really interesting story.
Oh, that's a feel-good story.
Dunk.
Thank goodness for the folks who maintain the porta potties because they were able to help.
Customer service is our #1 priority.
Tim Custer's the general manager of the company.
Custard?
So of course, he didn't actually retrieve the ring from the bowels of the outhouse. No, that chore went to Don Graham, who got the job done with a can.
Old shit scooper.
How late do you have to be to work? How late to work do you have to be where you see your name on that detail?
Yeah.
Rifle through porta potty for lost items. Someone dropped their quarter. Get to it.
That is a disgusting a pile of contents in those porta potties.
Yeah.
Where was it?
I don't know.
A job site or something?
I don't know.
Those
No,
are
that
the
tour
worst.
went to Don Graham, who got the job done with a can. So you were scooping around in the soup with a can.
Correct. Soup.
And apparently on the first try, you found the ring.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
With the ring back safely on his finger, Jonathan Henderson says he'll be more careful from now on when he washes his hands. We're just glad he doesn't wear dentures.
I get it. Because if his teeth fell in there.
Full of shit.
Well,
You know who's got to be pissed off is Don Graham. Thanks for telling everybody, asshole.
yeah, that's my fucking job. I told people I work for NASA. I scoop shit.
My mother thinks I'm a nurse.
Yeah, Chinese food worker caught. Should I tell Jimmy what he was caught doing?
No,
or you want- okay.
Alex, I honestly don't know.
All right.
I don't want to know.
Food for thought that may be a little hard to swallow.
Food for thought, hard to swallow. Come on, right there. It's good. You don't even have to play the rest of the story.
Wait,
It's a good one.
food for thought,
Hard to swallow.
hard to swallow.
That's fantastic.
Chew on this for a while.
Is that a pun?
Yeah. If she was destroying colon cancer, hope you're sitting down. Easy lady.
Yeah. Listen to her.
Hell no to H2O. Hell no to H2O. It is an epidemic. Hell no to H2O. Hell no to H2O. Worse than cocaine. Hell no
Yeah.
to H2O. Hell no to H2O. Man, it's got no taste. Hell no to H2O. Gotta go when you serve that H2O.
Gotta go. Well, if it's worse than cocaine, but
Yeah.
it's not because it doesn't have a taste. So there's
Yeah.
what?
Well, yeah, I don't get it. Like,
Hell no.
is this guy going to fill his pool up with tab?
How long would that take, Jimmy?
Specify here.
Obviously, he doesn't have a lawn.
God almighty.
Yeah.
Well, someone that hates water. This guy takes the cake.
I love your new character.
What?
Jimmy comes up with the best characters.
Character. It's
All right, here we go.
Jimmy.
It's just me.
Let's go to the
Midge me.
Chinese food worker caught
Yeah. This is
doing this.
Some food for thought that may be a little hard to swallow.
Yeah, reports that a worker at a Rockland County restaurant prepared crushed garlic in a way that garlic should never be crushed.
There is trouble afoot here at the Great China Buffet in Nanuet.
That's disgusting.
Where the garlic is not only sauteed in steam, but allegedly stomped.
He's actually doing this, and there's garlic pieces laying all around.
John Stoughton is with the Rockland County Department of Health and says this is a picture of a worker from the restaurant stomping on a huge bowl of garlic with his shoes on.
Ooh, we don't really approve of somebody using their shoes to crush the food with.
That's strong
Don't
language.
really approve of that. Don't approve.
You know how he got caught?
No.
A gentleman.
You know what
Took a
store?
picture.
You know what store was right next door though?
A photography store.
A cell phone store.
Oh,
Same
okay.
thing. Every phone has a freaking camera
So
on
the
it.
guy took a picture. He was actually outside stomping this garlic with
Outside?
his. Yeah.
Dude, you had to walk out
in a back alley of a Chinese restaurant.
You know how we were talking about how awful that street is outside this building?
Yeah.
It's the same type of situation. So he walks out the back door in an alley. He's walking. They show what he walks.
He's got
through
this giant, stainless steel wok-looking thing. It's full of garlic, and he's crushing them with his shoe, his boot, that he's been walking around in this disgusting back alley in, and crushing the garlic to bring inside and then using the food. Isn't that fantastic?
Was it a Chinese food buffet?
Yeah, and then they confront the owner, and of course he's, yelling. I wish I could imitate the guy yelling. at the news reporter, but they dumped me doing that.
Yeah.
Although he didn't sound like, please get away from me with that camera, please, please.
Do we have audio of the guy yelling?
I don't know. We'll see here.
He was jumping up and down over here.
The photo was taken by Dan Barretto, who works at the AT&T store right next to the restaurant, and says he witnessed it in the back alley.
He was just jumping up and down on it at first, and then when I grabbed my camera, he was just doing 1 foot in, just stepping, mashing it up.
The garlic.
Yeah, the garlic.
At the restaurant today, an employee told us the man in the picture has been fired.
The guy is not working here.
The restaurant has been cited with 2 violations and a warning for a first offense. But if it happens again, the health department could really put its foot down, imposing $1,000 fines per violation. Scott Rappaport, CBS 2 News.
The restaurant has reportedly said the crushed garlic in question was thrown away and was not served to customers. The health department says the restaurant was fined back in 2001 for unsanitary conditions.
Yeah, because I'm sure this was the first time.
They threw it away.
Yeah.
Stop. Yeah, I like when the guy was getting mad at the reporter, though. And started yelling at him to get away.
Why can't you just put the garlic on a thing and put like a cloth over it and hammer it?
Garlic press.
Yeah.
Because it was a whole big thing. It's too much to press, so you got to stomp it with your nasty boot that's been walking around in street sludge.
That's terrible.
It's disgusting.
All right, here's a quickie before break, before we get Stephen Lynch in here.
10-year-old Asha Ray Washington loves football, but after Friday, it could be a while before Asha Ray puts on a uniform again.
Because we was going like climb up that hill right there, and then once you reach that fence, get back up and sprint back down.
Asha Ray says players were running into each other on the run down, so
I chose to walk down the hill.
But Asha Ray says that didn't sit well with head coach of the Midwest Marauders, Kurt McKinney.
He was like, you're too slow and you're no good for the team, so give me back my equipment. And matter of fact, take off my pants while you're at it.
So that's just what Asha Ray says he did. Asha Ray says he sat in his boxers on these bleachers, then went to a neighbor's house.
I said he was wrong. And he said the coach had made him take his pants off.
The vice president of the league says the coach denies doing anything wrong.
Why are we doing international news? This cannot possibly be the United States of America.
Yeah, that's the United States of America.
Did I hear I chose to walk down? Did I hear that?
Where was that? Late? I chose.
I seen the cops knocking the truck window out, and I thought they was giving the man UPS. I thought the man was dead. That's the way it was.
Gotta give him UPS if he's
of course. If you think someone's dead,
not breathing,
gotta start with that UPS right
give
away.
him some UPS.
I think we're focusing on the wrong part of the story.
Why?
Which is that the young man was forced to remove his trousers.
Oh, is that what the story was about?
Yes. Down to his underpants.
I swear it was very hard for me to understand.
Down to his underpants.
What was going on? That must have been the South, right? Was that down South?
I don't know.
He was a bad boy, and the coach told him.
All right.
I didn't straighten you right out.
Sit in your little boxes.
Yeah, you got to sit over there in your little underpants and go learn a lesson over there in the bleachers. Come over and teach you.
Oh, that is the creepiest voice ever.
I think it was. What did he say?
Oh, where is it? Was it in the beginning of the clip?
It was when he talked about, it was in the beginning.
I don't want to play the whole thing again.
I'll hear him a little bit.
Got to save time for hell no to H2O.
Well.
10-year-old Asha Ray Washington loves football, but after Friday, it could be a while before Asha Ray puts on a uniform again.
Because we was going like climb up that hill right there, and then once you reach that fence, get back up and sprint back down.
Asha Ray says players were running into each other on the run down, so
I chose to walk down the hill.
I chose to walk down the hill.
What's wrong with chooses to...
I chose to walk down the hill.
What's wrong with that?
Wait, he might be saying I chose just to walk down the hill. He might have been saying, look, because Southerners...
Yeah.
I got to say...
I chose just to walk down the hill.
No, I could be.
I could swear that was I chose to walk down the hill.
What's wrong with chooses?
Chooses? Nothing.
I like the chooses from time to time.
I understood what he meant by it. Perhaps you should chooses English instead of football. That's what I would have chooses as far as schooling goes.
There's your line. There it is.
Well, what are you going to do?
When Gina McKee was at this convenience store, she says she saw a man stealing someone's wallet. So she confronted him.
He immediately starts just going off. I didn't take nothing. The police can come. And so then I get out the car. I'm like, the police are on their way. Don't leave.
According to McKee, the suspect, Lemuel Voorhees, started screaming and throwing punches. Then she says he took off his prosthetic leg and hit her with it. He says Voorhees even picked up his bike and threw it at her. A few minutes later, police showed up. She says it was worth it.
If it was to happen again, I'd do the same thing.
Police say the suspect has a record that goes back 15 years. They are investigating the missing wallet, but Voorhees is facing assault charges for hitting McKee with his prosthetic leg.
Wait, he threw the leg and the bike. If you're committing a crime, why was he using his only modes of transportation?
Both of them.
As weapons.
I got to get away. Let me throw my leg and my bike.
What are you doing? Keep the leg on, use the bike, and go with the wallet.
And yet he had a life of crime. He had quite the career.
I never learned.
Yeah. Where's the makeup store, Jimmy? You might have that one.
Which one, sweetie?
Well, it was added to the old show prep in between shows. Oh, there's Stan. Running out of the bathroom.
Pulling his pants up.
It's not that important, Stan.
Buckling up. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a go-getter.
Attaboy. If he was a go-getter, he would have shit on commercial break.
Yeah, true.
He's a lactose intolerant lump.
Well, maybe he just met Clinton.
Yeah, that's true. He might have just met Clinton.
The button.
Oh no, that was from today.
You still heard.
From the green room.
Hey, we get an apology. I think he deserves to be heard.
All right. Sisters keep mother's body in cold storage. What do you got on this, Jimmy?
Well, they highlight a lot of it.
A lot of reading.
It says here almost every week, according to their family, these two sisters, they pay a visit to their mother and to make sure she's looking her best. It's a devotion that transcends death and social convention because she died 10 years ago. Since then, these two ghoulish cunts have kept her in cold storage.
Wait a minute, my copy is different.
I don't see.
I have
for ghoulish.
There's a little carrot put in. It was written over.
Okay, all right. We'll have to take your word for
these
that.
These two ghoulish cunts have kept their dead mother in cold storage in a funeral parlor in northwest London. I knew it was London.
English.
Parlor is spelled O-U-R.
Parlor.
Her body, which was treated in formaldehyde, it's wasted since then, according to a relative. But since she's British and her personality was so fucking dead and sick, they've only known she's been dead for 6 weeks. Boom, boom.
Cock meat. Nothing but.
Below the
cock meat. Nothing but. Cock meat. Might be onto a new bit.
Below the waist.
Nothing but.
Her corpse is said to have withered to a skeleton. Above it, tight leathery skin stretches over the bone. If that's not things done in exactly the wrong order, what is? Below the waist is exactly the part you want to remain leathery. Who cares? No offense, ladies, but if you're rotted away from the hips up, we don't give a shit. We love you, but if some part of you has got to remain, it's got to be the blizzard.
That is really a creepy image. That they're like dressing her up and she's rotted away.
Well, the body is degraded to the extent that it's just a skeleton with a bit of stretched, scaly skin over the head. It's horrific, like a character from a horror film.
Well, we like to put lots of blush on her cheeks. Makes her look rather lifelike. And it's beautiful. She's beautiful in death. Once she assumed room temperature, we thought it would be best to make her look better than she does. And the skin, especially around, her naughty bits, is a little dry. So we use moisturizer. I remember the day her anus fell off. Remember that? That was tragic. Yes, quite tragic. We put it back on with a little bit of eyeshadow. That the eye sockets, of course, now empty, which causes us to use a lot more, of the eyeshadow. It's quite a shadow with the hole left by the rotting of the eyes.
Hard to bring her beautiful eyes out when they've fallen out years ago, just using makeup.
Yes, and of course, there's lots of perfume is used.
Lots of perfume.
Stench is quite...
Yes, we sent for a case of Charlie.
Yes, we douse the body in it too.
The wacky Benny Hill music.
A post-mortem examination of their mother's death reportedly revealed that she died from an embolism brought on by a leg vein thrombosis.
Cool.
They were unhappy about the verdict of the autopsy, so they wanted a second opinion. But apparently no health or safety violations have been breached, and the corpse does not smell. No law is saying people can't keep a corpse for years after registering the death, so it's normal to bury it, but you can keep it.
Wow, England's weird.
Are we allowed to keep a corpse?
No.
I would love to.
There's some kind of health problems.
Why
You
not?
would love to.
Oh, please.
Well, not officially. The ones you...
Yeah, just
obviously,
fuck it.
they don't know.
Just to humiliate its body.
Okay, Aunt buys hookers for 12-year-old boys.
Aunt.
Not Anthony.
See, I say aunt, too.
Me too.
My aunt.
A local mother facing serious charges tonight. Police say she handed over money to buy prostitutes for her 12-year-old son.
Really?
Michelle, that's not all of what's being charged.
No.
Channel 4 Action News reporter Sheldon Ingram has more from Donora, Washington County.
Donora police say the mother supplied the cash, the aunt supplied the prostitutes, and the boy was given sex.
Ray's Bar in Donora. This is where the mother of the 12-year-old boy worked. Her sister showed up twice on November 2nd. The mother gave her sister $40 each time for a shopping spree for her son. Channel 4 Action News will not identify the mother to protect the boy's identity. Your sister came to the bar.
Yeah, she wanted $80. I gave it to her for my child.
I bet she thinks the kid is gay and she's trying to straight him out.
Maybe.
12 seems a little too young, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is her sister, 36-year-old Linda Van Poel. She is charged by police for using the money to lead her 12-year-old nephew into 2 separate sexual encounters with prostitutes.
The aunt had taken the boy to these 2 separate locations for the purposes of providing sex for the child.
I didn't assume that he had access to those type of women.
Did you know what she was going to do with the money?
No.
You had no idea she was going to use that money for prostitutes?
No, I just assumed that she was going to take the money and the money at Walmart or wherever.
Walmart. I'm sure the kid probably didn't mind much. Yeah, it happens.
How did they catch this?
I don't know. Someone ratted.
Says she...
Huh?
Maybe mom ratted.
Although the boy's mother says she did not know her sister would use the money to buy her son sex, she does reveal that her son had sex on his mind just one day before.
Come to me, said he was having sexual urges, but he was going through puberty, 12 years of age, puberty.
He told you he was having sexual urges?
Yeah.
And how did you accept that?
No, I told him, okay, well, we can talk about anything we want to talk about.
Despite her claim to innocence, the mother also faces charges while harboring a lot of anger.
If I get a hold of those girls, they'll wish to God they'd never been born.
The mother has a trial scheduled in 3 weeks. And Donora
Sure, they wish that already.
Yeah. Two women who had sex with the 12-year-old boy.
Yeah, she's a little screwy. First of all, that's creepy. Your kid coming up to you saying, I'm having sexual urges. And you just go, oh, well, we could talk about anything you like. That's something mom can't help with.
Well,
really can't help. Well,
unless mom is willing to spit in her hand and be a good egg. Unless mom is willing to bite the bullet and help young Junior out.
Little Junior. So that's something dad could help with. You go to your father, you go, hey, dad, man, waking up with a fucking rod
every morning.
And then he goes,
an achy rod.
You wait here, I'll hook you right up. And then he gets something called Buzz. Brings her back.
How old were you?
I believe I was just about that young lad's age.
12 or 13? That's amazing.
Somewhere around that young lad's age.
That wasn't even a thought in my dad's head to get me laid at 12.
Well, I think they
Or
knew
13.
I was jacking it in the bathroom.
How long did it take you to
They
dump
probably
with
knew.
Buzz?
Well, the thing is, she had told me when I walked upstairs. She goes, why don't you take a shower first? And I had no idea, that was in mind. So I went in, took a shower, but I scrapped in the shower because I would jerk at anytime I was alone, like a fucking chimp, I'm pulling my fucking dick. So I jacked in the shower. And then I get done showering, and there's Buzz going, hey, why don't you come in here? And she's in my father and his wife's room with the covers just pulled up to her stomach. So her huge, ample tits were just pouring out over the top. And I was like, whoa, here comes some of that, what they call fucking. I didn't know. So I went in there and actually lasted longer than I should have. It was not a problem getting another rod, that's for sure. At that age with that. She did everything.
Buzz sucked it.
Buzz sucked it. And then Buzz asked me if I would like to do that to her. And I said no.
You ran away yelling for mommy.
It was the 70s.
Did you,
she had a bush on her.
You eat her ass?
That was, I couldn't find her ass. It was like a fucking jungle.
Did you poke her in the stink knuckle?
Yeah, you drop your little bit of boy batter on your stink knuckle. All of a sudden you get potato flakes in your hair and you're going, hey, what's what? You got a taper on down there, the dark brown starfish.
Did she suck on your corn on the cob?
Yeah, she pop your corn pipe in her mouth and then drop down to the stink knuckle. All of a sudden you got a bunch of Fruit Loops all over the floor. You're looking at it like, what's the matter with you? How about your little Cheerio? Did she play with your little Cheerio? Holy shit. She's knuckle deep in your little Cheerio. Then she's got the toothless mouth you ordered, but she's going to drop potato flakes all over your socks.
Baby batter. The stink knuckle.
He's
got a million of them.
Got a million of them, doesn't he?
He's the greatest.
And you got the little man in the boat looking up at you. So you're like, am I gonna take my fingers and put them in her stink pocket?
Right in her sewer pipe. Uses taco. Her dirty taco.
Hey, the dirty taco.
Her dirty taco.
Hey, and then the bearded clam and the... Yeah, we know what it is. Jesus. That thing was a fucking Rip Van Winkle clam she had.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was,
Looked like one of those mussels with a bunch of seaweed still stuck to
her.
it.
She was like 19, so
yeah,
she had ample hair down there.
All right. Here's the story to bring it back to radio.
Right.
This is a good one.
At Sickles High School, all the talk is about one thing.
There's a picture of, a girl in the club pages.
The picture is of a student with what some are saying are her private parts showing, and it's published in the school yearbook.
What? Where is this? Come on.
Can you find that, Dan?
She's sitting on it's like an assembly picture.
You've seen it?
Yes, but it was blocked out. But you can't, I don't know if you can see the box or not, but she's sitting there with her legs parted a little bit. She's just not doing it on purpose. The camera just happened to catch her hooch, I think.
Yearbook.
I think that she's probably like really horrified.
She sure is. Great. I caught up with the 16-year-old and her mother, Jeanette. The young girl admits she did not wear underwear that day, but because she...
All right, hold on. Let's just fucking dwell on that for a second, please. Hold on. Oh, a moment of silence for that. Wow. All right. She wasn't wearing... She admits
that
she wasn't wearing underwear with a little skirt. Holy fuck. Was she wearing a skirt or was it up the shorts leg shot? It was a skirt.
Yeah,
you dirty girl.
I got to speak for the older guys out there. Where were these girls when we were growing up?
Is that the picture, Dan?
It's blurred out.
Well, get the unblurred version, Dan.
Wait, what were you about to say?
Oh my God.
You didn't have girls like this growing up.
Oh yeah, we had some.
Oh, fucking no.
We had some really sexy ones, man.
How do you see it? Because like her knees are touching.
Yeah, you probably see a little like
she's. I'm squinting to try to see. How do we get it not blurred? Oh,
Yeah.
That's right. It's child pornography.
No, it's not. It's just a picture of a girl in high school. You're allowed to show an
Are
open
you?
vagina.
All right, federal agent Jim Norton.
Believe me, I know the ins and outs.
Had FBI in studio.
That's right.
Yes.
It's not considered child pornography if they're smiling.
Not wear underwear that day, but because she did not want her pants.
You want me to keep playing that part for you?
Yeah.
How many times you need to hear it?
20.
20?
I just want to hear it.
Well, why didn't she want the underwear? She said she wanted her panty
Yeah,
lines
there was a
showing?
reason.
I think that She's probably like really horrified.
She sure is. I caught up with the 16-year-old and her mother, Jeanette. The young girl admits she did not wear underwear that day, but because she did not want her panty lines to show.
But this is not something you wanted to do on purpose.
No, absolutely not. It's ridiculously embarrassing.
She found out about the photo when seniors got their yearbooks on Monday. She has not been back to school since.
I started crying. I was freaking out. I didn't know what I was going to do because this is my junior year. It's so important, and I didn't think I'd be able to go back to school.
Shut up.
Oh, go boy, her senior year is going to be a pisser. It's like people aren't going to just copy that and put it all over the walls.
Yeah.
Her fucking roast beef sandwich showing.
Who's coming? It's Lips McGrady.
It looks like you can't see anything, though. I know it's blurred
It was
out,
blurred out, so.
Her legs look like they're pretty much together, no?
Yeah, her knees were like touching, so how much can you, maybe you can see a little bush.
And as a mom,
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Unkempt.
Yeah.
McGrady, she's doing somersaults.
Here's the second part of the high school story about the upskirt shot of a 16-year-old student with no underwear in the yearbook, my friends.
Yeah.
And as a mom, I wasn't going to make her.
Mom Jeanette wants the school to stop handing out the yearbooks, collect the ones that have gone out, and reprint them without this photo. Hillsborough County School District spokesperson told me the picture is not revealing at all.
We don't believe that there is an exposure in the yearbook. It's a shadow.
Is it a shadow? Is it not a shadow? My point is, you know what? It really...
Well, ask the chick if she shaves or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Was it a shadow, or did you have two slugs in your lap?
It's probably just a shot.
Her knees are too close together. There are times where you see an upskirt shot where it's absolutely panties, but it looks like it could be bush.
Right.
So
why don't we get the original photo?
I know it's kind of hard to find.
We're the media, though.
You know what it is, too? If they collect all these yearbooks from people, it won't matter. People have scanned it already.
Of course, because it's become the thing.
See, but this is something that, another instance of, where the fuck is it? Like, oh my God, everyone's going to see this. It's out everywhere. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. It's like, where is it?
What do you mean?
Where's the picture? If it's so out there and oh my God, it should be everywhere. Oh, that's the guy with his balls hanging out with the queen sitting next to him.
You're kidding, right?
No.
No, that's a real picture.
I remember this. This was pretty fucking funny, man.
Yeah, there's
Where's the guy? I haven't
a
seen
soldier. They're
on
wearing
purpose?
kilts. Yeah, he spread his fucking legs apart.
Do you think he did it on purpose?
Oh, hells yeah.
Fuck yeah. Look at this fucking dick. Look at the smile, of
That's
course.
photoshopped.
No, look at
No,
this guy smiling. He knew what he was doing.
He's like pulling up his... Why would you do that, though?
You think he fluffed it up a little bit to make sure it presented correctly?
His fucking withered English cock, Scottish dick, whatever the fuck it is.
Dan, how do they play along at home? See, when we get the Opie and Anthony website popped up again,
Yeah, I know.
then we'll have this up there for everybody.
And hopefully there's going to be a little featurette on that site where it's everything that I've Googled throughout the day.
Yeah, it's smart.
So you can just click it and it'll bring
you know
you to
what?
the
We'll
search
call it
results.
Danny's Googles of the day or something.
I
How do they find that picture, though, that you just showed us?
You're going to have to give me a second because I was looking for something else.
All right.
So I don't want to confuse everyone.
Here's more about the chick with her snatch showing in the yearbook.
So, my point is, you know what? It really doesn't matter. The photo in itself is damaging to a 16-year-old and should not have been published.
All the administrators are trying to downplay it. They're saying that I really should just come back to school and laugh it off, but it's not funny. It's like I've been humiliated.
Shut up. I guarantee there's a lawsuit.
Oh, that sounds like lawsuit set up right there.
Guaranteed.
We need to see the original picture. How you get the guy showing his
If you want to
balls
see
next to the queen?
the queen and the man with his balls hanging out.
Yes.
Google image queen space balls.
That's easy.
That's it. Make sure
Queen
that you're
space balls.
Yeah, he
make
goes
sure
to
that
Foundry Music.
Yes.
just make sure that your safe search preferences are off. Queen balls.
Yes.
I hate that you have to keep resetting every time that they have a safe search. What the fuck? It's so annoying.
Let's say hi to Samson in Jersey. Samson.
Yeah, man. This girl would be crying her eyes out if she didn't do it purposely. She's just trying to cover her ass right now with mom on the corner and it blowing up bigger than she wanted it to be. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think girls know they're going to school without panties on. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always cross their legs. For years we've been trying to look, and they're on that like a magnet on a refrigerator. It's fucking insane. She definitely knew it was there.
There you go.
I'm not going to let you get away with a magnet on a refrigerator. They're on that like. All right.
Exactly.
Something that sticks.
Like what? White's not on rice. That's the color of it.
I know.
I liked it, Samson.
I didn't.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to Cherry Hill. Say hi to Brian. Brian. Cherry Hill. You.
Well, that's what Danny's looking for now, so let's not tie it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
We're going to give Brian some airtime. We might have found the picture.
Yeah.
He's whispering to Travis? What's the problem? What did Travis not do?
Oh, no. Travis messed up again?
No. I wanted to ask him because he just gave a very broad description of where this might be.
Maybe you could search it?
So you check on Internet Explorer.
God, everyone else has seen the picture except us.
I know.
Everyone's saying it's obviously a shadow. Too much thigh.
Well, what the fuck?
Language.
All right, I'll read this off to you. What? I got the URL, but it's really long and stuff.
Oh, Christ.
HTTP
www. Wait, first you got a colon / and then www. dot.
That's when I know I'm listening to an old segment of the Opie and Anthony show.
Or old people, they say that.
Well, yeah, but when we used to give out websites, we were guilty of the www.
dot. HTTP. Danny, boy, you sure are having a hard time.
Danny,
I got challenging.
Well,
Danny.
I found a post that's related, but it just brings you to the news story. I don't want to watch the news story about it. I want to see the actual uncensored picture.
Can you get instant feedback?